Chapter 1347. Southern Border, Thai Clan, Wanqing Mountain. Rumble. A series of muffled sounds engulfed this unremarkable small valley. At the bottom of the valley, a young girl stood. She was tall. Her long legs took up almost half of her body, giving her a strong and heroic appearance. At this moment, under her straight brows, her eyes were shining with starlight as she looked at the sky above her head. Huge rocks the size of houses were smashing down on her along the mountain wall. The young girl breathed in deeply. At this moment of life and death, she actually closed her eyes. Hundreds of huge rocks were about to hit her, but at this moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. In an instant, golden light blossomed. It was extremely dazzling, as if a small sun was buried in the whole valley. The light lasted for a moment before vanishing. The rumbling sounds also disappeared shortly after. Countless amounts of gray-white powder scattered and floated down. The young girl bathed in the flying stone powder, and a hint of joy flashed across her determined face. "Very good, Tai Ruanan, you have learned the killer move I taught you. You have passed the final test. From today onwards, you will cultivate with me. I will teach you the method to become an immortal." A grand voice resounded in the whole valley. The young girl immediately knelt down. "Thank you, Lord Supreme Elder, for your guidance. You abhor evil and have great talent. You are suitable for my lineage's iron mask. Your father was one of the seeds I had chosen, but to think that his daughter's talent is 100 times more outstanding than his." The grand voice suddenly paused. But soon Tai Ruanan heard. "There is an unexpected matter. You should cultivate here for now. Although you have learned the killer move I taught you, you are not familiar with it. During this period of time, you should practice more. Wait for my return before making any plans." "Yes, Ruanan understands." The young girl respectfully kowtowed, unable to conceal her excitement. "Finally, I have finally done it, Lord Father. I have surpassed you. Watch carefully from heaven. I will cultivate to become an immortal. I will possess the strength of a Gu immortal. This world is too dark and chaotic. Only with greater strength can the wicked be severely punished, the kind be rewarded, the righteous be supported, and the world be peaceful. Zhongli, you despicable woman who murdered your own husband. My pitiful brother treated you wholeheartedly, but in the end, you were so heartless that you actually killed him. Today, I will cut you into pieces. I will make sure you die without a complete corpse." A young Gu immortal shouted furiously. His rank 7 aura surged out of his body. Feng Yuan. Ever since he survived the dream related to Zui Hui, his dark path realm had skyrocketed to the master level. But what followed was an absurd dream. Feng Yuan was cautious and did not want to explore this strange dream. After patiently waiting for a period of time, he finally saw a realistic dream. But in this dream realm, he became a female Gu immortal, and he was very unrestrained. The reason for that was because this female immortal cultivated the Tao of Charm. This path was a small sect. It was a small branch that branched out from Wisdom Path. It was all about fighting with emotions and charming people. Right now, Feng Yuan had turned into a female Gu immortal. She wore a pink dress with a voluptuous neckline and a slit that reached her thighs. Her every frown and smile was extremely alluring. Regarding this, Feng Yuan was helpless. After all, if he wanted to explore other people's dreams, he would need to be the source of the dream. Of course, becoming a female did not affect Feng Yuan's cold mental state. He was wary of the enemy in front of him while putting his attention into his immortal aperture. What made Feng Yuan happy was that this female Gu immortal had many immortal Gu. "Let's try this Gu first." Feng Yuan injected his immortal essence as he let out a baby's voice. This voice was not under Feng Yuan's control. It was filled with the allure and gentleness of a woman. That young Gu immortal had an imposing aura, but after hearing this voice, his body went soft, his killing intent fell. His momentum faltered as he gritted his teeth, clarity returned to his eyes. "Demoness, you dare to play tricks on me. Take my killer move." Saying so, he pushed with both hands. Intense winds blew. The world turned dark as countless wind blades flew towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan quickly retreated. He dodged while trying to activate his second immortal Gu. Immediately, Feng Yuan's pink dress turned into a lump of pink fog that coiled around his body, bringing Feng Yuan along as he flew. The speed made Fang Yuan gasp in admiration. It was not inferior to Sword Escape Immortal Gu. The only thing that made Fang Yuan feel regretful was that as he flew further and further, the pink fog around his body decreased. It could originally cover his entire body, but now, it was forced to reveal his snow-white thighs and arms. Fang Yuan was not afraid of running around naked. This sort of shame had long since left him. Not to mention this was a dream. His regret was that this Immortal Gu's effect could not last long, otherwise, with just this speed, he would be invincible against the enemy in front of him. Slut, you run quite fast. But you will definitely die in my hands today. To kill you and take revenge for my brother, I am willing to pay any price. The young Gu Immortal's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. At the same time, he activated an immortal killer move. The emerald green wind condensed into a small dagger in his palm. The dagger flickered with an eerie jade light. Fang Yuan took a look and felt a chill down his spine. Oh no! Fang Yuan's heart sank. With just one or two immortal Gu, I cannot block this immortal killer move. But what immortal killer move does this Zhongli have? I do not know how to use it. While feeling troubled, Fang Yuan quickly activated Unravel Dream. Immediately, a mystical force flowed in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. One immortal Gu and dozens of mortal Gu were activated under this mystical force. This is... Fang Yuan sensed this and was overjoyed. He quickly activated Unravel Dream. Under the influence of this immortal killer move, the mystical force continued to flow and became more abundant. Many Gu worms in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture were gathered together. Next, an immortal killer move that Fang Yuan was completely unfamiliar with was formed. Fang Yuan did not know what effect this immortal killer move had. Time waited for no man at this moment. The young Gu Immortal had already used his lips to blow on his palm. That jade wind dagger shot out like an arrow, shooting towards Fang Yuan. It was swift and fierce. Fang Yuan sighed internally. At this moment, he could only resign himself to fate. What effect did the immortal killer move that he used using Unravel Dream have? Whether it could block this jade wind dagger, Fang Yuan had no idea. But under the effect of this killer move, Fang Yuan could not help but move his fingers, pointing at the young Gu Immortal as he said with a coquettish voice, "Ghost, come quickly." This voice was extremely alluring and seductive. Even Fang Yuan himself shuddered when he heard it. Then a dead ghost really did come. This was a Gu Immortal soul with rank 7 battle strength. It flew out fearlessly towards the jade wind dagger. The young Gu Immortal's expression changed when he saw this ghost. He shouted in shock, "Brother!" It turned out that this female immortal, Zhongli, had actually killed her husband and refined his soul into an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan saw this and had a flash of inspiration. He shouted, "As long as I cancel the killer move, your brother's soul can still be saved. If you have the guts, destroy it too." The young Gu Immortal was furious, but he was afraid of harming his brother's life. He was restrained in the battle. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He quickly made a move and quickly turned the situation around. A moment later, he used a flaw in his opponent to kill him. Dream Realm passed. Uff! Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He returned to reality. This Dream Realm only has one scene. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. This was a very small Dream Realm. Fang Yuan passed it in one go. After thinking about it, he found that his attainment levels increased not only in Wisdom Path, but also in Soul Path. Enchantment Emotion Path has never truly broken away from Wisdom Path. There are no Enchantment Emotion Dao marks in this world. Only Wisdom Path Dao marks. Thus, my Wisdom Path attainment level increased. As for Soul Path, this Zhongli probably cultivates Soul Path as well. Especially her immortal killer move, Ghost, come quickly. It has a dense Soul Path component. Fang Yuan analyzed and organized his attainment levels. Right now, he had Grandmaster attainment level of 8 paths. They were Blood Path, Strength Path, Transformation Path, Star Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Dark Path, and Formation Path. Refinement Path was Quasi-Grandmaster. Luck Path was Master. Phantom Path was still blank. His Sword Path attainment level was ordinary. His Soul Path attainment level was ordinary. But after Zhongli's Dream Realm, it rose to Quasi-Master level. That immortal killer move, Ghost, come quickly, is quite interesting. Even though my Soul Path attainment level is low, I am a grandmaster in wisdom path. The dream realm is realistic. There is a high chance that I can recreate a portion of its power. Even though I cannot recreate it completely, I can replicate a similar immortal killer move. But even if I replicate this immortal killer move, it will not be as good as my modified Vajraback. Ordinary Gu immortals would be happy to have some hope. They would start to deduce and modify immortal killer moves. But Feng Yuan was not like that. Recently, his attainment level had risen by a lot. He had countless inspirations and possibilities. He needed to choose the most cost-effective immortal killer move and modify it. Undeniably, this was a happy problem. His Dark Path attainment level rose to Grandmaster. He had the idea of using Dark Limit Immortal Gu and Perseverance Immortal Gu as the core killer moves. This immortal killer move could conceal him even better. His Formation Path attainment level rose. He had a new idea about immortal killer move Vajraback. This idea made him quite excited. Originally, Vajraback used Vajra Thought and Perseverance as the cores, but in his imagination, if he could add Precaution Immortal Gu and some Formation Path Mortal Gu, its power would increase by several times. Coincidentally, after Zhongli's dream realm, the dream realms that appeared in front of Feng Yuan were not suitable for exploration. Feng Yuan started to shift his focus, modifying the immortal killer move Vajraback. Right when Feng Yuan was rapidly increasing his strength, Xiao Zhikai and Wu Yong arrived. This rank 7 Gu immortal was wearing a warrior attire. His chest and legs were covered in light armor. His face was covered in a thick layer of iron. This was not because he was wearing a mask, but because he cultivated the Iron Mask True Inheritance. The Gu immortals who cultivated this true inheritance had to be righteous people. At the same time, they were the most skilled in investigating the truth in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. After inspecting the scene and the two corpses, Tai Mianshen said with certainty, Xiao Zhikai did not do it. Xiao Zhikai let out a breath of air. Then who? Wu Yong asked. Someone imitated his immortal killer move Wooden Statue Kill. This situation is recorded in history. Tai Mianshen replied. I wonder if Lord Wu Yong has heard of the 7 Illusions Demon Immortal? Wu Yong frowned. You mean the inheritor of the 7 Illusions True Inheritance? It is said that the Gu immortals who inherit the true inheritance have the ability to imitate any Gu immortal's methods in the world. Tai Mianshen, are you sure? Tai Mianshen nodded. My clan had once imprisoned a 7 Illusions Demon Immortal in Demon Suppression Tower. Even though we could not find out the contents of the 7 Illusions True Inheritance, we know some secrets. For example, this 7 Illusions True Inheritance has 7 layers. The inheritor can choose. They can choose not to inherit any layer of the true inheritance, or they can inherit all 7 layers of the true inheritance. But every time they inherit a layer of the true inheritance, they have to fulfill an agreement. They have to do something for someone at an uncertain time in the future. The 7 layers of the true inheritance are 7 tasks. To identify the inheritors of the 7 illusions, my clan has already developed a method to distinguish the truth. I used it earlier. It is definitely the 7 Illusions Demon Immortal. Interesting. Wu Yong nodded slightly. His brows furrowed even deeper. Even though he knew the truth, so what? Who was the 7 Illusions Demon Immortal? Who was the person or force behind them? Wu Yong did not know about these questions. Chapter 1348. I can track the 7 Illusions Demon Immortal. Tai Mianshen's words eased Wu Yong's frown. It turned out that after Tai clan captured the 7 Illusions Demon Immortal, they started to make arrangements for the 7 Illusions True Inheritance. Among the Southern Border superclans, Tai clan was the force that dealt the harshest damage to the demonic path. Especially after Tai clan Demon Suppression Tower was created, Tai clan became the pillar of the righteous path to hunt down demonic path Gu immortals. Immediately, Tai Mianshen used an immortal killer move to investigate the traces here. This way, after confirming the direction, Tai Mianshen flew towards the east. Wu Yong and Xiao Zhikai looked at each other as they followed behind. The clues were intermittent, but with the experienced Tai Mianshen, the 3 immortals made good progress. An hour later, they actually returned to the blood-tide sinkhole. Xiao Zhikai was surprised. Why are we back here? Tai Mianshan smiled coldly. The most dangerous place is the safest place, huh? Qiao Zikai came to his senses and couldn't help but praise in his heart. Good guts. Wu Yong's gaze swept around with cold light. After a few breaths of time, his gaze fixed on blood-tide pit. Roar. The calm surface of the blood tide suddenly surged as countless blood beasts charged out. A large number of desolate-level blood beasts, along with a small number of ancient blood beasts. There were thousands of them. They charged towards Wu Yong and the other two immortals fiercely. Blood beasts were a type of Dao beast. They were not born from reproduction. They were nurtured by heaven and earth, formed from blood path Dao marks. Similar to blood beasts were snow monsters, mud monsters, cloud beasts, soul beasts, year beasts, and rock dragons. Blood Tide Pit has such a mystical ability? This is a place to incubate blood beasts? Tai Mianshan called out as he looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong also showed a surprised expression. Blood Tide Pit had one of Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritances. It was obtained by a mortal Gu master, Shang Yanfei, before being taken over by Wu clan. After the Wu clan incorporated the Blood Tide Pit into their territory, they had also explored this place, but they didn't find anything strange. In the following days, they treated this place as an ordinary resource point. With so many blood fiends lying in ambush, no wonder the Seven Illusions demon immortal was hiding here. Qiao Zikai suddenly realized. The blood fiends formed an army and surged forward. They had all kinds of strange appearances. Some had the heads of tigers and the bodies of horses. Some had the bodies of snakes and the heads of rabbits. Some had the backs of turtles and tails of dragons. And some were like trees with fruits that looked like monkey heads. The stench of blood assaulted his nostrils, and his ears were filled with the sinister and terrifying roars of the blood fiends. With such a sudden burst of power, even a great family clan would be caught unprepared. However, Qiao Zhizai and Tai Mianshan remained calm, and had no intention of retreating, because at this moment, Wu Yong was already standing in front of them. A bunch of trash. Wu Yong snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with anger. He was very angry. Recently he had been stationed in Wu clan, mobilizing his troops and dealing with all sorts of situations. He was feeling extremely stifled. Now this Seven Illusions demon immortal appeared. He had evil intentions. He actually caused the deaths of Wu clan's two Gu immortals, Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao. Wisps and wisps of breeze were brewing around him. The green wind had unknowingly started to move around the charging blood fiends. The blood fiends were still surging. Their speed did not decrease at all. Just as they were about to reach the three immortals, at this time, a blood fiend self-detonated. This kind of self-detonation was not thunderous. It was very gentle. It was like soap bubbles popping one by one. Blood fiends self-detonated one after another. They were right in front of the three immortals, but they had no power. They could not harm the three immortals at all. The roars and attacks earlier were like a joke. Hundreds of rank 6 battle strength and dozens of rank 7 battle strength were destroyed in front of Wu Yong. They were as fragile as toys made of paper. This was the power of a rank 8. What immortal killer move is this? The aura is completely concealed. I cannot sense it at all. Qiao Zikai was shocked. Tai Mianshan had a deep gaze as he looked at Wu Yong's back. Wu Yong's expression was grim. His gaze was locked onto the blood tide below. The blood fiends did not form without a price. The blood tide dried up. The overflowing blood tide in the pit had already dried up. Qiao Zikai sighed, feeling it was a pity. He sensed that the dense blood path Dao marks had dissipated into nothingness. From now on, the blood tide pit no longer existed. Only an ordinary pit was left. Wu Yong did not care about this. In the eyes of ordinary people, the bottomless sinkhole was as clear as day in his eyes. A figure covered in 7-colored profound light appeared in Wu Yong's detection range. So you are the daring one, daring to challenge Wu clan's authority. Wu Yong said plainly, but anyone could hear the anger and killing intent in his tone. The mysterious Gu immortal who was at the bottom of the pit smiled bitterly. Lord Wu Yong, I was forced to do this. Now sorry for the offense. Wu Yong's expression changed slightly. At the next moment, his surroundings changed. The originally azure sky and mountains had all disappeared. Everywhere, up and down, left and right, had been transformed into a purplish-red color. The three immortals could not tell if they were close or far. Their sense of distance was greatly affected. Swoosh swoosh. The sound of waves entered their ears. The corpses of the destroyed blood beasts turned into blood water, forming into a river that flowed below the three immortals. Blood-red splashes blossomed on top of the waves. Countless purple thoughts rained down on the three immortals like a storm. Damn it. Those blood beasts were just a prelude and a trap. So insidious. Qiao Zikai scolded. Tai Mianshan looked around nervously. Is this an immortal battlefield killer move or a super goo formation? Even with his investigative attainment, he could not see through this environment. Wu Yong had an unhappy expression. He snorted coldly as he waved his sleeves. Boom. A strong wind blew, and a huge tornado enveloped the surrounding 500 meters, including the three immortals, Wu Qiao and Tai Xian. The purple thoughts rained down on the tornado, creating crackling sounds as they landed on the tornado. They could not break the defense of the tornado. Wu Yong did not move. He had a cold expression as he raised his right hand and flicked his finger. There was a crisp ding-dong. A dark jade worm flew out of his fingertip. The worm flew out of the tornado, flying towards the blood river at an extremely fast speed. While flying, it grew in size. Its body expanded rapidly: 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, it turned into a fierce wind dragon that was 220 feet long, baring its fangs and claws as it charged through the rain of purple thoughts, crashing into the blood river. The blood river surged and formed a whirlpool. It was like a giant beast opening its mouth to devour the wind dragon. Green light flashed in Wu Yong's eyes. The wind dragon roared as it turned into countless jade wind blades that flew everywhere. The blood river whirlpool was directly destroyed by the wind blades, as the wind blades flew out and cut the entire blood river in half. Qiao Zikai and Tai Mianshan stared with wide eyes. They were filled with anticipation, shock and shock. Wu Yong's every attack was an immortal killer move. It was extremely powerful, far beyond rank 7. If they were his opponent, they would not be able to last even half a move. Wu Yong was actually able to use such a powerful immortal killer move easily. It was like it was an instinct. It was as easy as breathing. Lord Wu Yong's every killer move has its aura concealed to the extreme. It is truly unfathomable. Qiao Zikai's heart shook. This wind dragon killer move actually has a second variation move. It turns into countless wind blades. Wu Yong is not as useless as the rumors say, such immense battle strength. He actually concealed it so deeply. Tai Mianshan's eyes shined with bright light. He looked at Wu Yong's back. He suddenly felt glad that Tai clan and Wu clan had always been allies. They did not fall out. Wu Duxiu and Wu Yong were mother and son. The former was like the wind on the peak of a mountain. The latter was like the wind in the valley. Their styles and personalities were different, but they had the same ferocious battle strength. However, even under Wu Yong's fierce attacks, the surroundings did not change. The broken blood river split into two. It expanded and formed two blood rivers. Each of them was of the same size as before. Qiao Zikai's expression changed slightly. To be able to remain unmoved under the attacks of a rank 8 Gu immortal, and trap the three of them. What method was this? His doubts did not last long. A figure appeared in the blood river and spoke, giving the answer. This is the purple blood river formation. Wu Yong, if you do not use the 2 rank 8 immortal Gu that your mother left for you, with just that rank 8 light wind Gu, you will not be able to break this formation. Zishan Makoto said. He was not in his mini-man form. He had grown to look like a normal person. As he spoke, his body rose up as an island floated under his feet. Qiao Zikai and Tai Mianshan's expressions changed. Even Wu Yong was moved. Because Zishan Makoto did not conceal his aura, his rank 8 identity was exposed. Who are you? What do you want? Wu Yong asked in a low voice. Zishan Makoto smiled as he looked at Wu Yong. His purple pupils were like glass. To kill you, of course. Once you die, Wu clan will be shaken. We will be attacked by other clans. We will definitely fall apart. Wu Yong was stunned. He raised his head and laughed loudly. This was the laughter of extreme anger. After laughing for a while, he lowered his head as a fierce light shined in his eyes. Such guts. In that case, I will kill you and establish my prestige as a rank 8. As he spoke, A powerful aura rose from his body. Countless goo worms were activated in his immortal aperture. Xiao Zikai and Tai Mianshan quickly retreated. They felt an immense threat from Wu Yong. Zishan Makoto's smile disappeared. Wu Yong's previous immortal killer moves were silent. His aura was concealed to the limit. But now he was preparing an immortal killer move. The aura was surging like a tsunami. From this perspective, Wu Yong was fighting with all his strength. What immortal killer move could make Wu Yong unable to conceal his aura? No matter what killer move it was, once it was used, it would be earth-shattering. It would have immense power. How could I let you succeed? Purple Mountain True Monarch's thoughts moved, and countless purple thoughts surged up like a rainstorm. Wu Clan. Ancestral Hall. This. The Wu Clan Gu immortal guarding the Ancestral Hall had a change of expression. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead. His face was pale as a corpse. He cried out in shock. Lord Wu Yong's life tablet Gu is broken. Soul Lantern Gu is destroyed. Lord Wu Yong, is he dead? Note: this situation will last until July 24th. I will update on July 25th to repay my friends who have been supporting me. Recently, I have been in trouble internally and externally. It is not easy to be a professional writer. The pressure is huge. I even suspected that I was suffering from depression. But recently, I have adjusted slightly. It is like a person who is dying of thirst in the desert, drinking a cup of cold water. Now I am starting to balance the material needs of the outside world and the spiritual pursuit of my heart. Professionalization requires a process of adaptation. I am starting to understand how to treat this profession, my readers, myself, and life. Thank you, friends, for your silent support and understanding. There is a saying, when you want to be a god, you are not far from becoming a demon. I do not welcome gods and demons, I welcome friends and confidants. Chapter 1349. Clan Ancestral Hall. The Clan Ancestral Hall on Wu Yi Mountain was a mortal Gu house. It used a large number of rank 5 mortal Gu. Although it could not compare to an immortal Gu house, its significance to Wu clan was extraordinary. Basically, be it a super force or an ordinary clan, they would build an ancestral hall. It stored life tablet Gu, soul lantern Gu, or blood rope Gu. The first two were common, while blood rope Gu was rarer. After all, it involved blood path. Even the sects of Central Continent had facilities similar to ancestral halls. They stored life tablet Gu, soul lantern Gu, and others. At this moment, Wu Bachong was standing in the ancestral hall, staring at the Gu worm fragments on the table. After life tablet Gu shattered, it was like pieces of wood, while after soul lantern Gu was destroyed, it was like a broken ladybug, no longer emitting a dim blue candle light. Although Wu Bachong was old, his body was strong like a bear, his hair was white, his nose was wide, his eyebrows were thick, his eyes were fierce, and he was a steady person who dared to take on responsibilities. He was the second supreme elder of Wu clan. He had weathered many storms and was usually as steady as Mount Tai. But now, his forehead was full of cold sweat, his breathing was irregular, and his firm gaze was in a mess. Lord Wu Yong died. Wu Bachong stared at the two mortal Gu fragments. He had been standing here for a while, but his mind was still in chaos. How can this be? A grand rank 8 existence, the pillar of our Wu clan, died just like this. Wu Bachong could not believe it. He could not believe it. Lord Wu Yong, did he die or not? He kept asking himself. After all, life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu were mortal Gu. It was not difficult to use some methods. But Wu Yong was currently uncontactable. No matter how Wu clan tried to contact him, it was like a rock sinking into the ocean. This was an indisputable fact. Regardless of whether Wu Yong died or not, his situation was definitely not good. To be able to make a rank 8 Gu immortal end up like this, who could be so ruthless? A rank 8 existence of the demonic path, or lone cultivator. It's also the righteous path super clans. Could it be that they are working together to deal with my Wu clan? Wu Bachong continued to speculate. The more he thought about it, the more unfocused his gaze became. Wu Duxiu died. Wu Yong went missing. The huge Wu clan, the #1 super clan in southern border, actually did not have a rank 8 expert guarding it. This situation was extremely serious. and the Wu clan was already in a precarious situation. What was even more frightening was that the mastermind behind the scenes had yet to reveal himself. Wu Bachong slowly calmed down from the shock, but confusion and fear once again overwhelmed his heart. Usually, when Wu Duxiu and Wu Yong were above him, he did not feel anything. Now that the two rank 8s were gone, Wu Bachong realized that his supposedly broad shoulders could not carry the burden of Wu clan. During Wu Duxiu's era, he was the second supreme elder. When Wu Yong ascended, he continued to assist him. In terms of qualifications, he could be said to be the oldest and most qualified Gu immortal in all of Southern Border's righteous path. But it was useless. His cultivation level was only rank 7, his battle strength was not outstanding. If he fought old Treeman Bada, he would definitely not be Bada's match. Even in Wu clan, there were many rank 7 Gu immortals who could fight evenly with him. However, he was the first Wu clan higher-up to return after the incident. This gave him the upper hand. What do I do? Even if Lord Wu Yong is not dead, he has lost contact, his life token and soul path Gu are destroyed. Once this news spreads, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. People's hearts will be shaken. Should I suppress the news? Wu Bachong quickly shook his head. Furthermore, this shocking news had already been spread to most of the Wu clan Gu immortals by the rank 6 Gu immortals guarding this place. If Wu Yong died, the mastermind who ambushed Wu clan would not let go of this chance to strike Wu clan's morale. Thus, even if Wu Bachong tried to suppress the news, he could not. Then the urgent matter now is to search for the missing Lord Wu Yong, or to shrink the defensive line and gather the supreme elders outside to defend our headquarters. Wu Bachong frowned. Both choices were dangerous. Searching for Wu Yong was filled with danger. To be able to make Wu Yong go missing and destroy his life token and soul path Gu, the mastermind was definitely very strong. Wu clan sending rank 7 Gu immortals to search for him would be like sending sheep into a tiger's den. And shrinking the defensive line and summoning the supreme elders back would be a huge change in the clan. A large number of resource points would be lost. If the surrounding super forces took the chance to invade them, Wu clan's losses would be disastrous. What should he do? Wu Bachong hesitated. He was in a dilemma. After a while, he licked his dry lips, deciding to postpone these two actions for now. He would first gather the Wu clan Gu immortals with his status as the second supreme elder to discuss. After coming to a conclusion, he would carry it out. Wu Yong went missing and could not be contacted. A huge storm started to form around Wu clan. Southern Border Super Gu formation. Fong Yuan sat on his bed, cultivating with his eyes closed while multitasking, listening to Lady White Rabbit's report. Lady White Rabbit had inherited White Rabbit's true inheritance. This true inheritance was very famous in Southern Border. The inheritor had to have a pure heart. And in the following cultivation process, they had to maintain this pure heart. Otherwise, most of the true inheritance methods could not be used. If they were forcefully used, they would suffer backlash. Precisely so, Lady White Rabbit was naturally trusted. She had good relations with lone cultivators and demonic immortals. Wuan saw this and convinced Lady White Rabbit to be the middleman to manage the immortal opportunity business. Once in a while, Lady White Rabbit would enter the Super Gu formation and report to Fong Yuan about the situation of the immortal opportunity business. Even though Fong Yuan had never gained any benefits from the immortal opportunity business, listening to the business could help him understand the changes in the giant dream realm. Lady White Rabbit spoke softly. Her voice was soft like water. As she reported, she looked at Fong Yuan's face with a gentle gaze. Fong Yuan had Wu Yihai's appearance now. He had a handsome face, his nose bridge was tall and his nose was wide, he had a strong masculine aura. Lady White Rabbit was already in love with him. She purposely spoke slowly. She treasured this time when she was alone with Fong Yuan. But every time Fong Yuan met her, he spoke very little. He would only greet her with 2 sentences. One was for Lady White Rabbit to sit down and report. The second was for her to leave. But even so, Lady White Rabbit was very satisfied. She knew that Wu Yihai had a high status. She felt that she was of low birth and could not match up to Fong Yuan. Being able to interact with Fong Yuan like this every once in a while, she felt very happy. She felt extremely blessed. At this time, Lady White Rabbit's voice paused. because she saw that Fang Yuan's expression changed. This was a rare situation. Lady White Rabbit became worried, thinking, what happened to Wu Yihai? Did he encounter a problem in his cultivation? Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. With a thought, he opened the door to the palace. Yihai, it's already like this, yet you actually still have the mood to be carefree and leisurely. Are you going out with someone? A female immortal rushed into the palace. Lady White Rabbit turned around. She saw that it was a young girl about 16 years old. She wore a green dress. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind. Her skin was as white as snow. Her figure was slim. She moved like a willow in the wind. Her features were exquisite, especially her eyes. They were the most eye-catching. Under the cover of her thick eyelashes, they were like ripples on a clear lake. She is Chao Clan's Fairy Si Lu. Lady White Rabbit recognized her. She panicked and lowered her gaze. She knew this person's relationship with Fang Yuan. In reality, a while ago, Fang Yuan and Chao Si Lu's scandal had spread far and wide. Fairy Si Lu is so beautiful, as expected of one of the 3 fairies of southern border. Only a person like this is worthy of Lord Wu Yihai. Lady White Rabbit thought to herself. A sour feeling brewed in her heart. Chao Si Lu glanced at Lady White Rabbit, who had her head lowered. She seemed unintentional, but she placed great importance on her. Chao Clan wanted to use a honey trap to make Wu Yihai their son-in-law. How could Chao Si Lu not pay attention to Fang Yuan's information? And in Fang Yuan's information, Chao Si Lu was already familiar with Lady White Rabbit. This time, it was the first time Chao Si Lu met Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit was like a jade statue. Her eyes were like rubies. Her rabbit ears were fluffy and drooped down. She looked very pitiful. Even though looking closely, her looks were not as good as Chao Si Lu. But men usually like such cute and voluptuous beauties. But now is not the time to bicker with her. Chao Si Lu snorted coldly in her heart. She walked past Lady White Rabbit and quickly arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already opened his eyes. He got up from the bed and looked at Chao Si Lu with a smile. Fairy's sudden visit is truly a pleasant surprise. Lady White Rabbit stood far away. She looked at Fang Yuan in a daze, thinking. Wu Yihai smiled again. I have not seen him smile for a long time. When he smiles, it is like the sun in spring. If he could smile at me like this, how good would it be? Chao Si Lu inspected Fang Yuan and interrupted Fang Yuan's pleasantries. It seems like you really don't know. Sigh, what I am going to say next will only be shock and no joy. Fang Yuan's expression changed. What happened? Chao Si Lu did not answer directly. She turned slightly and said to Lady White Rabbit, Young lady, you can leave first. I have something to discuss with your lord. Ah. Lady White Rabbit was slightly stunned. Fang Yuan waved his hand. White Rabbit, leave. Lady White Rabbit did not dare to disobey Fang Yuan's order. She quickly replied and left the hall. The door closed. Chao Si Lu said. Wu Yong is missing. His life tablet goo and soul lantern goo have both shattered. The outside world does not know about this, but Wu clan is in chaos now. What? Fang Yuan shook intensely. This news was too shocking. Life tablet goo and soul lantern goo shattered. It meant that Wu Yong might have died already. He was the pillar of Wu clan. If he really died now, how could Wu clan's huge assets be protected? Chapter 1350. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Shuavinet provides you with wonderful novels to read. Take over the Wu clan? Chao Si Lu's words immediately made Fang Yuan's heart palpitate. How could he not be tempted? One had to know that the Wu clan was a great clan. And it wasn't an ordinary great clan. It had always been very powerful, and had always been the #1 clan in the southern border's history. The Wu clan was a huge clan with a huge business. They had all kinds of resource points, deep foundations, and abundant treasures. If he could take control of such a superpower and become the #1 person, then Fang Yuan would not have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Now Fang Yuan's assets were not small. Danghun Mountains Guts Goo trade, Dragonfish trade, Regretful Spider trade, Eerie Fire Dragon Python trade, as well as Star Fragment Grass, Star Dart Goo, Star River Goo, Star Fire Goo, Meteorite Goo, Spirit Snake trade was also developing. It was not an exaggeration to say that Feng Yuan was making a fortune every day. If the assets in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture were included, he had the foundation of an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal. If he added Wisdom Gu and Dang Hun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land, and City Well in Eastern Sea's turbulent flow sea area, Feng Yuan had already surpassed ordinary rank 8s. However, compared to a superpower, Zero Wing's capital paled in comparison. Any superforce, even if they did not have a rank 8 great expert now, they had appeared in history before. Their foundation was extremely deep. Coupled with the various resource points that the superpowers controlled in the 5 regions, they could easily leave an asset like Feng Yuan in the dust. For example, the Blood Tide Pit that was once controlled by the Wu clan had a higher output than Feng Yuan's Arowana trade. The Wu clan had 20 to 30 resource points similar to the Blood Tide Pit. Compared to Blood Tide Pit, there were even more resource points like Northern Plains Lu Tribe's Bone Burial Ground and Jade Light Pit. There were close to 10 peak resource points that were better than the Blood Tide Sinkhole. Don't forget, there were the resources in the immortal apertures of Wu clan's Gu immortals, as well as the blessed lands and grotto heavens left behind by Wu clan's ancestors. Of course, superpowers often had high income, but they also had high expenses. Love Go Small Say Netku. The Wu clan was currently in a situation where their assets were greater than their strength. When Wu Yong was around, they could only barely hold on. Now that Wu Yong was gone, they definitely wouldn't be able to defend it. They would have to spit out some of it. Even so, if Feng Yuan was able to take control of the Wu clan, his benefits would definitely be immense, and it would far exceed the standard of working alone. Feng Yuan quickly calmed down. He glanced at Qiao Si Lu and immediately understood her intentions. Just as Qiao Si Lu said, once Wu Yong left, Feng Yuan's Wu High identity would be the first choice to take over as Wu clan's first supreme elder. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Feng Yuan did not doubt the veracity of Qiao Si Lu's words, because it was too easy to verify. Qiao Si Lu had come in a hurry, showing her sincerity. Feng Yuan frowned and smiled bitterly. Such a big thing happened. I didn't even know about it. The urgent matter now is to return to Wu clan as soon as possible. Wu Bachong has already gathered the supreme elders to discuss. Many Gu immortals have returned. Even if they could not return in time, their wills would be present, but they left you out. Their intentions are obvious. Qiao Si Lu said anxiously. Using Wu High, this was the best opportunity for Qiao clan to interfere with Wu clan. Feng Yuan heaved a long sigh. Sigh. I have only been in Wu clan for a short period of time. I have no foundation or connections. It is not easy to gain authority and inherit the position of first supreme elder. They purposely left me out. This is enough to prove that my chances of succeeding are very slim. No, you have a high chance. Hai, don't forget that you still have me. My Qiao clan is behind you. Qiao Si Lu looked at Feng Yuan with deep emotions. Feng Yuan blinked. How will your Qiao clan help me? How will Lord Qiao Zikai take care of me? Qiao Si Lu's expression froze. She hesitated but did not dare to hide it from Feng Yuan, saying the truth. My clan's first supreme elder also disappeared mysteriously with Lord Wu Yong. We can't contact him. His life tablet Gu was destroyed. Other than the two of them, there is also Tai clan's Gu immortal Tai Mianshen. They were investigating Wu Yuanju and Ronghao's deaths. We lost contact with them. We don't know if they are dead or alive. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. What is going on? Qiao Si Lu smiled bitterly. Trust me, I only know this much. Feng Yuan had a hesitant expression. Such a huge change cannot be hidden from the outside world for long. Who did it? Lord Qiao Zikai is not here. How will Qiao clan help me? Don't worry about this. Qiao clan has already come to an agreement. I am their representative. Qiao Si Lu said. Feng Yuan was slightly astonished in his heart. Qiao clan was the weakest clan among Southern Border's super forces. But they were united. Even though Qiao Zikai was missing, they could still develop according to their previous strategy. Undoubtedly, any super clan had their own strengths. But Feng Yuan did not want to go. He could acutely sense that this was a huge whirlpool. The mastermind had a huge force. Even if he succeeded and became Wu clan's first supreme elder, so what? No matter how many resources he had, they could not compare to the gains from exploring dream realms. Feng Yuan did not need resources, he needed the attainment level that the dream realms could bring. The latter was an extremely rare fortuitous encounter. Despite the temptation of becoming the #1 person in Wu Clan, and the benefits were huge, Feng Yuan knew that life was filled with countless choices. If he wanted to walk further, he could not be blinded by benefits. He had to be clear on what was the most important thing. Once I become the first Supreme Elder, I need to guard the core and return to Wuyi Mountain. How can I leave the giant dream realm? It was not easy for me to get in. But it is not wise to reject Xiao Si Lu. If I offend Xiao Clan, the relationship will break. It will not benefit me at all. More importantly, in the eyes of ordinary people, if I stay here and do not fight for the power of the clan, it will be very strange. It will cause serious suspicion. After all, I have shown some political ambitions before. Feng Yuan kept thinking, pacing in the hall. Xiao Si Lu was so anxious she wanted to stamp her feet. Hai, what are you hesitating for? This news is too shocking. I cannot accept it immediately. Let me think first. Feng Yuan waved his hand. Time is pressing, let's go now. Think on the way. Xiao Si Lu said. No, it is not as simple as you think. Feng Yuan shook his head, his expression solemn. Do you know that you have fallen into a trap? Xiao Si Lu was stunned. What do you mean? Feng Yuan said. If we go back like this, what will Wu Clan's supreme elders think? They are not idiots. I, Wu Yihai, led Xiao Clan to take over the position of first supreme elder, but I ignored brother Wu Yong's life, and let outsiders to steal the clan's benefits. This way, there will be more discord. I do not have enough martial strength, my reputation is lacking. How can I take over the position of first supreme elder? Xiao Si Lu blinked her eyes, thinking. Wu Yihai's words seem to be reasonable. Then are we going to bide our time, and let Wu Bachong lead the situation, and take over the position of first supreme elder? Xiao Si Lu asked. Feng Yuan thought as expected. He could not easily dismiss Xiao Si Lu, but he had a smile on his face. We can wait, there is no rush. No rush. Xiao Si Lu stared with wide eyes. Feng Yuan had a profound smile. He looked at Xiao Si Lu with a burning gaze. I believe that even if I do not go, Wu Bachong cannot lead the situation, right? Xiao Si Lu was stunned again. Wu Clan Discussion Hall. Bam. Wu Bachong slammed the table, causing it to shatter into pieces, causing dust to fly. He shouted angrily. Wu Qiao, what is the meaning of this? No matter what I suggest, you refute it. Are you purposely trying to ruin my plan? Wu Qiao smiled coldly, standing at the center of the hall with his head held high. He looked at Wu Bachong. Second Supreme Elder, you are too impatient. We do not know if Lord Wu Yong is alive or dead. Just the destruction of Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu cannot represent the truth. Look at you, you are sitting at the main seat. I am reminding you now, you should sit at your rightful seat. Supreme Elder Wu Qiao, Wu Clan is facing a huge crisis. We should be discussing the important matters now, not these minor details. I feel that Lord Wu Bachong should lead the situation. He is the second Supreme Elder to begin with. In the current situation, Wu Clan needs a leader. Wu Qiao, do you think we do not know what you are plotting? I just want to say your surname is Wu, not Qiao. In the hall, several Gu immortals immediately spoke up for Wu Bachong, attacking Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao smiled coldly. In terms of seniority, the one most qualified to take over the position of first Supreme Elder is Lord Wu Yihai. Should the second Supreme Elder take up the position? Do you think this is a Central Continent sect? There was silence. That makes sense. Our clan prioritizes bloodline. Why is Wu Yihai not here? Did you inform Wu Bachong? Several Gu immortals spoke up. Most of their main bodies were guarding outside. The ones who came were basically Gu immortal wills. Wu Bachong observed their expressions. He showed anger on his face, but his heart was as calm as ice. It is not time yet. He sighed internally. On the surface, he stood up and patted his forehead, sighing. I was rash, I was worried about the clan. You are right, we should let Lord Wu Yihai lead the way. I welcome Lord Wu Yihai's return. I am also willing to listen to him. Once he said that, the Gu immortals were stunned. Even Wu Qiao was surprised. What was this Wu Bachong trying to do? The result of Wu Clan's discussion soon reached Feng Yuan. Xiao Silu looked at Feng Yuan with joy. This is great. We did not rush back, but we can still lead Wu Clan. Feng Yuan's expression was grim. Everything was developing in a direction he did not want to see. Wu Qiao's performance was within his expectations. After all, this former third supreme elder of Wu Clan had already been bribed by Qiao Clan. But Wu Bachong's move of advancing by retreating was truly amazing. It made Feng Yuan's eyes brighten. The situation is not good. Feng Yuan shook his head and sighed. To be continued. Chapter 1351. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. What is it? Xiao Silu did not understand. Feng Yuan did not answer. He walked around, using wisdom path methods as he fell into deep thought. The situation was very complex. The mastermind did not show up. Wu Yong's fate was unknown. Everything was shrouded in mystery. But Feng Yuan was being held back. He had no choice but to react. He had no choice. Feng Yuan felt deeply that he had no choice. Wu Clan's Gu Immortals, Qiao Clan's Gu Immortals beside him, Southern Border's situation, and the mastermind, they made it hard for him to stay in the Super Gu formation. This was the helplessness of the righteous path. Feng Yuan was facing a difficult test. He did not want to become a pawn of Qiao Clan and Wu Clan. He wanted to protect his own benefits in this complex situation. But how should he do it? Feng Yuan had already guessed Wu Bachong's intention and scheme. Maybe I can make use of this? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan decided to go with the flow. He stopped and looked at Xiao Silu. Since I am in charge, I will give the orders. Ihai, this is the decisiveness of a man. Xiao Silu's eyes shined as she praised. Feng Yuan continued. Right now, the mastermind is still unknown. The most important thing now is to defend. I will order Wu Clan's Gu Immortals to give up on the resource points and return to Wuyi Mountain, activating their immortal Gu houses to guard against any mishaps. Xiao Silu was very satisfied with Feng Yuan's actions. Feng Yuan told her his thoughts regarding Wu Clan's internal affairs. He did not treat her as an outsider. Xiao Silu was overjoyed. She said, "This is the safest method. But it is also a wise decision to give up on so many resource points. The surrounding super forces might take over them. There is no other way. Wu Clan's strength has always been too scattered. The situation is unclear now. We can only hold back and guard against any mishaps or challenges." Feng Yuan sighed. All right. Let's go. Let's leave this place and return to Wuyi Mountain. Xiao Silu agreed with Feng Yuan's response. Feng Yuan shook his head. No, I'm not going. This trip is too dangerous. Even my brother Wu Yong was ambushed. We are merely rank 7s. Won't the mastermind capture us easily? If the mastermind wants to deal with the Wu clan, then their next target is likely to be me. How can I go out as I please? The journey back to the Wu clan is too dangerous. Feng Yuan's excuse was sufficient. Xiao Silu's gaze turned solemn as she nodded slightly. That makes sense. He should indeed be more cautious. If we can get help from an immortal Gu house, it will be safer. Feng Yuan finally managed to calm Xiao Silu after much effort. He heaved a sigh of relief. However, his brows were still furrowed. They had finally managed to stay in the Super Gu formation. But how long could this situation last? Wu Yong's fate was unknown. Even Feng Yuan, who was familiar with history, was caught unprepared. Inside the Purple Blood River formation, the Blood River was raging. It had already split into more than 10 parts. In the dimly lit environment, countless purple thoughts gushed out endlessly. Tai Mianshan shouted. The iron sand around him moved like smoke, forming into a huge veil that protected him. But the purple thoughts turned from solid to phantom. They shot into the smoke veil and attacked Tai Mianshan without any obstruction. Damn it. Tai Mianshan gritted his teeth. He was helpless against this phantom path method. But right at the moment of danger, a cool breeze blew. The purple thoughts that had already dissipated burst one by one like bubbles. So close. Tai Mianshan turned around, looking at Wu Yong with a grateful gaze. Wu Yong was surrounded by a storm of purple thoughts. There were also countless blood beasts mixed within. Even though the battle was intense, Wu Yong was unharmed. He still had the energy to take care of Tai Mianshen and Qiao Ji Kai. This purple blood river formation actually contains phantom path transformations. If we do not get rid of these ruined bat corpses, the phantom path transformations will not stop. Qiao Ji Kai shouted. He needed to shout. He could not transmit his voice here. Thoughts and other wisdom path methods were even more useless. Tai Mianshen's gaze was cold like a blade. He scanned his surroundings and saw that there were 3 to 4 ruined bat corpses in the blood river. Most of them were at the desolate beast level, but there were a few ancient desolate beasts. There was even a primordial ruined bat corpse that was supported by 2 blood rivers. In fact, even now Tai Mianshen could see some clues. These ruined bat corpses were melting in the blood river. Especially every time the purple thought changed, the speed at which the ruined bat corpses melted would increase by a bit. But so what if he knew the importance of the ruined bat corpses? Not long after the battle, that rank 8 Gu immortal, Zishan Makoto, vanished. Why did Wu Yong hesitate? Wasn't it to defend against Zishan Makoto's sneak attack? It is not wise to let Lord Wu Yong get rid of the ruined bat corpses. The purple-haired rank 8 will gain the upper hand. Thus, in this situation, Qiao Ji Kai and I need to work together to get rid of these ruined bat corpses. If the purple-haired enemy attacks, Lord Wu Yong will be able to deal with it. We will be able to survive. But what if they could not? Or rather, even if they could survive, they would lose the chance to attack this Gu formation. What would Wu Yong choose? Tai Mianshen did not make a decision, because the 3 of them did not trust each other much. Right at this moment, a huge and complicated aura suddenly rose from the center of the battlefield. Winds blew. Wu Yong's sleeves fluttered in the wind. He was like the king of the wind. At this moment, his ordinary appearance was actually set off to the extreme. Since you want to see the rank 8 immortal Gu that my mother left for me, I will show you. Wu Yong said coldly. A vast number of purple thoughts were pushed away. The blood river was raging. Several of them were cut off by the wind. Qiao Ji Kai was shocked and joyful. Tai Mianshen's iron mask was also shaken to the point that metal shards fell off. He cried out in shock. This is an immortal Gu house? Wu Yong did not make a move, but once he did, it was an earth-shattering move. He did not use any immortal killer moves. He took out an immortal Gu house from his immortal aperture. This immortal Gu house was not grand at all. From the outside, it looked like a bamboo building. This building was very common in southern border. It was not unheard of in the other 4 regions, but they usually only existed in mountainous terrain. This bamboo building only had 2 floors. It was almost entirely made of bamboo. There were green bamboo leaves growing on the bamboos. Drops of dew were stuck to the leaves. It was extremely green. Wu Yong's sleeves fluttered as he flew to the 2nd floor of the bamboo building. He sat by the window and flicked his finger. The bamboo building shook. More than 10 drops of dew fell from the roof. In an instant, these verdant dewdrops fell off from the bamboo house and shot out like lightning. Wherever they went, a cool breeze calmed everything down. Be it the purple thoughts or the blood river. They were all turned into nothingness by the cool breeze. So powerful. Qiao Jicai couldn't help but praise. The verdant dew flew over and easily helped him out. Wu clan had 3 immortal Gu houses to begin with. Now they have a 4th. And this immortal Gu house is leaking the aura of 2 rank 8 wind path immortal Gu. Wu Yong really hit it deeply. Tai Mianshen was deeply shaken. The 2 Gu immortals were saved. They flew into the bamboo building and arrived beside Wu Yong. This is the immortal Gu house that my mother created. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Wu Yong was still sitting by the window. He looked at the Gu formation outside as he explained. This is great. With this clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, we are invincible. It is only a matter of time before we escape. Qiao Ji Kai was overjoyed. If Wu Yong used Wu Duxiu's 2 rank 8 immortal Gu to activate an immortal killer move, Qiao Ji Kai would be very worried. Because there was a chance of failure when activating an immortal killer move. The stronger the killer move, the more terrifying the backlash would be if it failed to be activated. And with Wu Duxiu's death, Wu Yong had not been inheriting the 2 rank 8 immortal Gu for long. Especially when Wu Yong was the first supreme elder of Wu clan, he had a high status. How much time did he have to practice? This was a huge problem. But now, these 2 rank 8 Wind Path immortal Gu were combined with other Gu worms to form an immortal Gu house. Everyone knew that even though immortal Gu houses had fixed methods, they were easy to control and did not have to worry about backlash. Tai Mianshen's emotions were more complex than his, he thought. Wu clan actually has a 4th immortal Gu house, and it is a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It is far stronger than the other 3. Each immortal Gu house can greatly raise a clan's overall strength. With a rank 8 immortal Gu house and some Gu immortals, as long as they have enough immortal essence, they can be Wu clan's 2nd rank 8 Gu immortal. This Wu Yong has truly concealed himself deeply. He couldn't help but look at Wu Yong in a new light. Wu clan had not had an easy time recently. They were facing difficulties from all directions. As the only remaining rank 8 Gu immortal in Wu clan, Wu Yong had to deal with all sorts of obstacles. He had to mobilize his forces. His situation was quite awkward. But as long as he took out this immortal Gu house, he would be able to resolve the awkwardness and restore Wu clan's prestige, allowing Wu clan to sit firmly on the throne of the number 1 superforce in southern border, suppressing all the other restless thoughts. However, Wu Yong did not do so. He had been using his own strength to deal with Wu clan's crisis. He hid this immortal Gu house very deeply. Even Wu clan's Gu immortals did not know about it. If he was not trapped in the Purple Blood River formation, nobody would know that Wu Yong had a 4th immortal Gu house. And it was a rank 8 immortal Gu house at that. Just with this, Wu Yong is not inferior to his mother, Wu Duxiu. Thankfully, my Tai clan is at the northeast of southern border, while Wu clan is at the southwest. The 2 are far apart. And my Tai clan did not participate in the previous operation. We did not make things difficult for Wu clan. Tai Mianshen let out a breath of air, feeling fortunate. All the super forces had their own territories. They had been in southern border for so many years. They had already understood each other a lot, and they were very thorough. Their strength and territories were maintained at a balance. They were in a stalemate. Once Wu Duxiu died, this balance was broken. The other super forces cooperated to find trouble with Wu clan. But as long as this clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building appeared, it could replace Wu Duxiu and suppress southern border. Chapter 1352. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. The morning sun rose. It was still early in the morning, but it was still wet. Love Gobe Small Say Netkatu Ho Clan Gu immortals stood on the clouds, looking down at the canyon below them. Golden Cloud Canyon. This canyon was filled with a special fog. At night, the fog was dense and had no special characteristics. When the morning sun shone on the canyon, the fog would shine with dazzling golden light. These scattered golden lights were not dazzling. The fog seemed to have covered the entire golden peak. The huge canyon was dazzling and magnificent. This is Golden Cloud Canyon. It produces metal path and cloud path resources. Once upon a time, Wu clan snatched it from us. A Ho clan Gu immortal sighed. But now it is time to take back this lost foundation. The other Ho clan Gu immortal nodded. His body started to shine with a weak light. The light lasted for a few breaths of time. After it faded, his appearance changed. He turned into a famous demonic path Gu immortal. He nodded to the Ho clan Gu immortal beside him, before diving down towards Golden Cloud Canyon without saying a word. Golden Cloud Canyon was originally guarded by Wu clan Gu immortals, but because of Wu Yong, Feng Yuan ordered them to retreat to Wu clan's headquarters. This news was concealed for a while, but it was discovered by other super forces. However, Ho clan was a righteous path force. They could not attack here directly. The rules of the righteous path were set. Ho clan had to be flexible. In this trip, they used the excuse of chasing demonic path Gu immortals to enter Golden Cloud Canyon openly. Once they annex Golden Cloud Canyon, it would be a fact. It would not be easy for Wu clan to take back Golden Cloud Canyon. By then, Ho clan would have many excuses, like, "We helped your Wu clan defend Golden Cloud Canyon. We need some compensation." That would be a headache for Wu clan. Glib talk was what the forces of the righteous Tao were good at. unless Wu clan had stronger battle strength, to the point where Ho clan had to retreat. Ho clan's Gu immortal turned into a demonic path expert, flying towards the golden fog like a huge bird. Love go small say netku. Sensing his aura, the mist in the golden firmament canyon suddenly changed, and a sonorous sound came from it, shaking the eardrums. Xiao xiao xiao. In the next moment, countless golden shadows in the shape of sabers, spears, swords, and halberds suddenly shot out as if there was no end to them. Even though Wu clan's Gu immortals left, the Gu formation guarding this resource point was still there. At this moment, it began to move on its own, attempting to defend itself from the ground. Ho clan's Gu immortal's gaze was grim. He shouted as a majestic blade chi slashed down from above. Wherever it went, space would shatter, and wind and waves would surge. Evidently, Ho tribe came prepared. They used blade chi immortal Gu. Wu clan's Gu formation was only a mortal Gu formation. How could it match a rank 7 immortal Gu? Not only were the countless golden silhouettes shattered, the Gu formation itself was also completely destroyed. All of a sudden, the golden mist that had originally filled the valley suddenly broke apart from the middle. Most of the golden mist was gone, revealing the true appearance of the valley. The two Ho clan Gu immortals had heated gazes. Demonic path scoundrel, where do you think you're going? A Ho clan Gu immortal shouted as he flew down. A purple waterfall that resembled smoke hung down from above. It was 180 feet tall. Poison waterfall. On another mountain near this waterfall, there was a Wu clan's mortal mountain village that was specially set up. Kill kill. A large group of mortal Gu masters charged over from outside the mountain. Wu clan's Gu immortals were forced to retreat. They were already at the final line of defense. Wu clan's leader, a rank 4 Gu master, was at a strategic location. He shouted at the enemies. Your Yang clan is truly despicable. You dare to sneak attack my Wu clan. Our Yang clan has tolerated you for a long time. You have occupied this place for so many years. You have been too domineering. My father and mother only wanted an antidote Gu worm, but they both died on this mountain. Today, we will settle our old and new grudges. Yang clan's Gu immortal leader was young. He charged up the mountain with hatred and anger. Damn it. Wu clan's Gu masters were defending themselves, but Yang clan came prepared. They had the advantage in numbers. Wu clan's Gu masters lost. They could only retreat from the secret cave. Yang clan's Gu masters defeated Wu clan. They cheered on the ruins of the village. On the cloud, the Yang clan Gu immortals who were holding the fort nodded silently. They had joyful expressions. This was the border between Yang clan and Wu clan's territory. Yang clan had planned for a long time. They had already split off a group of Yang clan mortals and moved nearby, letting them do as they pleased, causing conflict with Wu clan. It was exactly because of this excuse that the Yang family could launch a large-scale attack and invade the Wu family's territory. According to the rules of the righteous path, these were small conflicts between mortals. Unless they lost Gu immortal seeds, it would not affect the overall situation of the clan. Poison Waterfall was only an ordinary mortal resource point. It produced some poison path mortal Gu. Gu immortals did not care about it. But once this gap was opened, Yang clan only needed to charge in, and they would be able to get their hands on the true treasure land, Fake Corpse Mountain. Rumble. The sound of river water was like thunder. It resounded in the ears of Yao clan's Gu immortals. He stood at the highest point of Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, looking at the red and red river surface. Not far from here was the intersection of the two rivers, Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. These two rivers intersected, forming a huge whirlpool at the center of the river. Waves were rumbling. It was very dangerous. Southern Border's three rivers were not simple. Be it Red Dragon, Yellow Dragon, or Jade Dragon River, spirit springs would form in the river water from time to time. These spirit springs would mix with the surging river water and flow out, causing the riverside to be filled with spiritual energy. It was good for producing Gu cultivation resources. Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. This was a very special mountain. In ancient times, a southern border rank 8 Gu immortal turned into a zombie. He was attacked by super forces here. The rank 8 immortal zombie died in battle. This place became a battlefield. It was worthless. But who could have thought that as time passed, the rank 8 immortal zombie's corpse, under the nourishment of the river's spiritual energy, along with the water plants that came ashore, it started to sprout and grow into a corpse mountain. This corpse mountain was hundreds of meters tall. There were large numbers of zombies living on it. It produced transformation path zombie goo and chi path zombie chi goo. Before Southern Borders Zombie Alliance headquarters was exposed, they had wanted this treasure land. They offered a high price to purchase it from Wu Clan, to make it their headquarters, but Wu Clan rejected them. Zombie Alliance did not succeed, but now this place belongs to my Yao Clan. Yao Clan's Gu Immortal was excited. He looked into the distance, past the wide river surface, towards the other shore. That was Wu Clan's territory. After taking over this corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, Wu Clan's territories to the east of the Red Dragon and north of the Yellow Dragon were completely lost. Yao Clan occupied corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. It was like a bridgehead. They were eyeing Wu Clan's territory. News of Wu Yang's death came from an unknown source. After learning of this, several super forces started to conspire. This time, they were not fighting alone. Yao Clan, Yang Clan, and Ho Clan were just 3 of them. In Wu Clan's headquarters, there was a commotion. Damn it! These 3 clans are really daring. They actually dared to provoke our Wu Clan. We lost 3 territories, especially Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. It is truly painful. Back then, Wu Clan spent so much effort and paid such a huge price to obtain this place. Counterattack, we need to counterattack. We have an immortal Gu house. Why are we afraid of them? Wu Clan's Gu immortals shouted anxiously. Some argued endlessly, some raised their arms and cheered, while some remained silent. At this time, more than 10 days had passed since Wu Yong went missing, his fate unknown. Wu Clan had been concealing this information, but just like Wu Bachong had expected, the mastermind had already spread this information. Initially, those super forces did not believe it. Because Fang Yuan had already expected this situation, he purposely gave out fake information to mislead them. However, this action itself defied common sense. The super forces were not stupid. After these days of research and observation, they finally made their move. Once they made their move, Wu Clan was surrounded by enemies. They lost a large amount of territory. In the discussion hall, because of Wu Yang's disappearance, the main seat was empty. As Wu Clan's second supreme elder, Wu Bachong, sat on the other side. He was silent as he observed the expressions of the surrounding Wu Clan Gu immortals. His heart was heavy, but he also felt a trace of smugness. Especially when he looked at Wu Qiao, his lips could not help but curl up. Because Wu Qiao was the Wu Clan Gu immortal who had been guarding Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. The sudden loss of this resource point was a huge blow to Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao was silent as steel. His expression was cold. Even though he felt Wu Bachong's provocative gaze, he pretended not to notice. He was like a steel statue. Stop arguing, keep quiet. Wu Bachong spoke. This time, nobody rebuked him. The discussion hall quickly quietened down. Wu Bachong was very satisfied. Under the gazes of the immortals, he sighed and said, Wu Clan is in such a huge situation. We are unable to make a decision. Lord Wu Yihai should make a decision. Wu Qiao frowned. Wu Clan's Gu immortals looked at each other. Some were already dissatisfied with Fang Yuan. They grumbled. Our clan is in such a huge situation, but Lord Wu Yihai is still staying at the Super Gu formation. I heard that Fairy Qiao Si Lu went there more than 10 days ago. I also heard that there is a Lady White Rabbit. The Gu immortal who said this had even more sinister intentions. Wu Qiao frowned even more. He wanted to speak up for Fang Yuan, but when he thought of his own predicament, he hesitated and did not say anything. Wu Clan's letter soon reached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not the least bit surprised by this situation. He had already expected it. It seems that the situation does not allow me to stay here. Fang Yuan looked at the moving dream realms, sighing deeply. These last few days, he had wanted to continue exploring dream realms. But his luck was not good. The windows here were all showing absurd dream realms. Fang Yuan could not do anything about them. Chapter 1353. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Of course, these last days, Fang Yuan was not doing nothing. He had just sold the largest batch of regretful spiders. Fang Yuan's Red Date Immortal Essence storage was no longer in dire straits. As for the drawback killer move, Fang Yuan had already modified it, he only needed to test it. Because his Dark Path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster, he successfully created an immortal killer move, Eternal Dark Concealment. This move used rank 6 Immortal Gu Dark Limit and rank 7 Immortal Gu Perseverance as the cores, with hundreds of supplementary Mortal Gu to amplify and extend the effect of Dark Limit Immortal Gu. At this time, Xiao Si Lu asked for an audience from outside the hall. Fang Yuan willed as the door opened. Xiao Si Lu's expression was grim. She had an anxious and worried expression on her face. She brought bad news. Other than Yao Clan, Ho Clan and Yang Clan invading Wu Clan's territory, Ba Clan and Xia Clan also attacked Xiao Clan at almost the same time. Opening the map of southern border, Ba Clan and Xia Clan were to the north of Xiao Clan. They had territories that bordered Xiao Clan. Xiao Clan lost Wedding Dress Lake and Empty Return Pit. They were annexed by Ba Clan and Xia Clan respectively. After Xiao Clan's first Supreme Elder Qiao Zikai mysteriously disappeared, Xiao Clan gathered their Gu Immortals and defended their headquarters, observing the situation. This way, Ba Clan and Xia Clan's invasion went smoothly. Xiao Clan's losses were severe. The Wedding Dress Lake and the Returning Sky Pit were resource points that surpassed the Blood Tide Pit. Xiao Clan was at the bottom of the Righteous Path super forces. This time, they had lost 2 great resources. The Qiao family was filled with grief and anger. Fang Yuan had heard of these 2 resource points. Wedding Dress Lake had a southern border folk tale. In the legends, a fairy in heaven weaved her own wedding dress. Whoever could obtain it would become the fairy's husband. After the fairy finished weaving the wedding dress, she threw it into this lake, and was picked up by a fisherman who lived near the lake. The fairy and mortal fell in love, and lived in seclusion in the middle of the lake, living a beautiful life. This tale was mostly fake. But Wedding Dress Lake produced all sorts of clothing goo. For example, Fire Cloak Goo, Water Cloak Goo, Wood Armor Goo and so on. In the history of Qiao Clan's control, it had produced 3 wild immortal goo. As for the sky returning sinkhole, it was called by the villagers as the ultimate hiding place. It could connect to the immortal world. After the ignorant mountain people died, they threw their corpses into the pit. Usually, before these corpses landed on the ground, they would be crushed by the space path down marks in the sinkhole, leaving nothing behind. The foolish mortals believed that this was the reason why they ascended to the immortal realm after they died. In truth, this was the best place for space path resources. The Xia clan had been coveting it for a long time. The Qiao clan wasn't a match for the Xia clan, but it was a pity that the Qiao clan had the support of the Wu clan. Now that both Wu Yong and Xiao Zhizai had gone missing, how could the Xia family let go of such a great opportunity? The Qiao clan and the Wu clan had been allies for a long time. The invasion of the Qiao clan by the Ba clan and the Xia clan was equivalent to an attack on the Wu clan. This way, including the Yao clan, Ho clan, and Yang clan, a total of 5 great factions surrounded the Wu clan. The situation had worsened to the extreme. If they were not stopped in time, Wu clan and Xiao clan would have more and more territories occupied by others. I will arrange for Wu Qiao to come with the immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan said to Xiao Si Lu. Xiao Si Lu nodded. This was the reason why she came. Qiao clan's situation forced Xiao Si Lu to seek Fang Yuan's help. In fact, Fang Yuan had been delaying for the past few days. Xiao Si Lu was already unhappy with him. If not for the fact that Qiao clan only had 1 immortal Gu house, they would have sent one to bring Fang Yuan away already. Make arrangements to gather the Qiao clan Gu immortals. We will leave together this time, Fang Yuan said. Xiao Si Lu was stunned. Together? What about here? We can only give up for now. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He did not hesitate anymore. Then what about the immortal Gu that we used to set up the formation? Xiao Si Lu frowned. Take them all away. If we leave them here, some Gu immortals with ulterior motives might forcefully refine them or even destroy them. You should know what kind of people they are. And it is too easy to find such an excuse, Fang Yuan said plainly. Also, don't forget, my formation path attainment is not high. I am confident in removing some immortal Gu, Fang Yuan added. Xiao Lu thought of Feng Yuan and Qi Shang's fight. She nodded as she thought. Feng Yuan's formation path attainment is not weak. Qi Shang had also praised him greatly. In fact, she had underestimated Feng Yuan. Right now, Feng Yuan's formation path attainment level was Grandmaster. He was on par with Qi Shang. In the past, when Feng Yuan looked at this super gu formation, he could not understand it at all. Now that he was a formation path Grandmaster, and had lived here for so long, Feng Yuan's understanding of this super gu formation was very deep. Modifying this gu formation was beyond his abilities, but he could take away some immortal gu from it. After making the decision, Xiao Lu called Qiao Clan's gu immortal Qiaobo. Pack up. When Wu Clan's immortal gu house arrives, we will retreat and return to our headquarters. Qiaobo quickly accepted the order before stammering. I wonder when they will arrive? I can make arrangements for them. Xiao Lu looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan waved his hand. No need to rush. I have just contacted them, there is still some time. Qiaobo showed joy on his face as he left respectfully. Even though Wu Clan's headquarters is close to Yitian Mountain, with an immortal gu house, they will need at least 4 to 5 days to get here. This way, I can complete my final business. After Qiaobo left, he started to think. The business he was talking about was none other than the immortal opportunity business. Wu Clan and Qiao Clan's situation was getting worse. The gu immortals of Qiao Clan and Wu Clan were panicking. The immortal opportunity business was also affected. Qiao Clan had 2 gu immortals guarding the super gu formation. Qiaobo was one of them. He had rank 6 cultivation level. When he was sent here, he had some complaints, but the immortal opportunity business changed his mind. If I return now, the immortal opportunity business will not work. There might be battles later. Since I am leaving anyway, I might as well do something big. Qiaobo gritted his teeth, making up his mind. A day later, Qiaobo met with the demonic path gu immortal Fairy Miao Yin. Fairy, we meet again. Qiaobo had an excited expression, his eyes darted around as he sized up Fairy Miao Yin. Even though Fairy Miao Yin was in the demonic path, her strength and beauty were both top tier. She was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border. She was on par with Xiao Lu. All along, Fairy Miao Yin had been entering the super gu formation to search for opportunities in the dream realms. Even though her soul was injured from time to time, she had collected a lot of dream path gu materials as well. Even though Wu Clan, Qiao Clan, and other super forces wanted to purchase these dream path gu materials from her, Fairy Miao Yin tactfully and firmly rejected them. Let's go in first, Qiaobo said as he looked at the 2 gu immortals behind Fairy Miao Yin. According to the usual practice, every time a business was conducted, a demonic immortal or lone cultivator would be brought in. But this time, because Qiaobo was about to leave this place, he made a huge move and directly brought in 3 gu immortals. At the same time, in Wu Clan's encampment, Lady White Rabbit stared at Wuan. Lord Wuan, are all of you really going to retreat? And in such a hurry? Wuan nodded. The situation is not good. You must have heard some rumors. But it doesn't matter, and there is no need to worry. My Wu Clan will not fall. Just stay here and manage the immortal opportunity business. Wait for us to return. Lady White Rabbit was silent for a while before saying weakly. Before leaving, I want to meet Lord Wu Hai, can I? This. Wuan showed a troubled expression. Lord Wu Hai is currently in closed cultivation, deducing an immortal killer move. He might not have time to meet you. Lady White Rabbit showed a sad expression. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. I want to meet Lord Wu Hai just once. Isn't he leaving too? I will stay here for the next few days and wait for him to come out. Is that okay? Wuan sighed deeply. Lady White Rabbit's feelings towards Wu Hai could be seen clearly by anyone with eyes. It is a pity that Lady White Rabbit is just a tool in Lord Wu Hai's eyes. It is a pity. Wuan felt a sense of pity. He nodded. All right, stay here. When Lord Wu Hai comes out of closed cultivation, he will meet you. Thank you, thank you. Lady White Rabbit was overjoyed. She thanked him profusely. In the cultivation secret room, Feng Yuan held a rank 7 immortal gu in his hand. Immortal gu precaution. This gu worm was the size of 2 adult palms. It looked like a longhorn beetle. It had a black carapace and was extremely heavy. Even with Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal body's ability, it could not be entrusted to him. But Feng Yuan had already refined it. It was floating in the air on its own, allowing Feng Yuan to observe it. This immortal goo was one of the 2 immortal goo that Feng Yuan received after joining Wu clan as Wu Yihai. As the name implied, this immortal goo's effect was to provide protection for the goo immortal. It was rule path. It had a flaw. It needed a certain amount of time to activate by itself. It needed at least 10 breaths of time before it could display its power. 10 breaths of time was not a short period of time for goo immortals. Especially in those intense battles, 10 breaths of time could be used for more than 10 rounds. The process was full of twists and turns. And most importantly, if a goo immortal sneak attacked, life and death would be decided in an instant. At this time, there was no time to activate Precaution Immortal Goo. However, once Precaution Immortal Goo was activated, after 10 breaths of time, its defensive effect would be quite outstanding. It was one of the best among rank 7 defensive Immortal Goo. It was similar to Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Not long ago, Feng Yuan had an idea. He wanted to add Precaution Immortal Goo into the Immortal Killer move Vajra. Right now, he had already thought of the killer move. He only needed to test it. To be continued. Chapter 1354. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. It began. The first step, Feng Yuan turned into a divination tortoise. The second step, he activated a large number of mortal goo, followed by Vajra thought immortal goo, before adding more mortal goo. The third step, which was also the most crucial step, activated Precaution Immortal Goo. Guh. The divination tortoise that Feng Yuan turned into spat out a large amount of blood. Inside the immortal aperture, a large number of mortal goo were destroyed, but Precaution Immortal Goo was sturdy and did not suffer any damage. Feng Yuan felt dizzy. The failure of the immortal killer move caused his organs to suffer severe internal injuries. Thankfully, he had turned into a divination tortoise, an ancient desolate beast with thick skin and thick flesh. Its recovery speed was shocking. If a human body were to experience this kind of damage, their internal organs might completely collapse into a bloody powder in an instant. How can this be? Feng Yuan was dazed. This was completely different from what he had imagined. In fact, before Precaution Immortal Goo could activate its power, the entire Immortal Killer move had already broken apart. This was unexpected to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had used Affection Immortal Goo and other Wisdom Path Immortal Goo to deduce this modified Immortal Killer move many times. There should not have been such a serious mistake. This was a huge blow to his head. After healing his injuries, Feng Yuan calmed down and inspected the killer move. After several deductions, Feng Yuan was even more perplexed. There was no mistake? Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. I understand. Feng Yuan immediately realized where he was wrong. His mistake was on Precaution Immortal Goo. Once Precaution Immortal Goo was activated, it would expend Red Date Immortal Essence, but it would only activate after 10 breaths of time. It was not at the 10th breath of time, but at the 11th breath of time. Precisely because of this small difference in time, Feng Yuan's entire Immortal Killer move broke apart. There was actually a mistake here. It is truly dark around here. It seems that I need to add some time path goo worms to make up for the difference in time. Feng Yuan's time path attainment level was very ordinary. It had not risen much, because he had never encountered a dream realm related to time path. However, he had He Fan's true inheritance and wisdom path deduction methods. He could more or less make up for this shortcoming. However, this was not something that could be completed in a short period of time, or the time it took to brew a cup of tea, or even an incense stick. A day passed, and Feng Yuan did not sleep or rest. The next day, Feng Yuan continued to deduce. The third day passed. Wu Clan's Immortal Goo House was already more than halfway through the journey. For the first time, Feng Yuan's calculations had some clues. After the qualitative change, the following deductions were smooth sailing. Southern border, Human Mountain Range. In this place, lived the most mortals in the southern border. There were many villages on every mountain. On some of the mountain peaks, There were even a few villages living next to each other. It could be said to be a flourishing scene. The population had multiplied to the extreme, and there was a sea of mortals. Of course, in terms of battle strength, a single Gu immortal could take care of this place, and the mortals could not resist them at all. And at the center of this mountain range, it was also the political center of all the villages, Human Smoke Mountain. One of the super clans, Chai Clan's headquarters. The ancestor who created Chai Clan was named Chai Fu. He had left behind a record in human history. In his era, he was the #1 person in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. He cultivated Fire Path and Earth Path. Because he had gained a lot from reading The Legends of Renzu, he also had Human Path killer moves. In his later years, he chose this place to create Chai Clan, and after modifying the mountain range, Human Smoke Mountain was created. In fact, Gu immortal experts and great experts would all read The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu contain the Human Path true inheritance of humans. This true inheritance could be said to be the #1 true inheritance in the Gu Master world. Its inheritance method was also very special. Normally speaking, inheritances were like He Fan's true inheritance or Bai Xiang's true inheritance. But Renzu's Human Path true inheritance was only a portion of information in The Legends of Renzu. The profundity of Human Path was contained in this information, which Gu immortals could obtain depended on their fate and talent. Everyone's harvest was different. The benevolent saw benevolence, and the wise saw wisdom. But every immortal venerable and demon venerable had gains, and their gains were not small. For example, Giant Sun Immortal, because he read The Legends of Renzu, he could successfully create all living beings' luck in heaven and earth luck. Chai Fu had success in reading The Legends of Renzu. After he died, he left behind the Human Path methods he comprehended to Chai Clan's bloodline, his descendants. Precisely because of this, Chai Clan's management strategy was different from other super clans. Chai Clan greatly expanded their population, increasing the number of mortals. As for other super forces, they only focused on a portion of their clansmen, placing them in the 5 regions, allowing them to develop and nurture them. The bloodline of these branch clansmen came from the most authoritative Gu immortals of the super forces. They were the main clan bloodline. There was also a portion of people who lived in seclusion in grotto heavens and blessed lands, not coming out. These people were often of branch bloodlines. Only when an accident occurred, such as the main clan bloodline being completely destroyed, or when the leader died and there was no successor, would the branch bloodlines take over. Chai Clan greatly expanded their population, but it was not the Chai bloodline. If other clans did this, they would be asking for trouble. They spent a lot of effort to nurture mortals with other surnames. Once the population grew, more and more Gu masters would appear. These Gu masters did not have the main clan bloodline. Their loyalty would be greatly reduced. There was no value in nurturing them into Gu immortals. If they cultivated themselves to become Gu immortals, there would be an impact on the main clan. There would be conflicts. But Chai Clan's situation was different. They nurtured more and more mortals, but these mortals did not have high aptitude. There were very few Gu masters, not to mention Gu immortals. In contrast, Chai Clan's own descendants were continuously producing outstanding talents. It was not uncommon to see seeds that could be nurtured into Gu immortals. This formed a clear contrast with other super forces. According to the conjectures of other super forces, Chai Clan's abnormal situation should be due to the Human Path methods left behind by Chai Fu. However, even though Chai Clan could produce large numbers of talented descendants in every generation, because of the lack of resources, most of these Gu immortal seeds could only stay at rank 5 or rank 4. Here, it was time to talk about Southern Border's geographical structure. Southern Border's most distinct feature, other than the mountains, were the 3 great rivers: Jade Dragon River, Red Dragon River, Yellow Dragon River. Each river almost ran through Southern Border, dividing it into several parts. Red Dragon River started from the most northwestern position. It sloped downwards to the right, all the way to the southeast of Southern Border. Jade Dragon River was at the top. Looking from the map of Southern Border, the entire river was like a gentle slope. Yellow Dragon River was in the shape of a few words. It suddenly protruded in the middle. It was much steeper than Jade Dragon River. Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River did not intersect, but Red Dragon River intersected with Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. The intersection of Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River was in Wu clan's territory. It formed a whirlpool in the center of the river. On the northeastern shore was Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian. And at the intersection of Red Dragon River and Jade Dragon River, the whirlpool in the center of the river was dozens of times larger than the whirlpool in the center of Red Dragon River. The spiritual energy was vast. At the center of the whirlpool, there were large numbers of spirit springs, numbering in the tens of thousands. These spirit springs were not stable. Every breath of time, more than 10 spirit springs would be born and destroyed. Thus, the vast amount of spiritual energy was instilled in the river. When Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable traveled to this place, he had once commented that in all of Southern Border, this was the most beautiful place. Here, the air was filled with primeval energy, large amounts of resources were produced. It was comparable to an outstanding grotto heaven or blessed land. This was also the place where the headquarters of 3 superforces were gathered. For example, Red Dragon River and Jade Dragon River intersected, forming the shape of a Buddha. The intersection was the whirlpool in the center of the river. Chai Clan's Human Smoke Mountain was at the top, Ba Clan's Mansion Mountain was below, and Xia Clan's Life Extension Mountain was to the right. In the last 3 days, Chai Clan's discussion hall had been filled with arguments. At this moment, it was no exception. Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder was sitting on his seat. His gaze was flickering with hesitation. Not long ago, he had received a letter from Fang Yuan. In the letter, Fang Yuan represented Wu clan as Wu Yihai, expressing his willingness to ally with Chai clan to attack Xia clan and Ba clan. This matter was extremely important. Chai clan's first Supreme Elder had no choice but to gather the clan's Gu immortals to discuss it. The argument in the discussion hall revolved around this matter. I don't think we can attack Ba clan and Xia clan. Wu clan's intention is clear. They want us to take action and relieve their external pressure. Once we attack, our Chai clan will have to face 2 super forces at the same time. If these 2 let go of Wu clan and attack us together, we will definitely be at a disadvantage. We will not be able to retaliate. A Chai clan Gu immortal shouted loudly from the center of the discussion hall. He had just finished shouting when a Gu immortal stood up from a corner and suggested, "We can choose one of them to fight." Even though Wu clan requested to fight both clans at the same time, these conditions were negotiated. This is not the principle of our actions. Sai, this is a huge matter. Our Chai clan has been reproducing for so many years. We have raised countless mortals. Once the battle starts, the other side only needs 1 Gu immortal to slaughter all of these mortals, causing our clan to suffer huge losses. An old Chai clan Gu immortal shook his head and sighed. He was very wary of the possibility of harming the innocent. Because of the limitations of human path methods, these mortals could not move out of Human Smoke Mountain range. This way, they needed an immortal Gu formation or immortal Gu house to defend themselves. Precisely because of this, we need to fight for more resources. That's right. Our Chai clan's advantage is that we have human path methods. Our descendants can produce geniuses. It is just that we do not have enough resources to nurture them. Once we get rid of 1 or even 2 of them, we will obtain a huge amount of resources. Becoming the #1 force in Southern Border is just around the corner. This was the opinion of the clan's pro-war faction. Chai clan's first Supreme Elder was silent. After listening for a while, he looked at a Gu immortal in the hall. Yu Yan, tell us your opinion. Chapter 1355. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. The discussion hall became silent. Everyone's gazes gathered on a Gu immortal. This Gu immortal was young and had an ordinary appearance, but he was an important person in Chai clan, the trusted aide and capable subordinate of Chai clan's first Supreme Elder. As an information path Gu immortal, Chai Yuyan pondered for a while before saying, "My thoughts might be different from everyone else. These last few days, I have been thinking about Wu Yihai. Wu Yong went missing. News of his death spread, regardless of whether it is true or not, or who did it. Wu clan is currently led by Wu Yihai. How his personality is, how sincere he is, these are all questions in my heart. Everyone knows Wu Yihai's origin. We really don't know much about him. After all, he is not a Gu immortal born and raised in southern border. Continue. Chai clan's first supreme elder's eyes shined with interest. Chai Yuyan smiled before continuing. Actually, everyone knows about Wu Yihai's previous information. There is no need for me to explain it here. From this information, everyone can more or less understand this person's nature and mentality. Let me talk about something that everyone might have overlooked. Oh, something that we all overlooked? Chai Yuyan rubbed his nose. It's that letter. In the letter, Wu Yihai expressed his desire to ally with our clan, to attack Ba clan and Xia clan together. He did not choose Ba clan or Xia clan alone, but listed both as his enemies. Wu clan's style has always been domineering. Isn't this their usual style? A Chai clan Gu immortal was puzzled. No. Wu Yihai is different. Chai Yuyan shook his head. This can be seen from how he handled Frosty Peak, as well as the agreement with mountain-moving old monster. His way of doing things is closer to a lone cultivator. After all, how long has it been since he joined Wu clan? Wu Yihai lacks Wu clan's domineering aura, but has the shrewdness of a lone cultivator. He is good at compromising, and in my opinion, he has great talent in the righteous path. Why did he list Ba clan and Xia clan as his targets? Just like what someone said just now. Why not choose one of them and compromise with the other? Because if we really joined hands with the Wu clan and chose one of the clans to fight, how could the other clan watch from the sidelines? They will definitely form an alliance to resist the alliance between our clan and the Wu clan. Chai clan's Gu immortals heard this and nodded, agreeing with Chai Yuyan. Love Gob Small Say Netka the Chai clan, Ba clan, and Xia clan were all gathered at the heart of the Scarlet Jade River. Their relationships were very complicated. If one family was strong, the other two families would definitely join forces to resist the enemy. The three of them formed a balance of power that restrained each other. This was also the reason why the Chai family had not been able to fight their way out after so many years of development. If the Chai clan were to ally with the Wu clan, it would definitely break this partial balance. How could the Ba clan and the Xia clan not ally? Therefore, in Fang Yuan's letter, he simply listed both of them as his targets. Because he knew that this was bound to happen. This means that Wu Yihai has a very mature eye. Since he was able to propose an alliance with my Chai family, he must have made a lot of preparations. There seems to be no need to worry about Wu clan fooling us. Someone said. Chai Yuyan nodded. What I want to say is that Wu Yihai has deep attainments in politics. From these actions and details, I can see that he is very sincere in cooperating with us. The truth is, our Chai clan will definitely make a move. It was not easy for our clan to suppress the Ba clan and the Xia clan until now. It was the hard work of several generations. There was also luck in this process. Once Ba clan and Xia clan devour more resources, our foundation will increase. Our Chai clan's advantage will be lost. Of course, we need to be careful in cooperating with the Wu clan. How should we start the battle? And to what extent should we restrict this battle? First Supreme Elder, you have to make a decision. However, we should at least send a portion of the Gu immortals to feign an attack. At least, we cannot let the Ba clan and Xia clan expand their territories too easily, right? Once he said this, the Chai clan Gu immortals in the hall nodded. Almost at the same time. Southern border, Myriad Snake Mountain, Chi clan's headquarters. Chi clan's first supreme elder held a letter Gu in his hand as he pondered. Chi clan was at the westernmost part of southern border. To the lower right was Yang clan, while to the right was Qiao clan. Chi clan and these two clans had territories bordering each other, but Yang clan was closer, and had the most territories bordering each other. Befriending the distant and attacking the nearby had always been a common diplomatic choice. Thus, Chi clan and Yang clan did not have a good relationship. Yang clan's Ghost Hand Mountain was at the source of the Yellow Dragon River. It had abundant resources and dangerous terrain. Yang clan's Gu immortals cultivated Soul Path, and had outstanding battle strength. They had always been a threat to Chi clan. In the past, Yang clan and Chi clan had many conflicts. They had a long history. To the right of Yang Clan, along the Yellow Dragon River to the east, was Wu Clan's territory. Actually, Wu Clan and Qi Clan were neighbors. Even though they did not share a border, Xiao Clan and Qi Clan did. Xiao Clan was supported by a certain generation's first supreme elder of Wu Clan. Xiao Clan was at the center of southern border's western region. They resisted Ba Clan and Xia Clan to the north, Qi Clan to the west. They could even restrain Yang Clan in the southwest of southern border. Qi Clan and Xiao Clan had conflicts from time to time. Everyone knew that Xiao Clan was Wu Clan's watchdog. Thus, Qi Clan and Wu Clan's relationship had always been good and bad, changing according to the situation. If one word was used to describe Qi Clan and Wu Clan's relationship, it would be ambiguous. Not long ago, Qi Clan had made things difficult for Wu Clan. But in the Super Gu formation on Etian Mountain, Qi Clan cooperated with Wu Clan and started the Immortal Opportunity business. Wu Hai, you have given me a difficult problem. In the study room, Qi Clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, sighed deeply. In the letter, Fang Yuan requested to ally with Qi Clan to deal with Yang Clan. Qi Chuyu was naturally moved, because he knew this was a good opportunity. This kind of opportunity was rare even in his lifetime. Any force needed to grow stronger. Even if they could not devour the Yang family's resources, they would still be able to weaken the Yang family's strength. This was all beneficial to the Qi family. Qi Clan had plenty of resources to spare. Not only because Qi Clan's headquarters were located in a remote area, but more importantly, Qi Clan was proficient in Gu formations. Set after set of immortal Gu formations were set up. Qi Clan's headquarters and the various resource points had outstanding defense. The Qi family didn't have much to worry about. Qi Clan also had 2 immortal Gu houses. And don't forget, there was also the rank 8 Gu immortal Qi Chuyu. Wu Yang's death had spread, half of southern border was in chaos. In such a chaotic situation, Qi Clan needed Qi Chuyu to make a quick decision. Several days later, inside the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan came out of his closed cultivation. He had a faint look of joy on his face. His closed cultivation was very fruitful. He had already modified Vajraback killer move. He had even practiced it several times. And in these few days, southern border's situation had undergone a huge change. Chai Clan sent Gu immortals to the center of the river. Posing as a threat, Ba Clan and Xia Clan had to restrain their strength and defend against them. Qi Clan's Gu immortals directly invaded Yang Clan's territory. The 2 clans had been neighbors for many years. It was easy for them to find an excuse. Both sides had already started fighting in 9 Phantom Mountain range. Qi Clan's old man was very decisive. He brought an immortal Gu house and moved out personally. This caused Yang Clan to be very nervous. They had to send an immortal Gu house and a large number of Gu immortals. Yang Clan did not have a rank 8 Gu immortal. They were in a passive state. Other than that, Luo Clan, Tai Clan, and Yi Clan were also making strange movements. Because of these clans, Fang Yuan sent letters to them. Of course, the contents of the letters were different from Qi Clan and Chai Clan. After all, these 4 clans were too far away. They were all in the eastern part of southern border. Even so, the strange movements of these clans drew some of Ho Clan's and Yao Clan's attention. Even though they knew that these clans were unlikely to make a move, they had to be on guard against such situations. As for Shang Clan, this clan had always been neutral. Even though Fang Yuan sent a letter, Shang Clan immediately replied and rejected Wu Clan's proposal. Suddenly, a spring breeze came, and the tense situation of the Wu and Xiao families suddenly eased up. Wu Clan and Xiao Clan's Gu immortals were greatly shocked at this result. Even though Fang Yuan only sent a few letters, it was not easy to convince the other super forces with just one letter. Especially in the letters, how much resources Wu Clan was willing to give up, and how much sincerity they were expressing was a problem worth considering. Fang Yuan handled the situation very well, beyond the limits of many people's imagination. Few people knew the contents of his letters, but they knew that these letters moved the Gu immortals of many super forces. This gave Wu Clan and Xiao Clan a chance to turn from defense to offense. It seems that my foundation in this aspect has not fallen. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had been the leader of a force. At that time, The 5 regions were in a chaotic war. The political situation was even more chaotic. There were alliances within the 5 regions, deceit, schemes, betrayals, and so on outside the 5 regions. Right now, the political chaos only revolved around Wu clan and Xiao clan. It was only in the western part of southern border. From Fang Yuan's perspective, it was not complicated. He did not need to think about it, he could directly attack it. Wu clan's immortal Gu house is finally here. Fang Yuan received another piece of information. The immortal Gu house had set off long ago, but something happened along the way. It was delayed for some time. No matter who it was, or if it was an accident, Fang Yuan had to wait for a day before he could receive this immortal Gu house. It seems that I need to leave this place. This dream realm had given Fang Yuan too much improvement. Many things had happened during this period. Towards such a treasure land, Fang Yuan was reluctant to leave. Chapter 1356. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Fang Yuan continued to deal with the matters that had accumulated during his closed cultivation. Lady White Rabbit wants to meet me? What is it? Fang Yuan used information path methods to ask Wuan. Soon, Fang Yuan understood Lady White Rabbit's intention. No, tell her to go back. Fang Yuan rejected her mercilessly. A day later, Wu clan's immortal Gu house would arrive. But Fang Yuan would not take Lady White Rabbit away. He needed a pawn here. Even if it was not inside the Super Gu formation, it would be good to place it outside. There was a huge risk in this. After all, Lady White Rabbit and Wu Yihai's relationship was very close, everyone knew about it. But a pawn needed to be used properly. Fang Yuan took in Lady White Rabbit back then not because of her beauty or friendship. He wanted to make use of her and squeeze out her value. Even though there is only 1 day left, I cannot waste it. I might be able to find something from the dream realms. But unfortunately, in Wu clan, Fang Yuan only saw absurd dream realms. This made him feel disappointed. In this final period of time, he only encountered absurd dreams. His luck was not very good. If he had a realistic dream realm, he would have improved a lot. I heard that Xiao clan has realistic dream realms. It is a pity. Those demonic Pathgu immortals have no methods. They all encountered realistic dream realms. Fang Yuan could not go to Xiao clan's territory. After all, it was their territory. If he exposed his dream realm exploration methods, it would be detrimental to Fang Yuan. At this time, Xiao clan's territory. There is 1 more day before we leave. Your dream realm exploration will end as well. Let's hurry up. Also, our Xiao clan is willing to pay a high price to purchase your dream path Gu materials. Xiaobo came to Fairy Miao Yin and the other 2 demonic path Gu immortals. There is no need to explore anymore. We can end it now. Fairy Miao Yin smiled at Xiaobo. Xiaobo was stunned. He had invited Goddess Miao Yin to explore the immortal serendipity many times, but this was the first time he saw Goddess Miao Yin smile at him like this. For a moment, his heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were filled with infatuation. But immediately after, his body trembled slightly. There was a soft sound. Xiaobo's pupils contracted to the size of a needle as he slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was a white hand with sharp nails that pierced through Xiaobo's chest. Not only did it pierce through Xiaobo's heart, but there was also a cold frost spreading from the wound. You, how dare you? Xiaobo didn't even finish his last words before he lost his life and turned into an ice sculpture. Xiaobo was dead. Behind him, Bai Ningbing was expressionless as she slowly retracted her hand. In midair, sparkling and translucent ice shards rained down. Her hands were snow-white and delicate, and the blood on them was stripped away along with the frost. The time is here, let's begin. The 3rd Gu immortal walked over. Her appearance gradually changed, revealing her original appearance. If it was not He Lulan, who else could it be? Is Lord Wu Yihai really not willing to see me again? Lady White Rabbit's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Wu, and Wu sighed, shaking his head. Let's go. There is no rush. You will meet again if there is a chance in the future. As long as you manage the immortal opportunity business properly, maybe Lord Wu Yihai will reward you in the future. Manage it properly? Lady White Rabbit's eyes turned completely black, a cold light flashed in her pupils. Seeing this, Wuan became vigilant, retreating. Lady White Rabbit, what's wrong with you? Don't do anything stupid. Lady White Rabbit's voice also changed. Don't talk about White Rabbit. I am not that weak fool who is in love with a heartless man. Remember, I am Black Tigress. Humph, what Black Tigress, it is time to teach you a lesson. My Wu clan is in a predicament. But small fries like you don't even think about, ugh. Before Wuan finished his words, his angry expression turned into extreme shock. He found that he could not move, not just that, his body and soul started to melt, turning into a pool of black water. Love go small say netku. What killer move is this? When did I get hit by it? At this time, Black Tigress's gloomy voice entered Wu An's ears. Enjoy it, this was meant for Wu Yihai. It is a pity that I did not get to see him. The moment he said that, Wu An completely melted, turning into a pool of black water. Boom, boom, boom. Wu An had just died under Black Tigress's domineering killer move, when the Super Gu formation shook intensely. The Super Gu formation was attacked. What is it? The Righteous Path Gu immortals stationed here reacted. Someone is attacking the Gu formation. They are inside the Gu formation. Soon Qi clan's leader, Qi Gue, found the problem. He informed the Righteous Path Gu immortals. The immortals' hearts sank. The Super Gu formation had strong defense, but it was divided into inside and outside. Attacking the Super Gu formation from the outside and attacking from the inside were two different things. Undeniably, an attack from the inside was much more destructive. Qiao clan is in trouble. A Righteous Path Gu immortal who was close to Qiao clan's base transmitted. Damn it, I said that this immortal opportunity business would have problems sooner or later. Qiao clan is playing with fire. Look! Ba Quanfeng screamed. Ba clan had not participated in the immortal opportunity business. Once he said that, many of the participating Righteous Path Gu immortals went silent. Don't worry, even so, our Qi clan ancestor is prepared. This Super Gu formation has a hidden formation within the formation. It has 4 layers. These demonic Path Gu immortals alone cannot even break through the surface layer. Qi Gue raised the morale. He also wanted to relieve his embarrassment. After all, Qi clan was one of the main parties in the immortal opportunity business. That's right, just a few rats. The Righteous Path Gu immortals calmed down. But at this time, boom, with a huge explosion, the entire Gu formation shook again, and the intensity was several times greater than before. Large numbers of Gu worms died, several immortal Gu were destroyed. What's going on? What's going on? Qi Gue was shocked. They actually found the formation core? Oh no, the other party came prepared, they did not attack rashly. They are working together. Earlier, the Gu formation also suffered an intense attack. Stop them. Activate. Quickly activate the Gu formation. Send some people to the location and kill those 3 demonic path scoundrels. Wu clan and Xiao clan's Gu immortals are all dead. Are there still people around? The Righteous Path Gu immortals transmitted to each other. They were in chaos. What's going on? In the hall of Wu clan's base, Fang Yuan was frowning. He was using the Gu formation to investigate the situation. He had been deducing a killer move earlier. This happened too suddenly. He was caught unprepared. Information was transmitted from the Gu formation to Fang Yuan's mind. Lady White Rabbit's transformation and the scene of her killing Wuan were all seen by Fang Yuan. Lady White Rabbit is actually a traitor. She seems to be a different person. She wants to deal with me. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. He immediately decided to go personally and kill White Rabbit, to take revenge for Wuan. Be it Wu Yihai's identity or Fang Yuan's need to maintain the stability of the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan had to kill Lady White Rabbit. To think that there would be such a huge mistake. Yihai, my Gu formation has gone out of control. Come and help me. Xiao Si Lu sent a request for help. She also sent the scene of Bai Ningbing killing Xiao Bo receiving this information. Fang Yuan's intention to go was immediately dispelled. Bai Ningbing? Hey Lulan. Why are they here? I understand. This is Shadow Sect's doing. Feng Yuan's heart shook. He stood on the spot, his eyes shining with bright light. After discovering Shadow Sect, even though his killing intent surged, he also dispelled the thought of going out. What a joke. Shadow Sect had rank 8 existences. Feng Yuan had seen this during the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Who knew where that Zishan Makoto was hiding? He might even be hiding nearby, waiting for Wu Yihai to come out and launch a sneak attack. Even though I have the Immortal Killer Move Reverse Flow Protection Seal that can block the attacks of rank 8 existences. But once I use it, my identity will be exposed. Even though Shadow Sect sent Lady White Rabbit to kill me, they did not find out that I am impersonating Wu Yihai. Otherwise, it would not be Lady White Rabbit who came to kill me. What do I do? Feng Yuan fell into rapid thinking. Wisdom path methods were used. All sorts of thoughts surged in his mind like surging tides. Shadow Sect's intention is clear. They are here to save Spectral Soul's main body. Shadow Sect definitely has a backup plan. I should wait and see. This super goo formation is not a joke. With this goo formation, it can block the attacks of rank 8 goo immortals. It is best if I do not show myself. Feng Yuan quickly decided on a strategy to deal with it. As for Qiao Silu, I don't care if you die. Yihai, come quickly. Qiao Silu urged. Feng Yuan had a cold expression as he rejected. Take it easy. I have some problems here. Wuan was actually assassinated by Lady White Rabbit. I cannot let this murderer off. What? Then be careful. Qiao Silu was shocked. She did not forget to care about Feng Yuan, not knowing that Feng Yuan had already abandoned her. Qiao Silu faced Fairy Miao Yin, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing alone. She was a rank 7 goo immortal. Fairy Miao Yin had similar cultivation level, while He Lulan and Bai Ningbing were rank 6. Thus, in Qiao Silu's opinion, the situation had not gone out of control. Her gaze was focused on Fairy Miao Yin. You are finished at this moment. The Super Goo formation has been activated. You are all trapped. Surrender and become my slave goo immortals. You still have a chance to live. Fairy Miao Yin smiled sweetly. Is that so? Chapter 1357. Right at this time, a powerful aura rose outside the Super Goo formation. Soon, it was discovered by the Righteous Path Goo Immortals controlling the Goo formation. There is a powerful aura ahead. The aura is rising so strong. A rank 8 Goo Immortal? The Righteous Path Goo Immortals gasped in shock. Is it Zishan Makoto? Feng Yuan, who was holed up in the hall, had a sharp gaze. No, it is not a Goo Immortal. It is an immemorial desolate beast. Ah, it is. Before he could finish his sentence, boom. The entire Super Goo formation suffered the fiercest blow in history. The entire Goo formation was shaking intensely. The hall formed by the Goo formation crumbled and broke apart. At once, heaven and earth collapsed. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. A huge hole was created in the Goo formation, but the Righteous Path Goo Immortals did not suffer heavy casualties. This was the difference between Goo formations and killer moves. Even though Goo formations were killer moves in formation path, after the Goo formation was set up, it paid more attention to the environment and the Goo worm's movement. When the Goo formation was destroyed, the Goo Immortals did not suffer much backlash. Of course, the Ancient Battle Formation was not included. Once the Ancient Battle Formation was destroyed, the Goo Immortals would suffer severe backlash. Especially the Goo Immortals controlling the formation. Cough cough. Smoke and dust rose. The hall that Feng Yuan was in was completely destroyed. Mortal goo were constantly being restored at the edges. Goo worm corpses were raining down. A huge hole was torn in the Super Goo formation. The dream realm that was completely covered and concealed was now exposed. Many Righteous Path Goo Immortals stood at the hole, looking at it in a daze. There, a huge figure was standing between heaven and earth. It was a humanoid immemorial desolate beast. It stood on 2 legs and had 2 monstrous claws. Its hair was disheveled and its body was pitch black. Goo Immortals, so many Goo Immortals, I want to eat. I want to eat all of you. After eating all of you, I will be closer to a human. This humanoid immemorial desolate beast growled. It was extremely excited. It is. A righteous path Gu Immortal pointed at this immemorial desolate beast, stammering in shock. Zui Hui. Feng Yuan subconsciously gritted his teeth, feeling great pressure. The moment he saw this immemorial desolate beast, Feng Yuan thought he was dreaming. But the Gu Immortal's cries, the broken walls of the hall, and the collapsing Super Gu formation reminded him that this was not a dream. Feng Yuan didn't expect Zui Hui to show up. This legendary primordial desolate beast had brought too much suffering and death to the southern border. None of these southern border righteous path Gu Immortals did not know him. Zui Hui's appearance shook the righteous path, and their morale fell. This was an existence stronger than ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals. Especially when the Super Gu formation was destroyed. The righteous path only had rank 7 and 6 Gu Immortals. What could they use to resist? Flesh and blood? In the 5 regions, only 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals could resist rank 8 existences, Feng Jioga and Lu Guanyi. Hold on. Don't panic. Our Gu formation has 4 layers. Just now the outermost layer was only destroyed. Move, enter the next layer. At the crucial moment, Qi Gue stood up. He was the leader arranged by Qi Clan. This Super Gu formation was created by Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, Qi Chuyu. Qi Gue naturally knew some secrets that others did not. As expected, there was a change in the Gu formation. It shined brightly. The Gu formation's disintegration stopped, the outer Gu formation was abandoned, and the inner defense reappeared. The third layer of the Gu formation appeared in front of Zui Hui. Even though it did not cover the entire dream realm, most of it was still concealed by the Gu formation. The righteous path Gu Immortals quickly retreated into the Gu formation. Feng Yuan was no exception. This was the only way now. Wu Yihai's true identity should not be known by Shadow Sect. If not, Shadow Sect, which had a wisdom path rank 8 Gu Immortal, would not have sent Lady White Rabbit to assassinate Feng Yuan. The enemy was in the open while he was in the dark. This was a clear advantage. At the same time, Feng Yuan had another advantage, immortal Gu houses. Wu Clan's immortal Gu house was on the way. Most Gu formations could not be moved, but immortal Gu houses could. Moreover, the power of immortal Gu houses could increase according to the amount and quality of immortal essence. They could resist the attacks of rank 8 existences. With an immortal Gu house, Feng Yuan's chances of escaping would increase greatly. But earlier, Wu Clan's immortal Gu house was delayed due to an unexpected situation. Was this done by Shadow Sect? Feng Yuan thought of this as he felt a dark shadow. "'Tisk so troublesome." Bai Ningbing looked at the well-defended third layer of the Gu formation as she frowned. "This is hard to deal with." He Lulan sighed. At this time, Ing Wu Xie's cold laughter entered their ears. "No worries, just dodge." Fairy Miao Yin, Bai Ningbing and He Lulan shuddered. They quickly retreated. Roar. At the next moment, Zui Hui roared, emitting a thunderous sound. The roar echoed in the sky, creating a huge sound wave that spread through the air. The trees and rocks around Zui Hui were all uprooted. It was like a storm was brewing. Next, Zui Hui breathed in deeply, its stomach and cheeks bulged. His entire body had doubled in size. Then it suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a huge beam of light shot out from between its sharp teeth. The pillar of light was dark gray. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it crashed into the third layer of the Gu formation. Everything was eerily silent. The third layer of the Gu formation was hit by the dark gray pillar of light. It quickly turned gray. Earlier, Zui Hui had attacked the Super Gu formation as well. The first few times, it was just a test. It was a calibration. Previously, it used the same killer move Grey Knight. With He Lulan by Ningbing and Fairy Miao Yin's cooperation, the fourth layer of the Gu formation was destroyed. Most of the righteous path Gu Immortals did not see these attacks clearly. But this time, they had all witnessed Zui Hui's terror. Heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. Endless darkness engulfed them. Time seemed to have slowed down. It only lasted for a breath of time. Boom. Another thunderous sound resounded in the world. It almost broke the immortals' eardrums. Heaven and earth shook. The third layer of the Gu formation was torn apart and attacked. It seemed like the previous scene was going to happen again. The righteous path Gu Immortals had pale expressions. They injected immortal essence into the goo formation desperately. After the tremors passed, the third layer of the goo formation was only half destroyed. It was still intact. This super goo formation was created by rank 8 goo immortal Chichuyu himself. It was made with a large number of immortal goo and mortal goo from Southern Border's righteous path forces. It was finally displaying its power. It resisted the signature attack of the legendary immemorial desolate beast Zuyi Hui. The righteous path goo immortals did not suffer any casualties. I am still alive. Someone almost cried from joy. This is Zuyi Hui's signature method, immortal killer move Grey Knight. We actually defended against it. Someone cheered. Chi Gue was covered in cold sweat, he said. This is the super goo formation created by our first Supreme Elder. How could we not defend against it? If not for the ambush earlier, the fourth layer might still be intact. Immortal killer move Grey Knight. It is different from what I encountered in the dream realm. Did it change its form? After so many years, Grey Knight has been modified. Did Zuyi Hui modify it? Or did someone else help? Was this person from Shadow Sect? Strange. If they had a pawn like Zuyi Hui, why did Shadow Sect not use it when they refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo? Was it because they did not have enough control? Or was it because of that rank 8 Goo Immortals edition? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Fairy Miao Yin, by Ningbing, and He Lulan arrived before the Super Goo formation again. They saw the damaged third layer Super Goo formation, but were not shocked or discouraged. Because they were not the only ones who returned this time. Ing Wuxia, as well as many demonic path Goo immortals and lone cultivators. Shadow Sect lacked manpower, but they did not lack resources. Normally, demonic path Goo immortals and lone cultivators lacked resources. They spent their entire lives searching for them. Zishan Makoto did not hesitate to spend a huge amount of resources to recruit a group of demonic path Goo immortals and lone immortals. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food, wealth moves people's hearts. Of course, these Southern Border Goo immortals were not fools. They waited for Zuyi Hui to activate Grey Knight before showing up with Ing Wuxia. On the other hand, it also proved that Shadow Sect had a good grasp of timing in people's hearts. In the eyes of these demonic path and lone immortals, not only did they have the wisdom path rank 8 great expert Zishan Makoto, they also had a legendary immemorial desolate beast like Zuyi Hui. The outcome of this battle was already set. They were the victors. Everything is as Zishan Makoto predicted. Attack the Goo formation's gaps separately. Whoever kills the enemies and expands the gap will obtain multiple rewards. Ing Wuxia shouted. Shadow Sect's side roared as they attacked the Super Goo formation fiercely. The Righteous Path quickly responded. Quick, block those gaps. We cannot let them in. I need time to activate the second layer of the Goo formation. Buy time for me. Chigui shouted. Zuyi Hui has already used Grey Knight twice. It is already at its limit. It needs to rest for a while. It is time to teach these demonic path scoundrels a lesson. Bada shouted. Fang Yuan squinted. He had been observing Zuyi Hui. He saw that after Zuyi Hui used Grey Knight, it fell into a weakened state. It breathed roughly and stayed on the spot, not moving. This made Fang Yuan rest assured. There were many Southern Border Goo immortals here. Many of them were familiar with history. They had a good understanding of Zuyi Hui. After all, whenever Zuyi Hui appeared and caused chaos in Southern Border's Righteous Path Goo immortals would work together to resist and fight against it. These Southern Border Righteous Path super clans had clear historical records and detailed information about Zuyi Hui. Chapter 1358. Kill. Charge. Block them and stall for time. Don't be afraid. So what if it is Zuyi Hui? The Goo formation is still here. We can hold on until reinforcements arrive. Shadow Sect attacked fiercely while Southern Border's Righteous Path defended with all their might. The third layer of the Goo formation was already half destroyed. There were holes everywhere. It provided little help to the Righteous Path Goo immortals. A chaotic battle ensued. Rumble, continuous explosions occurred. Wind, fire, water, and lightning collided like fireworks. There were no four paths. They used immortal Goo and even immortal killer moves from the start. The entire battlefield was in a heated state. You cannot hold on. Fairy Miao Yin had a beautiful figure. She smiled as she floated in the air. In front of her was Qiao Si Lu. Qiao Clan's fairy was silent. The situation had changed too quickly. Earlier, the righteous path had the advantage, but now, they were at a disadvantage. Even with the Super Gu formation, they could only defend passively. They could not take the initiative. For the righteous path Gu immortals, their only way out was to defend and wait for reinforcements. Who are you? You can mobilize the legendary immemorial desolate beast, Zui Yi Hui. Qiao Si Lu asked with concentration. Fairy Miao Yin smiled. We are here to kill you. Her killing intent suddenly surged, and a pair of pink moon-shaped shadows appeared in her eyes. Immortal killer move Curved Moon. This was a sight attack technique. The aura was completely concealed. Once it was used, the enemy would not have time to react. It was hard to defend against. Qiao Si Lu was hit immediately. But soon, her dress and skin started to shine with layers of jade green light. In the faint radiance, slender willow branches condensed and formed. They were like dancing ribbons, surrounding her body from head to toe, floating like a fairy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The green willow branches were not just for defense. They quickly flew towards Fairy Miao Yin with great agility. Fairy Miao Yin was stunned. She quickly retreated. She dodged all the willow branches, but she could not defend against the shadows below them. One of the shadows shot up from the ground. Like a venomous snake, it attacked Fairy Miao Yin. This is an additional move? Fairy Miao Yin could not conceal her shock on her beautiful face. Supplementary moves were similar to consecutive moves, split moves, and variation moves. They were also special techniques that Gu immortals used to activate killer moves. It was hard for ordinary people to grasp. What was a supplementary move? Under normal circumstances, it referred to two different immortal killer moves, one main and one supplementary. For example, Qiao Si Lu's willow twig attack was her main attack. And the shadow under the willow branch was the secondary move, attached to the main move. Once the main move was activated, there was a certain chance that the secondary move would also be activated and explode with power. Fairy Miao Yin did not expect Qiao Si Lu to have mastered such a difficult technique. She was not careful and was hit in the face by the shadow of the willow branch. A long and thin wound gradually appeared, and a drop of bright red blood was soaked in it. It was extremely obvious on Fairy Miao Yin's beautiful face. Qiao Si Lu laughed out loud. I wasn't careful and made you disfigured, Sister Miao Yin. If we continue to fight, you won't be able to share the same fame as me. Fairy Miao Yin snorted. Qiao Si Lu took the initiative to attack. Her whole body was covered in green willow branches. These rootless willow branches were the manifestation of killer moves. They were extremely agile. They were like dozens of whips that lashed at Fairy Miao Yin. The frequency of their attacks was very high. It was like a green storm had been created. Fairy Miao Yin was surrounded. Not only did she have to defend against the willow branches, she also had to pay attention to the shadows on the ground. One of the willow branches might suddenly attack Fairy Miao Yin. Crack, crack, crack. Crisp sounds could be heard continuously. Even though Fairy Miao Yin put up her defenses, her clothes were still torn by the willow branches. Fairy Miao Yin retreated while using her hands to block the willow branches' attacks. A moment later, her clothes were in tatters, her snow-white skin was exposed. It was an enchanting sight that could make any man's blood boil. Qiao Si Lu chased after her. Good times did not last long. Her opponent suddenly shouted as a pair of slender arms appeared behind her back. Fairy Miao Yin had 4 arms now. With 4 arms protecting her, Fairy Miao Yin immediately stabilized herself. It was more than enough to defend against the willow branches' attacks. Qiao Si Lu could not help but sigh internally. This was an immortal killer move. Wondrous Hand, Fairy Miao Yin's signature killer move. Qiao Si Lu knew about it clearly. The reason why she attacked first was to catch Fairy Miao Yin off guard, to maintain the pressure, and make it hard for her to have a rhythm. But in the end, Qiao Si Lu's strategy failed. In the end, Goddess Miao Yin was forced to use this move. Even though Fairy Miao Yin was facing strong external pressure, she was not a newbie like Zhao Lianyun. Fairy Miao Yin did not make a mistake. She withstood the pressure and successfully used her killer move. The success of this move immediately changed the situation of the battle. Xiao Lu slowly flew backwards. She stopped her attacks and retreated, using the incomplete Gu formation to fight a long battle. She had chased Fairy Miao Yin earlier. She had already left the Super Gu formation. It was a wise move to return now. It is my turn now, Sister Lu. You have to endure it. Fairy Miao Yin smiled, but her gaze was dark. His forehands began to weave hand seals. Her slender, white fingers shone with a dazzling light. Clank, clank, clank. Thud, 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 thud. As he moved his fingers, every time his fingers collided, a melodious sound could be heard. The crisp sound spread around, creating translucent sound waves that could be seen by the naked eye. The sound waves spread rapidly, with Fairy Miao Yin as the center. They quickly spread to the surroundings. The incomplete third layer of the Gu formation was being destroyed by the small sound waves. The speed of its collapse increased by several times. The sound waves quickly appeared and dissipated. Xiao Lu had a solemn expression. She strengthened her defenses. The willow branches coiled around her body. Both sides fell into a deadlock. And in another gap, Shang Clan Gu Immortal Shang Guili crossed his arms, blocking the gap as he looked at He Lulan. He had an arrogant and disdainful expression. A mere rank 6 Gu Immortal dares to attack. You are truly courting death. Forget it, I will kill you first before going to reinforce my comrades. Saying so, he vanished on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared behind He Lulan. Next, he stretched out his right hand. His right hand turned into a white bone claw as he clawed at He Lulan's back. Swoosh! A soft sound echoed. The white bone claw tore through He Lulan's defenses, stabbing into her back as blood splattered. He Lulan growled. She turned around and retaliated. Shang Guili vanished on the spot again. At the next moment, he appeared in the incomplete formation. He Lulan's counterattack did not land. She growled in pain. Her expression was distorted. On her back, there were 5 deep wounds that exposed her bones. Shang Guili showed a look of disdain and mockery. That's all you have? My next attack will take your life? Why? Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. On the white bone claw, He Lulan's flesh and blood started burning. The fire was very peculiar. It burned brighter and brighter. In the blink of an eye, it covered Shang Guili's entire right hand. You fell for it so easily. He Lulan laughed. Immortal killer move, flesh blood fire. Dragon man? A middle-aged Gu immortal with a large nose. Chai Huaxiong's upper body was exposed. He had a strong build. His muscles were red like they were on fire. Every time he breathed, sparks flew out of his nostrils. He was muscular and bold. He stood on the spot, blocking the huge hole in the Gu formation behind him. You are quite knowledgeable. Bai Ningbing's expression was calm as water. She stretched out her right arm. Frost energy spread out from her jade-like hand as snowflakes fell. Bam! Chai Huaxiong stopped abruptly. There was a loud sound as the ground sank. His entire body shot out like a cannonball, crashing towards Bai Ningbing. Take this! Chai Huaxiong roared in the air. Large amounts of fire burst out of his nose, mouth, and even his pores. In the blink of an eye, the blazing fire filled Bai Ningbing's vision. Bai Ningbing's gaze was cold. She did not dodge. She stared at the approaching Chai Huaxiong without blinking. Her lips curled up. She called out in excitement. Good timing. Before she finished speaking, she actually charged forward. Her figure was much smaller compared to Chai Huaxiong. Now that they collided, she was like a moth flying into a flame. Boom! An intense explosion occurred. The attacks from both sides were in a stalemate in midair, directly splitting the small battlefield into 2. Half was fire, half was ice. They were completely different, opposing each other. The fire was burning. It had the power to burn all living beings, while the ice on the other side was freezing. It seemed like it was going to freeze countless living beings to death. The fire could not melt the ice, while the ice could not freeze the fire. The 2 sides were evenly matched. Shortly after, the fire dissipated and the ice condensed, revealing 2 figures wrapped in ice. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot, her dragon eyes shining with excitement and concentration. On the other side, the imposing Chai Clan Gu immortal staggered back, staring at Bai Ningbing in disbelief. Impossible, you are only a rank 6 Gu immortal. Bai Ningbing grinned, showing her white teeth. I was praising you for being knowledgeable earlier. It seems you are really not worthy of praise. When she said the word you, Bai Ningbing charged forward. By the time she finished speaking, she had already arrived in front of Chai Huoxiong. She jumped into the air, raising her right arm high. She was like a snow goddess descending to the world, bringing with her boundless wind and snow. Her divine might was awe-inspiring and inviolable. Next, Bai Ningbing's right arm was like a giant blade, chopping down on Chai Huoxiong. "White Rabbit, you slut, hand over your life!" Wu Liao shouted. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with anger and hatred. Although he and Wuan did not get along normally, they were both Wu Clan Gu immortals. Now that White Rabbit killed Wuan, Wu Liao charged out with hatred, wanting to take revenge for Wuan. Unfortunately, the changed Lady White Rabbit, no Black Tigress, her cultivation level had broken through to rank 7. Her battle strength had risen greatly. Wu Liao was only a rank 6 Gu immortal. He could not do anything to Lady White Rabbit. He was in danger instead. "Back down, Wu Liao, you are not her match." Feng Yuan blocked Wu Liao, who was about to attack again. His gaze was filled with cold killing intent as he stood in front of Lady White Rabbit. Chapter 1359. Black Tigress laughed strangely. Her cute face became twisted and sinister. Her pure and clear eyes were now filled with a sinister light. Her eye bags were heavy, as if she had stayed up for half a month. Her eyeshadow was like 2 black butterfly wings, extending from the corners of her eyes to her temples. Even though her appearance did not change much, she was sinister and ruthless. Her aura had changed. She was completely different from her previous cute and innocent self. White Rabbit, true inheritance, interesting. Feng Yuan's body shined with light. After the light faded, Feng Yuan had turned into a giant tortoise. Immortal killer move. Divination tortoise transformation. GUH. Rank 7 formation path. Gu immortal Chi Gue coughed out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, damn it. He cursed endlessly, his eyes staring at the corpse fragments of the immortal Gu floating in front of him. This immortal Gu had been injured by Zuyi Hui's attack. Earlier, when Chi Gue wanted to activate the second layer of the Super Gu formation, this immortal Gu finally reached its limit and broke apart. The activation of the Gu formation failed. It would cause a chain reaction and cause damage to the other immortal Gu. Chi Gue quickly used his own body to bear the backlash of the Gu formation's collapse. He managed to preserve this Gu formation, but he was already heavily injured. Is it serious? Bada quickly went to check. Chi Gue swallowed the blood in his mouth. His face was pale like a corpse. Very serious. This destroyed immortal Gu is one of the pillars. The second layer has over 300,000 Gu worms, but there are only 4 immortal Gu of such status. We need to find a substitute and activate the second layer of the Gu formation. This Gu formation has many layers. Without the second layer, the first Gu formation at the center cannot be established. After pausing for a while, Chi Gue shouted anxiously. Who has Earth Path Immortal Gu? Give them to me. This is a crucial moment of life and death. Beside him, Ba Quanfeng and Bada looked at each other helplessly. The former was a Wind Path Gu Immortal, while the latter cultivated Wood Path. They did not have any Earth Path Immortal Gu. As Chi Gue healed himself, Bada and Ba Quanfeng went to ask them one by one. The reason why he asked them one by one was naturally because he wanted to hide the bad news as much as possible. After all, one's mentality would also affect one's combat power. At this moment, the fewer people who knew about the situation, the better. Thankfully, among the 5 regions, Southern Border had the most Earth Path Gu Immortals. Soon many people expressed their willingness to contribute their Earth Path Immortal Gu. Chi Gue took a look. None of these Earth Path Immortal Gu were good choices, but he could only choose the best among them. He reluctantly chose one that was the closest to the original Earth Path Immortal Gu. Chi Gui's injuries had not yet healed, but he did not care. Next, I need to deduce and think of a way to add this Earth Path Immortal Gu into the Gu formation as soon as possible. My safety is in your hands. This action was undoubtedly very risky. It was equivalent to placing one's life in the hands of others. However, Chi Gui's face was filled with determination, without any hesitation. He knew that he had no way out, and he had to race against time. He had to take a gamble. Bard's expression was grave as he nodded slowly. I promise you that I will protect you with my life. Even if Zhuo Yihui comes, he will have to step over my dead body first. This was the truth. He was not hypocritical. In this situation, even though Bard had great battle strength, he could not resist Zhuo Yihui. He could not change the situation. He was not Feng Jiuge, nor did he have reverse flow protection seal like Feng Yuan. Bard did not know that an immortal Gu house of Wu clan was on the way. But ever since Shadow Sect attacked, he had used information path methods to inform Ba clan. The other Gu immortals did the same. Defending and waiting for reinforcements was the only way for Bada and the rest to survive. Like this, Qi Gui focused all his attention on the Gu formation. Bard, who was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest in terms of combat power, was in charge of the defense. Right now, Wu clan and Xiao clan were in trouble. Their reputation was at rock bottom. Ba clan's Bard was the most suitable leader. Towards this opportunity, Bard did not give up. As the strongest person to protect Qi Gui, he was at the back, observing the battlefield. All in all, the Righteous Path's defense was still stable. The elite Righteous Path Gu immortals used the incomplete Gu formation to retreat in time. And the Demonic Path Gu immortals came with great momentum, but they did not have many true experts. It was not that Southern Border did not have any Demonic Path or Lone Cultivator experts, but they had already lost a lot in the Battle of Etian Mountain. Even though the Righteous Path also suffered great losses in that battle. Compared to the Demonic Path, the Righteous Path was more stable. They had a lot of resources and could easily nurture Gu immortal experts. One could imagine that unless something special happened, according to this trend, Southern Border's Righteous Path would suppress the Demonic Path and Lone Cultivators in the near future. Bard's gaze paused on Fairy Miao Yin He Lulan, and by Ningbing's battlefield for a while. He looked at the rest before stopping on Feng Yuan. Wu Yihai. He murmured this name in his mind, and sighed deeply. He had once wanted to suppress Wu Yihai, and teach Wu clan a lesson. But now, they were in the same boat. Even though Bard had great ambitions, and wanted to replace Wu clan and make Ba clan flourish. But now he did not mind fighting alongside Wu Yihai. He still had this bit of magnanimity. Of course, this was only for the time being. When the danger was over, Bard would definitely settle the score. With this happening, Bada could be said to have grasped Feng Yuan's weakness. Before this, when Wu clan and Xiao clan met with mishaps, Bard had been enduring and did not use the immortal opportunity business as leverage. He had kept this leverage until now, and there was finally a happy result. Black Tigress continued to jump around. She was extremely agile as countless Vajra thoughts flashed by. After her personality changed, this former Lady White Rabbit actually used a dark path method. Not only that, her rank 6 cultivation level suddenly rose to rank 7. This was simply unreasonable. But no matter how fast she dodged, she was only slightly faster than Feng Yuan's thoughts. Today was different from the past. If Feng Yuan had just obtained Vajra Thought Immortal Gu, he might not be able to do anything to this Black Tigress. But at this moment, Feng Yuan was already familiar with it. Thoughts rained down like rain. They cooperated with each other and formed a dense net of firepower. Black Tigress could dodge for a while, but she would still be trapped by Feng Yuan's countless thoughts. Immortal killer move, Corner Tiger. Realizing that she was at a disadvantage, Black Tigress's aura burst out as she tapped on the ground lightly. The black liquid quickly spread on the ground. A breath of time later, the black water became the size of a pond. 2 breaths of time later, the black water boiled and bubbled. 3 breaths of time later, a horse-sized gecko jumped out of the black water. This gecko was dark in color. Its eyes were shimmering with light. It was not real. It was purely formed from a dark path killer move. The gecko was extremely fast. It moved like the wind as it landed on Black Tigress's feet, carrying her as they escaped. Compared to Black Tigress, Feng Yuan, who had turned into a divination tortoise, was very cumbersome. Ever since he transformed, he had not moved. He was blocking the hole in the Gu formation behind him. But even though Feng Yuan's main body did not move, the thoughts that he sent out were like small tortoise-shell Vajra thoughts. They were extremely agile. They surrounded the divination tortoise's huge body, flying up and down, moving left and right. After the battle started, Feng Yuan had been using Vajra back killer move with all his might. The small tortoiseshell thoughts expanded rapidly. Feng Yuan was very cautious. He first used these thoughts to protect this area, before using more and more tortoiseshell thoughts to expand outwards. Black Tigress stood on the black gecko. She could advance and retreat freely, but she was gritting her teeth. On the surface, she had a huge advantage in speed. She had the initiative in the battle. But the truth was, she had to get past Feng Yuan's obstruction and attack the hole in the remnant formation. Feng Yuan, however, firmly blocked her path of attack. Black Tigress moved left and right. She tried to charge at Feng Yuan's main body. She actively manipulated these small tortoiseshell thoughts. She purposely exposed a flaw several times, but Feng Yuan did not fall for it. He defended himself well, chasing Black Tigress away. Feng Yuan was wary of Black Tigress' killer move. Although Feng Yuan did not know the name of that move, he had witnessed the scene of Wu En's body turning into a puddle of black water after being hit by the move without a sound. Black Tigress' move was prepared for me. She asked to meet me, but I rejected her, so it was worth using it on Wu En. This means that this move's attack range is small. It is very limited. Like Dark Assassination. Even though its aura is concealed and it has great destructive power, its weakness is also very obvious. More and more thoughts appeared around Feng Yuan. The small tortoise shell continued to spin. It was a scene that made people's eyelids go numb. Black Tigress had no choice but to retreat. Seeing so many small tortoise shells, her chest heaved up and down in anger. The old tortoise's transformation is really suitable for you, Lord Wu Hai. She suddenly laughed, revealing cruel killing intent. However, don't think that this is the extent of my abilities. Have a taste of this move. Saying so, Black Tigress opened her cherry mouth, aiming at Feng Yuan, and stuck out her tongue. Her tongue was very cute. It was bright red. But her lips were black as ink. Black lips and red tongue formed a sharp contrast. Her tongue flicked out and retracted. It was extremely fast. It was like a playful girl next door, making a cute face. But Feng Yuan felt his back go numb, as if he had received a strong injury. He quickly turned his tortoise neck, turning around to look behind him. He found that there was a small hole on his shell. This small hole was only the size of a wash basin. Compared to the size of the tortoise shell, it was not even worth mentioning. However, it was very deep, and the wound was constantly expanding outwards. The entire hole was emitting black smoke in spirals, and it was making sizzling sounds. Chapter 1360. Feng Yuan's heart shook. What killer move is this? The toughest part of the divination tortoise is its shell, but it could not endure this move's damage. Even though my sovereign immortal body has the characteristic of non-conflicting Dao marks, an immemorial desolate beast's skin and flesh are thick, but it still ended up like this? Black Tigress' battle strength was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. Her method was very strange. Even the divination tortoise's defense could not withstand it. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan did not dare to hold back. He quickly used rank 7 Immortal Goo precaution. This rule path Immortal Goo had already been successfully added by Feng Yuan into the killer move Vajra Shell. Immediately, the original Vajra Shell killer move stopped, and a brand new Vajra Shell killer move was activated. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew. The divination tortoise's aura changed. The brand new Vajra Shell killer move used a large number of time path mortal goo. The effect of these goo worms was to get rid of the 10 breaths of time weakness when precaution immortal goo was used alone. Thus, once Vajra Shell killer move was activated, precaution immortal goo would take effect immediately. The small tortoise shell thought expanded, becoming even bigger. At the same time, the divination tortoise's main body started to shine with a metallic light. Its color also became darker. Black Tigress' expression changed. She stuck out her tongue and licked again. The two were far apart, but even at such a distance, Feng Yuan was still attacked. Another hole appeared on the tortoise shell, but this time, the hole was only the size of an adult's fist. The wound was shallow. There was no black smoke coming out of it. Moreover, the black smoke from the previous wound had already dissipated. The spread of the wound was much slower. Black Tigress snorted. She was unwilling to give up, she muttered. In that case, I will attack this place. At the next moment, Fang Yuan felt his body go numb. Next, intense pain assaulted him. There was also a feeling of numbness mixed in. The injury was not light. Fang Yuan quickly went back into the shell. Damn it! Black Tigress saw this. Her eyes were spewing fire. Fang Yuan was very shameless. Not only that, but he also retracted his limbs and tail into his shell. All that was left behind were the thoughts of the turtle shell, which continued to spin and grow in number, increasing the strength and range of the defense. Hei Ting continued to lick the turtle shell, but to no avail. She had fallen into a predicament, and there was nothing she could do about Fang Yuan. Wu Liao was healing himself as he watched the battle. When he saw this scene, he sweated profusely. He could not help but think. Just like this, how long will Lord Wu Yihai have to wait to take revenge for Wuan? Bard snorted coldly. He was also a little dissatisfied. The other openings were in dire straits, but on Fang Yuan's side, things were slow and unhurried. Fang Yuan curled up in a comfortable manner. He quickly thought about Black Tigress' killer move. Any killer move would usually have a specific target. For example, a fireball killer move, after the fireball is activated, it would condense in the palm and fly out. Only then would it have any killing effect. But where to fly, which direction, which target? The killer move would need to contain the ability to point towards the target. Wherever the killer move pointed, the fireball would fly. If the ability to point was ordinary, the fireball would fly in a straight line. Once it was out of his hand, he could no longer control or change its flight direction. If the ability to point was stronger, the fireball could fly in a curved trajectory. After leaving the palm, it could even slightly adjust its flying angle. Even stronger, the fireball could track its target. Hei Ting's killer move definitely has a directional ability. Although it is not as obvious as the fireball, and is formless and formless. But without a directional ability, it is impossible, because it is not an AoE attack but a concentrated attack. Then how does it point towards the target? Is it through sight? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan diverted his attention and activated a goo worm. A thick fog appeared around the divination tortoise, enveloping it. What is this Wu Yihai trying to do? Hei Ting suspected that Fang Yuan was going to use another immortal killer move. She stretched out her tongue and licked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was hit again. Not sight. Is it smell? Fang Yuan used another method. The fog suddenly became extremely smelly. Wu Liao, who was closer, smelled the stench and his expression twisted. He quickly activated his goo worm and breathed internally. The stench wafted in the air and quickly spread, attracting the gazes of the other groups. This Wu Yihai is actually trying to break the enemy's killer move. Bada's eyes shined. He saw through Fang Yuan's intention. He snorted coldly, feeling even more dissatisfied. Normally, the possibility of breaking the enemy's killer move on the spot was very low. They needed to experiment continuously. Even if they understood the principle, they might not have the corresponding immortal goo or methods to use it. Trying to break the killer move was usually a one-on-one battle. In this urgent situation, he still has the time to break the killer move? If he has methods, he should directly kill the enemy. Ba Quanfeng expressed his dissatisfaction. Bada turned a deaf ear. This was not the time for internal conflict. Hei Ting hesitated for a moment. She stretched out her tongue again and licked Fang Yuan. A hole appeared on Fang Yuan's shell again. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. I get it, it might be her sense of taste. Normally speaking, the sense of taste required close contact with the tongue. But goo immortals' tongues, under the effect of immortal goo or killer moves, it was not hard for them to taste things remotely. Every time I use it, Hei Ting will need to stick out her tongue. She is with Shadow Sect, and Shadow Sect has a food path true inheritance. Only such an unorthodox path can have such an effect on my divination tortoise transformation, which has deep defense. Let me test it. The divination tortoise's body slowly turned red, especially its shell. It was like the bottom of a burning pot. Hei Ting licked it. She took in a deep breath. Gasp, so hot! The divination tortoise's red color faded. A strange smell appeared in the air. Hei Ting licked it. She almost vomited. She frowned. So salty. The divination tortoise changed again. Hating stopped trying. She could tell what Fang Yuan was trying to do. This guy. He is trying to break my killer move. He is not trying to use an immortal killer move. Damn it. Hating had felt that the divination tortoise's changes were the prelude to Fang Yuan's immortal killer move. Thus, she attacked repeatedly, trying to disrupt Fang Yuan's killer move. If she succeeded, the backlash would definitely injure Fang Yuan. Then she would have hope of getting past this tortoise-shell obstacle. In this situation, he actually has the time to try and break my killer move. Fang Yuan's actions were illogical. After all, the battlefield was a race against time. Who would have the time to do so? But precisely because of this, Hating fell for it. After realizing this, Hating stopped using this killer move. She used other methods to attack from afar. She swung her fists left and right, and the black and green fist force shuttled through the messy little tortoiseshell thoughts. Some of them were destroyed by the little tortoiseshell thoughts, and some of them broke through the little tortoiseshell thoughts along the way and hit the back of the divination tortoise. Even though the damage was negligible, every time the fist force landed, Fang Yuan's body shook uncontrollably. Evidently, this immortal killer move had rule path goo worms mixed in. Hating was interfering with Fang Yuan to prevent him from using an immortal killer move. It was a good method. It really is the sense of taste. Fang Yuan's was still in his shell. Even though he had some results, he was still far from unraveling Hating's killer move. Fang Yuan was not anxious. Hating was no longer using this move. Pure fist force interference had no effect on Fang Yuan. Because of Wu Yihai's identity and methods, he was weak in offense but strong in defense. Hating's defense against Fang Yuan's killer move was unfounded. Fang Yuan had a powerful offensive method, but because of his identity, he could not use it. Once he used it, he would attract huge suspicion. His identity would be exposed. Thus, the rhythm of the battle slowed down again. Fang Yuan did not want to attack, or rather, he could not use any effective methods to attack, while Hating could not break through the cowardly Fang Yuan. After some time, the number of small tortoise shells around Fang Yuan had increased to 100,000. Hating felt that she had no way to attack. The huge number of small tortoise shells was shocking. It was an eye-catching sight in the battlefield. Bada looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. He could not help but transmit. Wu Yihai, I heard you have 2 other transformations. At this moment, why are you still holding back? Quickly kill your opponent and reinforce the others. Or rather, do you really have some relationship with this white rabbit? You can't do it? Fang Yuan heard Bada's transmission but ignored him, acting like he did not hear it. Bada did not get a response. He gritted his teeth in anger. His gaze towards Fang Yuan became colder and colder. Fang Yuan was thinking about his situation. Shadow Sect definitely wants to save Spectral Soul's main body. They are attacking this place. They controlled Zui Yihui, but their control should be limited. There is also a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Zishan Makoto, who has yet to show up. The Righteous Path has a Super Gu formation. It can defend for some time. As long as we stall for some time, reinforcements will come from all directions. And I have Reverse Flow Protection Seal. I can resist rank 8s. My strength is neither too high nor too low. Zishan Makoto is a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. How can he not have a backup plan? These Righteous Path Gu Immortals are not at their wits' end yet. I should conceal my identity and wait for a chance to fish in troubled waters. Who knows, I might really get a big fish this time. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that he had a great chance. He had the strength, but he needed to wait for the right time. Shadow Sect was a huge threat to him. He had always wanted to kill them and exterminate them. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had chased after them many times without success. It was not that he did not work hard or was not resolute, but the Shadow Sect members were truly dragons and phoenixes among men. They were all elites. But now there was no doubt that it was an excellent opportunity. Chapter 1361. First, I changed AB. Black Tigress was wrong, it was B. Now, I changed Black Tigress to Black Tigress. Black Tigress was the name I wanted to give Lady White Rabbit's other personality. Tigress was a plant, it meant tiger. Everyone should be familiar with Lu Bu's Red Rabbit horse. Why did such a powerful mount have to be named Scarlet Rabbit? Actually, there was a saying that it was not called Red Rabbit horse, but Red Daughter horse. Rabbit meant rabbit, and daughter meant tiger. Lu Bu's mount should have been Red Tigress, which meant red tiger. Because of the fake characters or other reasons, it gradually became Red Rabbit horse. Personally, I am more inclined to this saying. Therefore, the meaning of Hatung was Black Tiger, which formed a sharp contrast with the previous White Rabbit. Everyone saw her signature killer move, Daughter Lick. Honestly speaking, this is a food path killer move. Why did she choose this name? Daughter Lick was the opposite of Tiger Bite, but it did not have the aggressiveness of the latter. Instead, it was small and sinister. It suited the character of Black Tigress very well. Next, I will talk about the reason for the sudden increase in chapters today. Why the sudden increase in chapters? To repay the readers who have always supported me. Ever since I became a full-time writer last month, I fell into a predicament. It was mental fatigue and irritation. Because I locked myself at home every day, thinking about plots and whatnot from morning to night. After a long time, I became depressed and depressed. My condition became worse and worse. I realized that I could not continue like this. I would only destroy myself. Thus, I worked hard to adjust myself, interacting more with society, going out more and gradually adjusting. During this period of time, some people doubted me, denied me, mocked me. Actually, I did not care. After so many years, I was already used to it. But scolding my friends who had always supported me, I could not bear it. In one of my book reviews, I used this analogy. Some of the readers are like my schoolmates from primary school. We have known each other for 4 to 5 years, some for 2 to 3 years. No matter what the book is like, we have always supported each other. No matter how bad my condition is, no matter how bad Gudao Master's writing is, we are always together. It was just like the first elementary school I attended. Although it had been abandoned and torn down, we, as schoolmates, would always take a look when we passed by. It was a purely subconscious action. Perhaps he would even lie down in front of the iron gate of the elementary school and look at the desolation inside. Yes, I am talking about feelings. Some people might be disgusted by this phrase. Did it have to be so vulgar? What I want to say is that you don't understand our feelings. They don't understand that we have faced all kinds of censure, ridicule, and struggle. Of course, I welcome new friends to join us. I am very willing to make our harmonious and united group even stronger. Today's update is dedicated to you, my friends. I know. You guys have always been here. Chapter 1362. Feng Yuan had thought that there was no hope of pursuing him, but to think that Shadow Sect would actually give this precious opportunity to Feng Yuan. Because of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect would definitely not let Feng Yuan off. If I do not get rid of Shadow Sect and give them a chance to grow, Feng Yuan might end up like Ma Hongyan. If I get rid of Shadow Sect, who would know Feng Yuan's identity? Getting rid of this problem while it was still growing was Feng Yuan's best choice, and he could also get rid of the weakness of Connect Luck. Next, he could slowly grow and secretly use Dream Realms to cultivate. With the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Feng Yuan had the best foundation in the world. After 500 years, Feng Yuan's strength would definitely be incomparable to before, be it cultivation level, battle strength, or wealth, they would all be unimaginable. Feng Yuan did not know that the world was changing. The Great Era was right in front of him. In the 5 regions' chaotic war, he could take advantage of the situation, or even forcefully attack. The Celestial Court might not be able to do anything to Feng Yuan. If the situation went well, after he cultivated to rank 9, he would be one step closer to eternal life. This was Feng Yuan's cultivation plan. It was very practical. Right now, the best opportunity to get rid of Shadow Sect was right in front of Feng Yuan. How could Feng Yuan let it go? Most importantly, Shadow Sect did not know that Feng Yuan was here. Feng Yuan was in the dark. Who knew that Wu Yihai was him? No one in the righteous path knew. Even his brother Wu Yong in name was kept in the dark. Needless to say, getting rid of Wu Yihai and impersonating him to join Wu clan was a brilliant move. Even though there was a risk, without this step, how could Feng Yuan get such an opportunity? Feng Yuan had to grasp it. Maybe this time, I can even capture Spectral Soul's main body. With Spectral Soul's main body, after soul searching and interrogating, I can obtain all of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's cultivation memories and experiences. His various soul path experiences, his experiences and horizons, his various experiences in the door of life and death. Countless Gu recipes, killer moves, secrets. Disregarding everything else, the thing that moved Feng Yuan the most was lead soul into dream. With this killer move, together with his own unraveled dream method and guts Gu, in terms of dream realm exploration, Feng Yuan would firmly occupy the #1 position in the world. He would have a huge first mover advantage. All the Gu immortals and forces in the world would be left behind. Even the celestial court would have to eat dust behind Feng Yuan. Ding ding ding. The sound waves were like dense ripples, floating around Xiao Si Lu. Fairy Miao Yin's arms had increased to 6. Her fingers moved, creating a beautiful light shadow. Compared to before, her attacks had doubled. Xiao Si Lu's defense was also stable. Her pupils had turned jade-like. Her long black hair had turned into thin willow branches that hung down to her waist. The two famous fairies of Southern Border were still in a deadlock. Damn it, I can't block it anymore. Escape. A demonic path Gu Immortal's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. He turned around and retreated. Boom. A powerful aura descended from behind him. Cowardly mouse die. A righteous path Gu Immortal shouted, stretching out his hand and grabbing the demonic path Gu Immortal's head. Next, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dark blue lightning enveloped this battlefield. The lightning lasted for a while before fading. The righteous path Gu Immortal's opponent had already turned into a charred skeleton. His human form could barely be seen. Humph, overconfident mouse, you actually dare to act arrogantly in front of me. Ihei Ting. The righteous path Gu Immortal let go of his hand. The demonic path Gu Immortal's corpse fell to the ground, turning into a pile of black fragments. Everyone, is this all you can do? A tall and slender righteous path, Gu Immortal with a high nose bridge, and wearing battle armor said with a cold and disappointed expression, "Don't talk big. Tai Clan's Tai Xianjian, haven't you been suppressed by us all along? You still have the cheek to ugh." The 3 Gu Immortals attacking Tai Junjian were about to ridicule him, when their expressions suddenly changed. A soaring aura, fierce and sharp to the extreme, burst out of Tai Xianjian's body. The 3 Gu Immortals retreated quickly, fully on guard. Wind blew around them, causing their clothes to flutter, but Tai Xianjian was very calm. He even slowly closed his eyes and said, "It's no use, I have already seen your moves. Your weaknesses are completely exposed to me without any concealment." "Fuck you." A Gu Immortal cursed, but before he finished, his body shook fiercely. Puff puff puff. With 3 soft sounds, 3 sword chi flashed. It was so fast that people thought they were hallucinating. Heads flew. The 3 Gu Immortals who were attacking Tai Xianjian earlier were all killed. Their life force extinguished. Ha ha. Hei Lulan laughed wildly. The injuries on her body were terrifying. Shang Guili had rank 7 cultivation level, but right now, he looked at Hei Lulan with a shocked expression. He no longer had the carefree and disdainful expression from before. As expected of a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, they are truly addicted to battle. Even though Shang Guili was unwilling, the injuries on his body were already close to his bottom line. Retreat. This thought had just appeared in his mind. Hei Lulan seemed to sense it. She showed a mocking smile. "Where do you think you can escape to?" "What do you mean?" Shang Guili felt something amiss. An intense sense of danger shrouded his mind. Whoosh. Flames burst out of his mouth, spreading out from his eyes, ears, nose, and other orifices. They burned fiercely. In an instant, Shang Guili turned into a human torch. His screams resounded in the battlefield. It was extremely mournful. Hei Lulan's gaze was cold. "So what if you are rank 7? I need more reinforcements." Chai Huaxiong retreated as he shouted. Compared to his earlier dominance, he had lost all his fighting spirit. His eyes were filled with fear. In front of him, Dragon Lady by Ningbing was slowly moving closer. She was extremely beautiful, But from Chai Huaxiong's point of view, she was extremely dangerous. He wanted to leave the battlefield immediately. But now in this situation, if he left the battlefield alone, wouldn't he be feeding himself to Zui Yihui? Chai Huaxiong could only fight. Bai Ningbing's battle strength was even higher than He Lulan. Because she had Bai Xiang's true inheritance, all of her ice and snow path immortal goo were compatible with her northern dark ice soul physique. And even though He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique, she used fire path immortal goo. Her great aunt's fire path methods did not have many Dao marks. Chai Huaxiong had already asked for reinforcements, but they were all killed by Bai Ningbing. Of course, Bai Ningbing paid a price. Bada was in charge of the situation. When he heard Chai Huaxiong shout, he was already paying attention to this battlefield. Tai Xianjian, please go and reinforce Chai Huaxiong. Bada thought about it before transmitting. Okay. Tai Xianjian immediately flew into the sky, moving towards Bai Ningbing. His aura was shocking. Bai Ningbing immediately paid attention to him. Her dragon pupils shrunk to pin size. An immortal killer move was prepared. A strong reinforcement has arrived. Seeing Tai Xianjian, Chai Huaxiong was overjoyed. But right at this moment, Bai Ningbing found a flaw in his relaxed state of mind. She unleashed her immortal killer move. I want you to die. Tai Xianjian, who arrived late, was furious. He could only watch as Chai Huaxiong was frozen into a stick, before shattering into countless ice shards. Bai Ningbing smiled. Her expression was still calm. She looked at Tai Xianjian and said calmly, "This move of mine is called Ice Collapse Kill. Do you want to give it a try?" Chai Huaxiong sacrificed himself. This dragon lady might only have rank 6 cultivation level, but her battle strength is definitely top tier among rank 7s. Bada's heart sank. He quickly looked at the battlefield. The defensive line was still there. The righteous path had the advantage, even though they were relying on the incomplete third-layer goo formation. Even though there were sacrifices, Shadow Sect's side suffered even more goo immortals. Their morale was also greatly reduced. They were showing signs of wavering. The enemy only has 4 true experts. They are Lady White Rabbit, Demoness Miao Yin Dragon Lady, and that Fire Path rank 6 He Lulan. As long as I get rid of any one of them, their morale will be greatly affected. Thinking of this, Bada focused his gaze on Feng Yuan again. Feng Yuan's divination tortoise form was still on the spot. His limbs, head, and tail were still inside his shell. In contrast, little tortoise shell's thoughts had already expanded to 300,000, dominating an area of the battlefield, while Black Tigress had already been chased far away. Bada snorted in anger, transmitting to Feng Yuan. Wui Hai! Stop defending. As a Wu Clangu immortal, do you not have any bravery at all? Are you so afraid of death? Let me tell you, your role in the battlefield is very important. You have the highest chance of becoming the breakthrough point of this chaotic battle. As long as you kill Black Tigress and reinforce the other areas, there will be a qualitative change. The battle strength of both sides will change. Feng Yuan. The divination tortoise was silent like a mountain. It had no reaction. Damn it, this guy is still like this. He is simply unreasonable. Bada gritted his teeth, feeling very depressed. All right. At this time, Qi Gui, who was beside him, suddenly opened his eyes, standing up with a joyful expression. Did you succeed? Ba Quanfeng asked excitedly. Yes. I have already deduced it. Next is to assemble the goo formation and activate the second layer. This super goo formation has higher defense the deeper it is. Blocking Grey Knight is not a problem. Qi Gui nodded. Good. Bada heard this and let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Zui Yihui who was far away. This legendary immemorial desolate beast was still dispirited. It had not moved at all. It was still breathing roughly. In Bada's heart, he was most worried about this legendary immemorial desolate beast. Most of the pressure he felt came from it. The situation is developing in the righteous path's favor. Bada felt joy and relief. Feng Yuan, however, was far from being as optimistic. Zishan Makoto has not appeared yet. What is he doing? Feng Yuan was getting more and more worried. After receiving Qi Gui's request for help, he immediately stopped competing with Yang Clan's Gu Immortals, and directly rode Qi Clan's Immortal Gu House towards the Super Gu formation. Yang Clan did the same. Ho Clan, Yao Clan, Shang Clan, and other clans all sent Gu Immortal experts or Immortal Gu houses. These people did not know the reason why Shadow Sect attacked the Super Gu formation, because from start to finish, they did not know what happened in the Battle of Etian Mountain. They only knew that Celestial Court leaked some information. They knew that Celestial Court had a hand in it. They knew that Zombie Alliance's destruction was related to the Battle of Etian Mountain. They did not know the cause of the giant dream realm. They did not know that Spectral Soul's main body was inside. Celestial Court concealed this because they were worried that some southern border super forces would help Spectral Soul. Even though they did not know the reason, this did not stop the super forces from placing great importance on the Super Gu formation, not only because of the giant dream realm, but also because of Zhuyi Hui. This legendary immemorial desolate beast brought southern borders Gu immortal world a painful memory every time it appeared. It would suffer huge losses. Thus, all of southern borders super forces sent people, and even immortal Gu houses to deal with Zhuyi Hui. Currently, even though we are caught off guard, with Qi Clan's Gu formation and Qi Clan's Gu immortals, it should not be a problem to stall for some time. While flying, Qiao Zikai said. Tai Mianshen was silent. Wu Yong shook his head. To speak the truth, I am very worried. The other party's arrangements are deep, their pawns are very ingenious. If Yao Geng did not expose himself, who would guess that he is a 7 Illusions demon immortal? The other party can actually infiltrate the rank 7 level of a Righteous Path clan. I am worried. Saying this, Wu Yong became silent. Tai Mianshen understood. He asked. You are worried that there are spies in the Super Gu formation? Boom. The sneak attack was so sudden, it caught everyone off guard. Ba Quanfeng, what are you doing? Bada shouted, attacking furiously. Ba Quanfeng was sent flying by Bada's palm. He was on the verge of death. Bada quickly used his other hand to restrain him, before rushing to Qi Gui's side. Qi Gui was heavily injured. His face was purple-gold in color. Blood was flowing out of his orifices. Just earlier, his deduction succeeded. At the crucial moment of activating the second layer of the Gu formation, Ba Quanfeng, who was behind him, suddenly attacked him. Qi Gui trusted the two Ba Clan Gu immortals very much, because when he was deducing the Gu formation earlier, these two were guarding it wholeheartedly. Who would have thought that Ba Quanfeng would suddenly make a move at such a crucial moment? Ba Quanfeng was only a rank 6 Wind Path Gu immortal, while Qi Gui was a rank 7 Formation Path Gu immortal. Normally, Qi Gui would be stronger. But back then, Qi Gui was controlling the Gu formation wholeheartedly. He could not defend it properly. Ba Quanfeng's attack succeeded. Not only was Qi Gui injured by Ba Quanfeng, the activation of the Gu formation also failed. He suffered an intense backlash. At once, he was on the verge of death. He could no longer fight. Ba Quanfeng. Bada screamed. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Ba Quanfeng. If he did not see it personally, he would not believe that Ba Quanfeng was a spy. Surrender, Lord Bada, surrender. You do not know who your enemy is. Ba Quanfeng's situation was not optimistic. His aura was weak. His face was ashen. He was close to death. Bard, on the other hand, made his move and hung on to his last breath. You won't die so easily. Trust me, you will be punished by the clan. Sometimes, living is scarier than death. You will wish you were dead. Bada gritted his teeth saying this. He hated this spy to the core. Ba Quanfeng was very sinister. It had to be said that the timing he had chosen was perfect. Just as he was about to succeed, he suddenly attacked and destroyed the Righteous Path's hope. Not only did he harm Qi Gui, the newly added Earth Path Immortal Gu was also destroyed. Earlier, Qi Gui had already spent most of his time deducing the Gu formation. Now Feng Yuan did not even have 30% of his time to use a brand new Immortal Gu in such a short period of time. To deduce a suitable plan, to add the Immortal Gu and countless supplementary Mortal Gu into the Gu formation, and set up the second layer of the Gu formation. The difficulty was very high, very high. Chigue knew this difficulty. That was why he said to give it a try. There was only a trace of hope. Even if we have no confidence, we can only rely on you. You should use your full strength now. If the goo formation fails, Grey Knight will kill us all. Don't think you can escape. Zui Yihui's cruelty is recorded in history. Our only hope is to use the super goo formation to defend and wait for reinforcements. Bada urged. Feng Yuan held his breath, thinking rapidly in his mind. Bada and Chigue did not know Feng Yuan's true identity. In fact, Feng Yuan's situation was much better than theirs. I have reverse flow protection seal. As long as I use it, I will be able to leave safely. Even if Zui Yihui pursues me, I can use the 5 regional walls to shake him off. But that way my true identity will be exposed. Not only will I not be able to take advantage of this situation, I will also be hunted down by Southern Border's Gu immortal world. Forget about others. Wu Yong will definitely become my mortal enemy. Let me try first. There is still some time. I have not made the final decision yet. Feng Yuan thought of this as he quickly walked towards Chigue. Tell me the secret of the second layer. Chigue's vision turned dark. His face was deathly pale. His injuries were too severe. He was barely conscious using goo worms. Firstly, we lack an earth path immortal goo. This information path mortal goo contains all of the contents of the super goo formation. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fainted. Damn it. Feng Yuan's heart sank. Chigue fainted. It was a huge problem. Bada quickly used his methods, but there was no effect. Feng Yuan almost wanted to use reverse flow protection seal and run away. In his opinion, without Chigue's guidance, he needed to gather an earth path immortal goo and time to deduce the plan. There was no hope. However, he still took some time to inspect the information path goo worm's contents. At the next moment, Feng Yuan's eyes opened wide. He felt extremely glad for his actions. For elements goo formation. Out of his expectations, this second layer's goo formation's construction concept was impressively based on the 4 elements thought from back then. Earth, water, wind, fire, earth path, water path, wind path, and fire path immortal goo were the foundation of the goo formation. 1 earth path immortal goo was gone, 3 water path, wind path, and fire path immortal goo were left. Earlier, Chigue's goal was to make up for the lack of earth path immortal goo. How can there be such a coincidence? I am not familiar with other formation path contents, but I have done some research on the 4 elements thought path. Back then, that formation path dream realm that Tu Shiqing used to train his son had made Feng Yuan suffer a lot. The 4 elements thought path was a biased formation path concept. I lack earth path immortal goo. I can use other immortal goo to replace them. They do not have to be of earth path. Use dark path. Dark, water, wind, fire, they are all 4 elements. I can definitely construct the second layer of the goo formation. Feng Yuan had a strong feeling. He trusted this feeling. Because right now he was a formation path grandmaster. My idea can definitely be realized. Furthermore, if we add in dark path immortal goo, it will be very effective in defending against Grey Knight. Feng Yuan suddenly realized, he had some understanding of Zui Yihui's signature killer move. Why? Because he had entered another realistic dream realm. This dream realm was too difficult. Feng Yuan had died countless times in it. He had to use a large number of unraveled dream killer moves to barely survive. In the dream, Feng Yuan had experienced Grey Knight. At that time, Zui Yihui's signature killer move had a different form. It was an area of effect attack that covered the entire valley. And the gray light pillar that it was emitting now was an improved version. No matter how many times it was modified, Grey Knight was still Grey Knight. Because Feng Yuan had experienced the original Grey Knight, he was confident that he could construct a super goo formation that could defend against Grey Knight. But this way, I will need to contribute Dark Limit Immortal Goo. Because this is the only Dark Path Immortal Goo I have. Dark Limit Immortal Goo is very useful in concealing my identity. Should I retreat and leave, or should I stay here and take the risk, waiting for a chance to catch a big fish? Feng Yuan hesitated for a moment before making his decision. I need to complete the goo formation, but I do not trust anyone. Bring Qi Gui and Ba Quanfeng away from me. You have to stop anyone who comes in. Feng Yuan turned around and ordered Bada. Bada knew the severity of the situation. Without saying anything, he grabbed the two Gu immortals on the ground and retreated a few hundred steps. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply, turning into a divination tortoise again. Ancient Wisdom Path Desolate Beast. Transformation Path Dao Marks turned into Wisdom Path. With a series of Wisdom Path methods, Feng Yuan started to deduce a plan. Progress was rapid. Because not only did he know the details of the Gu formation, he also knew about the four elements Gu formation. He also knew about the dark limit immortal Gu that he had used for a long time. Even Grey Knight, he had some understanding of it. Roar! Zui Yihui suddenly raised its head, letting out a loud roar. Shadow Sect's members had joyful expressions. They quickly abandoned their opponents and retreated. Oh no, Grey Knight is going to attack us again. Quick retreat into the Gu formation. The Righteous Path Gu immortals did not know the details. They thought that they had the safest backup. Quickly, are you done yet? Bada could not help but urge. He was the most nervous. If Feng Yuan did not succeed, he would definitely die. All right. Feng Yuan's huge tortoise head let out a breath of turbid air. Joy flashed in his eyes. He took out Dark Limit Immortal Gu and Mini Mortal Gu. Bada was stunned, he said anxiously with a trace of fear. This is a Dark Path Immortal Gu. This Gu formation clearly needs an Earth Path Immortal Gu. I don't have an Earth Path Immortal Gu. I only have Dark Path. Feng Yuan replied angrily. Bada rolled his eyes. He almost wanted to beat Feng Yuan up. He shouted. If you don't have an Earth Path Immortal Gu, just say it. I will lend it to you. What do you know? Shut up. Feng Yuan retorted. You. Bada had lost all hope. He was about to scold Feng Yuan, but suddenly, his eyes opened wide, as if two people were punching at the back of his eyes. Next, he was shocked to see that the second layer of the Super Gu formation rose up. Its grand aura was like a mountain or a sea. He actually succeeded. At once, Bada felt like he had gone from hell to heaven. He was stunned on the spot. His mouth was wide open. When Xiao Si Lu and the others retreated here, they happened to have a panoramic view of the situation. Bada lost his composure. His dazed expression was very surprising. Chapter 1365. Bada's body shook. He woke up. His face flushed red as an awkward expression flashed past his face. Feng Yuan focused on controlling the second layer of the Super Gu formation. Before Qi Gui fainted, he had already lent the entire Gu formation to Feng Yuan, making Feng Yuan the user of the Super Gu formation. Ba Quanfeng's sneak attack and Qi Gui's fainting helped Feng Yuan instead. Good, this way, I can use the Super Gu formation to gain a huge bargaining chip in this battle. Feng Yuan's use of Dark Limit Immortal Gu was not in vain. This way, he had more strength to take advantage of the situation. Earlier, if Feng Yuan used Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he could escape, but that way he would not be able to deal with his greatest threat, Shadow Sect. Now he chose to stay. His control over the situation increased by a lot. He was waiting for a chance to appear. Of course, Feng Yuan did not let his guard down. He said to these Righteous Path Gu immortals solemnly, "Stay away from me. If anyone tries to get close, I will treat them as a traitor and send them out of the Gu formation." What do you mean? The Righteous Path Gu immortals looked at the vigilant Feng Yuan. Their expressions changed. At this time, Bada spoke, explaining for Feng Yuan. I agree with Wu Yihai, no one is to get close. Qi Gui's fainting was caused by the traitor Ba Quanfeng's sneak attack. He informed the Righteous Path Gu immortals of what had happened earlier. The Righteous Path Gu immortals were shocked, especially when they knew. If not for Feng Yuan saving the situation, the second layer of the Super Gu formation would not have been activated. These Righteous Path Gu immortals felt relieved. At the same time, they started to be wary of the surrounding Gu immortals. Bada looked at Feng Yuan. He continued to command the situation, giving out orders. There were many Righteous Path Gu immortals. Bada could not save the fainted Qi Gui, but that did not mean the other Gu immortals could not. Ba Quanfeng was also interrogated. The other Righteous Path Gu immortals recuperated and healed their injuries, preparing for the upcoming battle. At this time, far away from the super goo formation, Zui Hui's breathing finally stabilized. Its huge black body was like a mountain standing there quietly. Then it slowly raised its head, opened its bloody mouth, and took a deep breath. Immediately, intense waves appeared in the air. The complex aura of countless goo worms mixed together exploded and spread in all directions. Its entire body began to swell like a balloon, and its aura grew stronger and stronger. After arriving, it suddenly opened its mouth, and a dark beam of light shot out. The beam of light was extremely fast. It shot towards the second layer of the goo formation at lightning speed. There was no sound or rumble. Everything was silent, not a sound. But the second layer of the goo formation burst out with a dazzling light. Crimson red represented fire path, green represented wind path, light blue represented water path, and pitch black represented dark path. The four colors converged at one spot, resisting the fierce attack of the dark light pillar. The whole goo formation let out creaking sounds. The righteous path goo immortals had nervous expressions. Once this super goo formation broke down, they would be meat on the chopping board. If they were lucky, they would survive. If not, they would turn to ash. Many astute people started to observe Feng Yuan's expression. Feng Yuan was the one controlling the goo formation. His every action affected the immortals' hearts. Feng Yuan's expression was calm from beginning to end. No one could see anything amiss. But this calmness meant confidence and safety. The righteous path goo immortals gradually relaxed. A moment later, the dark light pillar faded. The second layer of the goo formation's bright light also fell. Chapter 1366. I have a piece of good news. An immortal goo house of my Wu clan has already moved out secretly to bring me back to Wui Mountain. It is not far from here. It is the closest reinforcement. As long as we cooperate, we can definitely escape safely. We can even make great contributions to the righteous path and all of Southern Border's living beings. Feng Yuan said these words one after another. Bada's expression turned ugly. Xiao Silu's eyes shined as she looked at Feng Yuan. Her gaze was filled with admiration. Qi Gui had once given Feng Yuan an information path goo worm, and told him everything about the super goo formation. When Feng Yuan realized that he was the only one who could control this goo formation, he immediately decided to recruit all of the righteous path goo immortals. Xia Clan's 2 goo immortals were the unlucky ones that Feng Yuan killed to warn the rest. Next, he gave them the good news of an immortal goo house. With a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other, the righteous path goo immortals gathered around him. They became a force that could be controlled and commanded. Among the righteous path goo immortals, there were many elites, but Feng Yuan had the upper hand. He had too much of an advantage. They could only accept their fate. Feng Yuan could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. This time, even Bada had to listen to him. After successfully suppressing these righteous path goo immortals, Feng Yuan focused his attention on the outside world. Many cocoons of light had already formed. They were floating in the air. And the price of forming these cocoons was dream realms. Large chunks of the dream completely dissipated. As a result, the originally round and complete super dreamland was now full of holes, as if a group of rats had gnawed on it from all directions, both inside and out. Over 20 cocoons of light had already formed. There were even more cocoons of light forming. Seeing this, Feng Yuan could not help but sigh. Shadow sex methods were truly endless. As expected of a super force with over 100,000 years of foundation, created by a demon venerable. Crack crack. At this time, a series of cracking sounds came from the first cocoon of light. Next, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the cocoon. Bam! The cocoon of light shattered, and a completely naked person fell out. But before he could fall to the ground, Zishan Makoto, who had been waiting for a long time, made his move. Soon this person opened his eyes. His entire body was covered in a layer of armor. Without stopping, he flew towards the edge of the dreamland. The other righteous path goo immortals were still in a daze, but Feng Yuan's eyes were already bulging. This is the pure dream reality seeker physique. Fang Yuan had seen it before, but he was still shocked when he saw it again. Back then, Ing Wuxie was a pure dream reality seeker physique. This immortal body was a man-made 10 extreme physique. This was the result of Shadow Sect's Inkstone's painstaking research. How could Zishan Makoto have such a method? Don't forget, Ing Wuxie was still alive. At the same time, Zishan Makoto had taken a huge risk to enter the River of Time and communicate deeply with spectral souls while in Red Lotus True Inheritance. Zishan Makoto had wanted to cooperate with Fang Yuan, but because Fang Yuan's information path was too shallow, he did not dare to cooperate with Shadow Sect. Thus, even though Zishan Makoto knew that Fang Yuan had a method to resolve the dream realm, he could not obtain it. He wanted to save Spectral Soul's main body. Other than resolving the Super Goo formation, he also needed to get past the giant dream realm. Since he could not count on Fang Yuan, Zishan Makoto decided to use the method to refine the pure dream reality seeker physique body here. The second layer of the Super Goo formation's range was less than half of the dream realm. The area that it could control was even smaller. But as the cocoons of light continued to form, Fang Yuan actually managed to capture close to 10 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Chapter 1367. Fang Yuan found something even more interesting. The lifespan of these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was inversely proportional to their cultivation level. The higher the cultivation of the pure dream reality seeker physique, the shorter their lifespan. In contrast, those Goo Master level pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could live for at least 2 to 3 years. For Fang Yuan, he had plenty of time to research and make use of them. I was feeling strange earlier. If Shadow Sect had a method to refine large numbers of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, why did they not use it during the Battle of Etion Mountain? It seems that Ing Wuxie's previous pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were not so easy to refine. In order to save Spectral Soul's main body, Shadow Sect used this method to refine large numbers of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to open up and scatter dream realms. They are very determined. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly at Shadow Sect's resolute attitude. Not only did Fang Yuan succeed and capture many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, the other Righteous Path Goo Immortals were not stupid, they also captured some. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies contain the Dream Path research results of Shadow Sect. Once they were successfully researched, others would have huge breakthroughs in the dream realm research. Shadow Sect did not hesitate to do this to save Spectral Soul's main body. The scene was very chaotic. Zishan Makoto was not discovered. He was still creating pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. More and more cocoons of light appeared in the dream realms. Dream realms piled up in a messy manner, forming an extremely complex battlefield. The Righteous Path and Demonic Path were surrounding the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, fighting intensely. Even though Fang Yuan's side was trying their best to stop them, because the battlefield was too chaotic, several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had already escaped and were about to leave the battlefield. Damn it! Spectral Soul's main body might be hiding among them. Fang Yuan observed this scene. Just as he was about to attack from afar, suddenly, a ray of light that was as thin as a needle instantly descended from the depths of the sky. Instantly, it pierced the skull of a pure dream reality seeker physique body. This tiny white ray of light was very sharp. It went all the way down from the pure dream reality seeker physique's head, and pierced through its entire body. It appeared and disappeared in an instant. The pure dream reality seeker physique was a rank 6 Goo Immortal. He immediately felt weak all over, and the top of his head was numb. He could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. Then he slowly raised his hand and touched the top of his head. Then he put his hand in front of his eyes and found that it was covered in blood and white brain matter. His expression abruptly changed, filled with disbelief and fear. Then his vision turned black, and his vitality completely dissipated. Like a broken sack, the corpse fell from the sky to the ground with a bang. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. His bones were broken and his tendons snapped. He was practically turned into a pile of meat paste. He couldn't be more dead. Who could it be? Feng Yuan's pupils shrank when he saw this. He was someone who could see the entire situation. In the righteous path, he was the first person to observe this situation. Meanwhile, on the demonic path side, Zishan Makoto was creating more cocoons of light while also commanding the overall situation. Seeing this, he was not puzzled but frowned. Celestial Court has finally made a move. He had already expected this, and had made arrangements in White Heaven, delaying Heaven Overseeing Tower for a while. But unfortunately, Feng Yuan's rescue greatly affected Zishan Makoto's plan. The Super Gu Formation and the Righteous Path Gu Immortals severely interfered with Zishan Makoto's rescue process. The best opportunity was lost. Heaven Overseeing Tower was free from its restraints and finally joined the battle. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. With several soft sounds, several tiny white rays of light shot out, easily killing the pure dream reality seeker physiques that were trying to escape the battlefield. Next, a grand immortal Gu house shined with bright light that soared into the sky, descending upon the battlefield like a monarch. Such a majestic scene attracted the attention of most Gu immortals. They all looked at the sky. Very few were confused, but most of the Gu immortals recognized Heaven Overseeing Tower at once. Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower was too famous. Celestial Court? Almost all the Gu immortals present felt their hearts shake. The Heavenly Court's domineering appearance undoubtedly caused the originally chaotic battle situation to move in an even more unpredictable direction. At the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long crossed his arms. His body was straight like a mountain as he looked down at the battlefield. Spectral Soul is crafty and sinister. We cannot let any of the pure dream reality seeker physiques go. They must be executed. Of course, these pure dream reality seeker physiques might just be a cover. We cannot exclude the possibility of Spectral Soul hiding in other Gu immortals' bodies and escaping alive. Thus, kill all the Gu immortals present. It is better to kill wrongly than to let them go. Yes. Behind Duke Long, the Gu immortals led by Fairy Myrtle quickly responded. Duke Long pondered. Kill Shadow Sect first, then eliminate the Righteous Path. But if anyone wants to leave the battlefield, no matter who they are, kill them. Heaven Overseeing Tower pressed down on the battlefield like a mountain with an unparalleled aura. The chaotic battlefield came to a standstill. Heaven Overseeing Tower represented the strongest battle strength. Its actions would almost determine the direction of the entire battlefield. The Righteous Path Gu immortals' hearts were pounding. Celestial Court's Gu immortals from Central Continent. Were they reinforcements? Shadow Sect's side fell into panic. Evidently, Celestial Court and Shadow Sect were mortal enemies. Feng Yuan's expression was grim. He looked at the rank 9 immortal Gu house Heaven Overseeing Tower with a deep frown. It wasn't that he hadn't expected this to happen. Celestial Court has appeared again. The situation has become very bad. In such a short time, they actually rebuilt Heaven Overseeing Tower. I wonder how many rank 8 Gu immortals Celestial Court sent this time. Heaven Overseeing Tower's appearance had a huge impact on Feng Yuan's plans. But fortunately, Feng Yuan was hiding inside the Super Gu Formation. With this Gu Formation, he should be able to block Heaven Overseeing Tower's power. The Central Continent Gu immortals were shocked. This is the battle strength of a legendary immemorial desolate beast? It is too shocking. This is a problem. Fairy Myrtle had a grim gaze. Zui Hui's battle strength was beyond her imagination. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower had Fate Vanquish, it could not be used frequently. Chapter 1368. Roar. Zui Hui roared. This time he flew up in midair and pounced towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long smiled coldly. Activating Heaven Overseeing Tower. Turn Phantom. Zui Hui missed. The entire Heaven Overseeing Tower, including the Gu immortals inside, turned Phantom. Ordinary methods could not harm them. Is it intentional? Trying to lure me out? Zishan Makoto, who was concealed, saw this as a bright light flashed in his eyes. Shadow Sect indeed had methods to counter phantom forms. But Zishan Makoto did not attack the phantom heaven overseeing tower. Because he was not Spectral Soul's main body, he did not have all the immortal goo that could counter phantom forms. Even if he used them, it would be too difficult to deal with the phantom heaven overseeing tower. He did not attack? Duke Long muttered in his heart. Back then, during the Battle of Etion Mountain, Spectral Soul had sealed the phantom heaven overseeing tower, preventing it from returning to its original form. Duke Long had already prepared a method. He was waiting for this killer move from Shadow Sect. But Zishan Makoto was patient. He had no intention of attacking. Duke Long controlled the phantom heaven overseeing tower, trying to get closer to the dream realm. The huge heaven overseeing tower entered the dream realm. Its phantom form started to fade. Some goo worms at the edges were devoured by the dream realm. It can't turn phantom either. Duke Long's heart shook. He controlled heaven overseeing tower again, leaving the dream realm. This was the first time Duke Long had encountered something like a dream realm. Regarding Great Dream Immortal Venerable, Duke Long was very surprised. Even though heaven overseeing tower was in phantom form, a corner of it was devoured by the dream realm. The central continent goo immortals in heaven overseeing tower started to repair it. Without a corresponding dream path method, even heaven overseeing tower will be lost in the dream realm. Duke Long concluded. One move to dominate the world. Back then, Ing Wuxia, who possessed the pure dream reality seeker physique, could use Let Soul into dream to sleep with heaven overseeing tower lord. It could be seen that even a powerful rank 9 immortal goo house could not defend against the power of dream path. Unless it was an immortal goo house with dream path immortal goo. Most immortal goo houses would be lost in the dream realm. This way, this battlefield is not suitable for heaven overseeing tower to fight. Heaven overseeing tower is huge. It is not as agile as when goo immortals fight alone. Duke Long looked at the furious Zhuo Yihui, his eyes shining with bright light. At this time, heaven overseeing tower suddenly became solid. Zhuo Yihui quickly chased after it. Heaven overseeing tower turned and sped up, charging towards a dream realm not far away. Zhuo Yihui flew in the air. His speed was even faster. His huge body was like a black cloud, sweeping past like the wind towards heaven overseeing tower. Not good. When Zishan Makoto saw this scene, he quickly took action. A mystical light shot out and landed on heaven overseeing tower. Heaven overseeing tower's speed slowed down. It became illusory, like the reflection of a rippling water surface. It's fake. Zhuo Yihui quickly stopped. It almost fell into the dream realm. The dream realm was a dangerous place for Zhuo Yihui. Behind it, the real heaven overseeing tower appeared. Hee. Duke Long stood at the top of the tower, his dragon eyes shining with a cold light as he stared at a certain place. Zishan Makoto sighed. He knew he had fallen into a trap. Duke Long was trying to harm Zhuo Yihui on the surface. But the truth was that he wanted to find Zishan Makoto's location. But even though Zishan Makoto saw through Duke Long's plan, he had to take action. Because Zhuo Yihui was a precious battle strength, he could not lose it. Shadow Sect needed it to defend heaven overseeing tower. Spectral Soul Remnant. Humph, I will kill him. Fairy Myrtle, go deal with that super goo formation and kill that Feng Yuan. The rest of you control heaven overseeing tower and leave. Zhuo Yihui will definitely follow you. I do not want to make any mistakes. Duke Long ordered as the immortals quickly responded. With a dragon roar, Duke Long turned into a mystical light as he flew towards Zishan Makoto. Meanwhile, Fairy Myrtle flew towards the super goo formation. Heaven overseeing tower brought the central continent goo immortals as they flew into the sky, leaving the battlefield. Zhuo Yihui looked at Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle before looking at heaven overseeing tower. It knew that because of its huge size and the fact that it liked to charge and attack in battle, it was very restricted here. It was not fun. And heaven overseeing tower had the aura that it hated the most. It was the symbol of celestial court. The thought of destroying heaven overseeing tower was firmly in Zhuo Yihui's mind. Duke Long flew in the sky. His body turned into a phantom as he arrived in front of Zishan Makoto in the blink of an eye. He was tall and mighty. He had a dragon horn on his forehead. His dragon eyes were filled with dominance and coldness. Boom boom boom. Zishan Makoto fought against Duke Long. After a few breaths of time, Zishan Makoto could not match him. He escaped in a pathetic state. You will die for sure today. Duke Long roared as he chased relentlessly. Inside the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan was breaking out in cold sweat. He suddenly realized that he had fallen into a trap. Providence! It was actually hiding here. No, or should I say, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. Sweat was dripping down his forehead. Right at this time, Fairy Myrtle had already arrived in front of the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan quickly calmed his mind and activated the Super Gu formation, fully guarding against the enemy in front of him. This Gu formation is not bad. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with purple light. She inspected the Super Gu formation as she nodded. Unfortunately, there is a flaw. There are too many Gu worms. The person controlling the Gu formation has borrowed other people's immortal Gu. However, this is something that I can use. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle used her right hand to raise an immortal Gu house. Star Constellation Chessboard. This immortal Gu house was personally created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was possibly the smallest immortal Gu house in the world. The chessboard was activated. It turned into sparkling starlight in the sky. The starlight howled. They were like a group of fireflies as they pounced at Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's huge body was engulfed by these starlight specks. She turned into dazzling starlight and joined in. The starlight expanded slightly as it pounced at the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan was already prepared. He activated the Gu formation in time and attacked the starlight specks. But these two methods were only stalling for time. There was no possibility of improving the situation. If Fang Yuan used these methods, it would be the same as giving up the initiative. This was very dangerous. If these two methods could let Fang Yuan escape with his life, the only possibility was the reinforcements from Southern Border's righteous path. If Southern Border's Gu Immortals could expel Celestial Court, Fang Yuan might have a chance to escape. But Celestial Court was not a weakling, nor was it a fool. Southern Border's righteous path's overall strength was naturally greater than Central Continent's side in the battlefield. But whether their reinforcements could defeat Celestial Court's Gu Immortals and Heaven Overseeing Tower was a problem. Even if they could defeat them and chase away Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, would Fang Yuan be able to continue using Wu Yihai's identity? Impossible. Celestial Court had already discovered his identity. They only needed one sentence to make Southern Border's righteous path target Fang Yuan. The chi currents seemed weak, but they were actually extremely sharp. In a few breaths of time, all the flowers on Duke Long's body were wiped clean. Zishan Makoto's pupils shrank when he saw this. Duke Long's killing move was very sharp, and the chi currents were multiple, requiring high attainment and skill to control. It was originally an offensive move against the enemy, but when Duke Long controlled it, it was used on himself. If he was not careful, he would be injured. But Duke Long was skilled and daring. He was extremely familiar with this move. It was as if he could control it with ease. Many of the chi currents brushed past his skin and the surface of his clothes, but they were not harmed at all. His control was extremely precise. It was simply amazing. However, using this chance, Zishan Makoto had already activated it. Immortal killer moves had difficulty in activating them. If Zhao Lianyun was in Zishan Makoto's situation, he might fail in activating the killer move. However, Purple Mountain True Monarch was incomparably experienced and steady. He grasped this opportunity and didn't waste it. An immortal killer move was activated. Phantoms appeared, surrounding Zishan Makoto's main body, forming dozens of purple phantoms in an instant. These phantoms were still splitting, one turned into 4, turned into 10, forming an army in an instant. Zishan Makoto's body was concealed. The purple phantom army pounced at Duke Long. Duke Long snorted coldly. His right hand suddenly turned into a dragon claw as he waved it. Claw marks appeared in the air. These claw marks were dozens of feet long. Wherever they went, the purple phantoms would disintegrate. Next, Duke Long's left hand also turned into a dragon claw. He attacked left and right. The claw marks spread out and almost caused cracks to appear in space. The purple phantoms were quickly cleared. Duke Long's eyes shined with a mystical light, covering a hidden space. Zishan Makoto immediately knew that his location was exposed. He appeared. Both sides stood in the air. Countless layers of chaotic dream realms were behind them. They were about 1,000 steps away from each other. It seems that even after sleeping for so many years, you are still able to keep up with the times. Zishan Makoto said plainly. He was a wisdom path Gu immortal. Right now, his robe was fluttering and his purple hair was swaying. His eyes were filled with vigor. He looked very graceful. During this period of time, I have been practicing. Times are changing. Too many geniuses have appeared in these 1,000,000 years. They have displayed too many exquisite methods. Duke Long sighed. He sighed, continuing. All right, let's not use these small methods. The probing is over. Let's use our true strength now. Zishan Makoto smiled, nodding. Of course. At the next moment, the two moved like lightning, colliding together. There was also Sword Immortal Bo Qing, and in Feng Yuan's previous life, Feng Jioga, who died in battle while attacking Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan was not Ma Hongyan. He was not the child of luck. Compared to these people, he was very ordinary. In fact, Ma Hongyan died in the end, but he had fortune rivaling heaven to protect him. Heaven and earth were heartless, treating all living beings like dogs, no matter how talented or experienced a Gu immortal was. In this world, they were all ordinary beings. They were treated equally. 500 years of previous life experience, compared to heaven and earth, what was it? The so-called scheming and deep foresight was just because he had experienced the fickleness of the world. He was familiar with the ways of the world. Manpower was limited, who did not make mistakes. Even rank 9 venerables were not immune. Even Renzu was deceived by wisdom Gu. On the contrary, providence was vast. It controlled the entire situation. The heavenly power of heaven and earth was endless. Resisting heaven as a human, how difficult was that? The same feeling was not only lingering in Feng Yuan's mind. Ing Wuxia was also deeply moved. He was fighting. His opponent was a rank 7 righteous path Gu immortal. At this moment, the rank 6 immortal zombie Ing Wuxia was at a disadvantage. Even though he had exquisite immortal killer moves, the opponent was too strong. Ing Wuxia could only barely hold his ground. After the previous chaotic battle, Ing Wuxia fell into the predicament of fighting alone, and the situation was precarious. Soul Beast Summoning. Ing Wuxia used an immortal killer move. 3 ancient soul beasts surrounded him again. But his opponent, Xia Clan's rank 7 Gu immortal, smiled in disdain. Not long ago, when he faced soul beast summoning for the first time, he was flustered. But now, with more experience, Xia Clan's Gu immortal found a way to quickly restrain the ancient soul beasts. That was to use the giant dream realm. The intelligence of ancient soul beasts was still very low. As long as they used some schemes, Xia Clan's Gu immortal could lure these soul beasts into the dream realm. Souls entering the dream realm were like sheep entering a tiger's mouth. The essence of soul beasts was to condense their souls into corporeal bodies. Making full use of the surrounding environment was also one of the Gu immortal's battle attainments. As expected, soon, the ancient soul beasts that Ing Wuxia painstakingly summoned were dealt with by Xia Clan's Gu immortal. Ing Wuxia smiled bitterly in his heart. He could not escape. He could only rely on others in this situation. Right at this time, his expression changed. He received Sixth Hair's message. Feng Yuan wanted to cooperate with Shadow Sect. After Zishan Makoto woke up, he took the initiative to communicate with Feng Yuan, suggesting cooperation. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan was wary of Shadow Sect's information path methods. Even though they had mutual benefits, there was no progress. Ing Wuxia did not expect that at this time. Feng Yuan wanted to cooperate with Shadow Sect. Too late. The bitterness in Ing Wuxia's heart intensified. Too late. It was too late. I don't know where Feng Yuan is. But my shadow sect has already made a move to save the main body. Sixth Hair sent another message. Fang Yuan needed an information path Gu Worm to communicate with Ying Wuxia. Fang Yuan could not communicate with Shadow Sect directly. Sixth Hair was usually the middleman. This was because the letter Gu used for communication were usually a pair. This way, crucial clues would be left behind for each other. Their location could be easily deduced and other information could be obtained. Give it to him. Ying Wuxia thought about it. He did not reject. Next, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in Ying Wuxia's mind. You are in a sorry state, Ying Wuxia. You are about to be killed by Xia clan. Chapter 1371. Cooperate. Hearing Fang Yuan's suggestion, Ying Wuxia could not help but show a complex expression. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect's relationship could be said to be very complicated. Fang Yuan, who was half an otherworldly demon, was once a chess piece arranged by Providence. He staked it all and returned to the past, destroying Shadow Sect's plan. Fang Yuan, who succeeded in snatching the sovereign immortal Aperture Gu, became irreconcilable enemies with Shadow Sect. In the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss. They wanted to tear Fang Yuan to pieces. However, Fang Yuan made full use of time and the advantage of the sovereign immortal body. He gradually became stronger and started to chase after Ying Wuxia and the rest. If not for Ying Wuxia and the rest making good use of the situation and having excellent escape methods, they would have already died in Fang Yuan's hands. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan had already become strong enough to fight rank 8 Gu Immortals. Shadow Sect was led by Zishan Makoto. They started to change their strategy and were willing to cooperate with Fang Yuan. This was a turning point in the relationship between the two sides. Precisely because of this, at this moment, when Fang Yuan suggested cooperation, Ying Wuxia nodded and replied, "Let's cooperate then." Ying Wuxia did not dislike cooperating with Fang Yuan. More accurately speaking, he had once disliked and hated it. When Zishan Makoto suggested it, he did not understand. But people changed. If it was during the Battle of Etion Mountain, Ying Wuxia had just been born and was ignorant, he would not have thought of cooperating with his mortal enemy. When Shadow Sect was strong, Fang Yuan was as weak as an ant. Ying Wuxia would not have been stupid enough to cooperate with Fang Yuan. After the huge loss on Etion Mountain, Ying Wuxia hated Fang Yuan to the extreme. There was no basis for them to cooperate. Ying Wuxia had been thinking about how to restore the former glory of the Shadow Sect. But as Fang Yuan's strength continued to soar, and as he chased after Ying Wuxia and the others, the battered and exhausted Ying Wuxia could not help but grow wary of Fang Yuan. Recently, Fang Yuan had chased them all the way to the northern plains. Other than the wariness Ying Wuxia felt towards Fang Yuan, there was also a sense of fear. After the battle at the upflowing river, Ying Wuxia developed a new feeling for Fang Yuan. That was admiration. Fang Yuan had done what Ying Wuxia couldn't. It was no wonder he was chosen by Providence to return to the past to make things difficult for the Shadow Sect. It's not that I'm not strong, but my opponent is Fang Yuan. With this thought in mind, Ying Wuxia suddenly realized that his failures along the way were not so hard to accept. How? I can't hold on for much longer. Ying Wuxia asked directly. Fang Yuan raised his brows slightly. Ying Wuxia's attitude was so straightforward. Fang Yuan was surprised. Of course I will help you first. The celestial cord is too strong. We have to work together to have more hope. Fang Yuan sighed. He started to communicate with the Xia clan Gu immortal who was fighting Ying Wuxia. Retreat? Why would I retreat? I have already probed my opponent's foundation. Victory is in my grasp. The Xia clan Gu immortal did not understand. The Yao clan Gu immortal over there is in danger. He needs your help. Go. I am in charge of the situation. How can you see the big picture like me? Fang Yuan was not polite at all. The Xia clan Gu immortal was very unhappy, but because of Wu Yihai's identity and the fact that he was in control of the Super Gu formation, he could only snort inwardly and leave. Then how are you going to help me? Hurry up and help. Ying Wuxia urged, but suddenly, his eyes opened wide. He was shocked to see that his opponent suddenly retreated, looking at him with an unresigned expression before flying away. "What are you arguing for? I am already helping you." Fang Yuan's voice could be heard at this moment. Ing Wuxie's heart shook. He shouted, "You're still saying you are not an imposter? Or is he one of you? Enough nonsense. Tell me, what is your shadow sex plan? Don't tell me you don't have a backup plan." Fang Yuan immediately asked. Ing Wuxie smiled bitterly, replying, "We naturally have a backup plan, that is me." Rumble. An intense explosion occurred. From the surging air currents, Zishan Makoto flew out of the sky full of bright lights, charging down rapidly. "Why are you running? Come and fight." Behind him, Duke Long chased after him. At this moment, his long hair danced wildly in the wind, and his extremely robust body had changed greatly. Not only did his dragon horns grow longer and sharper, his 2 hands had turned into dragon claws, and his dragon tail swung behind him. His entire body was covered in a layer of thick and dense dragon scales. Zishan Makoto was in a sorry state, but his gaze was still clear and calm. Duke Long, in history, he primarily cultivated Chi Path, but because of his lack of lifespan, he also cultivated Transformation Path. Zishan Makoto thought to himself, just his Transformation Path method is already so powerful, as expected of someone like Bo Qing. I should let him have a taste of this move first. Thinking of this, Zishan Makoto's body suddenly stopped. He agilely changed his direction and flew upwards. At the same time, he flicked his fingers like he was plucking a string. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Endless purple starlight specks shot out from his fingertips, tearing through the sky and flying towards Duke Long. These starlight specks were dazzling. Not only were they extremely fast, they even left behind trails of light that were tens of feet long in the sky. It was very beautiful. Duke Long grunted. He felt that these small purple starlight specks were not simple. He quickly used his offensive methods to face them. But the purple starlight specks were very agile. They directly dodged and passed through the gaps in Duke Long's attacks, attacking Duke Long again. Duke Long saw this and praised inwardly. As expected of a wisdom path cultivator, most of his immortal killer moves are flexible and changeable, especially this move. It can be said to be outstanding among them. In this aspect, I cannot compare to him. Wisdom Path Gu immortals had many thoughts. They were most skilled at manipulating immortal killer moves and making complex attacks with many variations. Why should I waste time on him? Playing to my strengths and avoiding my weaknesses is a wise move. Duke Long did not care about these purple starlight specks. He relied on his powerful defense to charge forward amidst the starlight specks. Seeing this, Zishan Makoto's eyes flashed with a mysterious light. He finally fell for my trap. It turned out that his killer move had another layer of profundity. Zishan Makoto naturally had methods to get rid of some negative emotions in battle. Duke Long's movement technique is clearly an immortal killer move that allows him to teleport continuously. His dragon eyes are also activating another immortal killer move at all times. Its investigative ability is very strong. Chapter 1372. At the next moment, Zishan Makoto suddenly snapped his fingers. An immortal killer move was activated. Purple light quickly spread to the surrounding thousands of steps. Duke Long's figure stopped. He could no longer use teleportation to get close to Zishan Makoto. I was seen through. His reaction is really fast. Wisdom Path Gu immortals are as troublesome as ever. Duke Long stopped attacking, sighing internally. His movement killer move was activated based on the dragon roar earlier. He could use his killer move to teleport to the places that the dragon roar had once covered. Of course, this had a time limit. Zishan Makoto saw through this. He quickly used wisdom path methods to simulate the effect of sound path, purifying the surrounding environment. Duke Long's movement skill had no use now. It lost its effect. In that case, let's try this move. Duke Long floated in the air. His mouth slightly opened. 2 of his teeth suddenly fell off, and they expanded rapidly with the wind. In the blink of an eye, the 2 teeth turned into snow-white dragon teeth that resembled scimitars. Duke Long breathed in deeply. After preparing for a few breaths of time, he suddenly activated an immortal killer move. Spiraling Dragon Teeth. 2 snow-white dragon teeth shot out rapidly. Their speed greatly surpassed Zishan Makoto. They quickly caught up. The dragon teeth were like scimitars. They continuously moved around Zishan Makoto. Every time they slashed, a dazzling light would appear on Zishan Makoto's body. You want to use this method to restrain me? Dragon teeth are solid. They are different from ordinary killer moves. Zishan Makoto immediately felt the pressure increasing. The dragon teeth's attack power was no small matter. Zishan Makoto quickly realized that he had to unravel this immortal killer move as soon as possible. Lord Z has already used his old techniques, but he's still gradually being pushed into a disadvantageous position by Duke Long. As Ing Wuxia flew, he paid attention to the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long. His view was very good. In such a complicated battle environment, he could actually see the battle of 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. So far, both sides were still probing each other. It was obvious that Duke Long was stronger than Zishan Makoto. In terms of combat power, Duke Long was comparable to Bo Qing, while Zishan Makoto was naturally weaker, even though the latter was at the peak of rank 8 battle strength. Lord Z's strength will continue to weaken, because he has to constantly use immortal killer moves to create incomplete pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to open dream realms. This process required him to continuously divide his own soul. It was extremely painful. Ing Wuxia was deeply worried. Zishan Makoto was not Duke Long's match to begin with, and now he had to continuously create pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. When Zishan Makoto's methods were discovered by Duke Long, Zishan Makoto would be defeated. Quick, quick, quick. Ing Wuxia urged himself. He naturally would not tell Feng Yuan about this. Even though both sides wanted to cooperate, they had not signed any information path alliance agreement. Ing Wuxia still did not trust Feng Yuan. But to sign an alliance agreement, not to mention that the current situation did not allow it. Even if the situation allowed it, Feng Yuan would not dare to sign it. Both sides wanted to cooperate, but they did not trust each other. Because of the huge enemy, the Celestial Court, they had no choice but to cooperate. Found it southeast of you. There is a cocoon of light that is about to form. Quickly go there. At this time, Feng Yuan's voice could be heard. Ing Wuxia took a look and hesitated. If he followed Feng Yuan's directions, he would have to go deep into Southern Border's Righteous Path territory. There were many Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals there. Was Feng Yuan reliable? Was this a trap to lure him? Ing Wuxia's hesitation was unavoidable. If I wanted to harm you, I would have killed you earlier. Feng Yuan's words could be heard again, as if he knew Ing Wuxia's thoughts. Ing Wuxia had to admit that Feng Yuan was right, but he soon thought, maybe Feng Yuan does not want me to die, but wants to capture me alive? To capture me alive, he would need to make some arrangements. There might be a Gu formation or a battlefield killer move there. But this time, Ing Wuxia shook his head, no longer hesitating. He wanted to take a gamble. At this moment, he had to take the gamble. Following the direction Feng Yuan pointed, he flew towards it. Soon, he encountered a Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortal. Oh no! Ing Wuxia's heart jumped. That Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortal also discovered him. But just as he was about to pounce on Ing Wuxia, his expression suddenly changed. After hesitating for a moment, he flew away with a strange expression, opening a path. How can this be? Ing Wuxia was shocked. This was the second time. Could it be that he was also Feng Yuan's man? But if he was, his expression did not seem right. It was very strange, like he was unwilling, but also somewhat angry. Ing Wuxia became more confused as he thought about it. He continued to move forward. Fourth. He encountered 2 more Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals, but they both retreated on their own. This was naturally the result of Feng Yuan's manipulation. He used the reason of looking at the big picture to mobilize the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals. The reason was very simple. For example, that place needs you more. A friend from a certain place is in danger. If you don't go, he will die. And don't bother with this mere rank 6 immortal zombie. I have already arranged for people to deal with him. All these reasons allowed Ing Wuxie's advance to be extremely smooth. No one could have expected that Wu Yihai would collude with Shadow Sect. Who among the southern border righteous path Gu immortals could have thought of this? At this moment, the Celestial Court had not publicly announced Feng Yuan's true identity. With Feng Yuan's help, Ing Wuxie got closer to his destination. There is a cocoon of light forming here? The rank 7 expert Yi Heiting suddenly had an unexpected discovery. Lightning burst out of his body, bringing him towards the cocoon of light. Stop! Ing Wuxie, who had just arrived, saw this and shouted anxiously. Yi Heiting was also curious. Who is this? He actually got so deep into this place. Ing Wuxie's shout did not disturb him. He was already very close to the cocoon of light. He was about to succeed. But at the next moment, Yi Heiting's vision changed. He was forcefully teleported into the Super Gu formation. Lord Wu Yihai. I was about to. Yi Heiting reacted and shouted. This was simply a useless teammate. He was about to succeed. I know, but there is a place that needs your battle strength. Don't worry, I noticed that cocoon of light and the enemy long ago. I will deal with it. Feng Yuan interrupted Yi Heiting's words. Yi Heiting wanted to speak again, but his vision changed again. This time, he was teleported to another place. This Wu Yihai, he thinks he can use me as a pawn just because he is controlling the Gu formation? Yi Heiting was very unhappy, but he did not suspect Feng Yuan's true intentions. Feng Yuan did not teleport him away. Beside him, there was a southern border Gu immortal who was about to be killed by Fairy Miao Yin. Yi Heiting quickly joined the battle, throwing his displeasure towards Feng Yuan to the back of his mind. Ing Wuxie felt like he was in a dream. Seeing that Yi Heiting was going to attack the cocoon of light, he had almost lost all hope. But at the next moment, he went from hell to heaven. This change was too sudden. It was a pleasant surprise. Ing Wuxie was a little dazed. When he reacted, he used an information path Gu worm to contact Feng Yuan, shouting, You are actually controlling the Super Gu formation. What is your identity now? Feng Yuan knew that he could not hide it now he exposed it. What other identity can I have? The current Wu Yihai is me. Ing Wuxie heard this and his eyes almost popped out. This answer was too shocking. When did it happen? And what method did Feng Yuan use to infiltrate to this extent? After accepting this reality, Ing Wuxie came to a realization. No wonder these southern border righteous path Gu immortals took the initiative to retreat. And their expressions, Ing Wuxie felt it was quite funny. But soon, Ing Wuxie's heart jumped again. Feng Yuan has unraveled dream. He has been hiding here for so long without anyone discovering him. He must be plotting something. There must be a huge gain. So close. If not for Lord Zi's meticulous planning and catching the righteous path off guard, with Feng Yuan here, it would have been a huge problem for our shadow sect. Ing Wuxie's emotions continued to change. After shock, realization and palpitation, he finally arrived in front of the cocoon of light. This aura. This is rank 7 cocoon of light. Ing Wuxie was excited. How can I be wrong with my choice? Why aren't you taking action? Feng Yuan smiled. Ing Wuxie nodded, immediately activating an immortal killer move. This killer move took effect quickly. In an instant, the cocoon of light that had yet to form stabilized and condensed. Ing Wuxie's soul and Gu worms entered the cocoon of light, and his rank 6 immortal zombie body was directly abandoned. The cocoon of light broke. Rank 7 Ing Wuxie appeared. Don't resist, I will send you on your way. Feng Yuan's voice resounded. Ing Wuxie obeyed. At the next moment, Ing Wuxie was teleported far away. He saw Duke Long and Zishan Makoto fighting intensely. Without hesitation, Ing Wuxie activated his trump card. Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Ugh. Duke Long's expression changed in an instant. He fell into his own dream. At once, he lost control of the outside world. Zishan Makoto was stunned. What's going on? Is this a scheme? But soon he received Ing Wuxie's transmission. I am here, Lord Z. I am now a rank 7 Dream Path Gu immortal. Good. Zishan Makoto was overjoyed. His plan was finally activated. There were some twists and turns in the process. I was able to exchange for the immortal body with Feng Yuan's help. He is currently using Wu Yihai's identity to control Southern Border's Super Gu formation. He wants to cooperate with you. Oh, Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with bright light. Good, send my information path Gu Worm to him. I need to talk to him directly. Chapter 1373. Duke Long entered Dream. After obtaining the rank 7 immortal body, he burst out with immense strength. He changed the situation of the rank 8 Gu immortals with one move. Duke Long fell into a dream realm, unable to get out. Purple Mountain True Monarch used this chance to retaliate fiercely. Rumble. Explosions could be heard continuously, but countless dragon shadows appeared on Duke Long's body. There were also countless moving dragon-shaped tattoos on his skin. Such a powerful defensive killer move. Zishan Makoto could not do anything to Duke Long at this moment. Like Zishan Makoto, Duke Long had many defensive methods, among which were many outstanding killer moves. These killer moves were similar to Bai Chen Tian's Proudwood Armor killer move. This killer move would turn into Dao marks and be engraved on the Gu Immortal's body. Normally, it would remain hidden, but once it was attacked, the killer move would activate on its own. It did not require the Gu Immortal's thoughts to control it, it only required the Gu Immortal's immortal essence. This was similar to Feng Yuan's Ghostly Concealment. Ghostly Concealment was also a top-tier killer move, created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But this move was even more outstanding than Bai Chen Tian's Wood Armor, Duke Long, and Zishan Makoto's defensive methods. Because Ghostly Concealment was not only self-contained, it could be used at all times. And most importantly, it did not expend any immortal essence. A killer move that could be activated continuously without using any immortal essence. This was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's supreme method. In the eyes of the 10 great sects of Central Continent, Feng Yuan, and the others, it was unimaginable. They could not decipher its profundity. Whoosh whoosh. 2 rays of white light rotated as they landed on Zishan Makoto's body. It was the spiraling Dragon Fang killer move that Duke Long used earlier. After 2 rays of light, these 2 dragon fangs returned, but they still circled around Zishan Makoto, waiting for a chance to attack again. This killer move does not need a Gu Immortal to control it? How troublesome. Zishan Makoto frowned slightly. Fortunately, I've been activating the Purple Thought Insight Spiritual Starlight all this time. Zishan Makoto shouted, and countless starlight rays shot out from the pores all over his body. Starlight flew out, circling around Duke Long and shooting at him. When the starlight landed on Duke Long's body, it was destroyed by the layers of defense on his body. But then, a series of information was instilled into Zishan Makoto's mind. Quick, kill him! Ing Wuxia shouted in his heart as he watched the battle from afar. Inside the Super Gu formation, Feng Yuan was also paying close attention to Zishan Makoto's battle. How stubborn! Fallen Demon Dao, you are beyond redemption. Fairy Myrtle's voice came from the Super Gu formation again. Feng Yuan helped Ing Wuxia and indirectly caused Duke Long to enter the dream. Fairy Myrtle saw all of this. However, if you think Lord Duke Long will fail because of this, you are gravely mistaken. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle laughed lightly. I have to thank you for activating the Super Gu formation several times, allowing me to see through many principles of the Gu formation. Don't you feel that this Super Gu formation is gradually losing control of you? The corrosion is indeed increasing, but you don't need to bluff. Feng Yuan sneered. Fairy Myrtle was stunned. Ha! Although you came with great momentum this time, your true battle strength is only at this level, right? Feng Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. In fact, as long as we send another rank 8 Gu Immortal like you, we can sweep the battlefield. Unfortunately, Heaven Overseeing Tower has not sent one yet. On the contrary, you have to secretly infiltrate the Super Gu formation from the back. Do not disturb the existence of the Celestial Court and the hibernation of the Gu Immortals. They have more important uses. The foundation of the Celestial Court cannot be reduced, Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Bring Heaven Overseeing Tower and Star Constellation Chessboard. Do not use the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sections. Make sure to preserve their lives. In the next 10 years, the Celestial Court needs more rank 8 Gu Immortals to hibernate. Remember this, remember this. The Will of the Stars explained a lot. Fairy Myrtle obtained a lot of information, but these made her even more puzzled. She found that even though she was a member of the Celestial Court, she knew too little about the Celestial Court. Although this colossus had an extremely deep foundation, it was not like she had imagined. It could do whatever it wanted. Duke Long vanished instantly. Ing Wuxie suffered the backlash of the killer move. He had actually fallen into a dream. This move seems to be called Lead Soul into Dream. It is a good move indeed. Unfortunately, if I had more time, I would have been able to understand its profundity. Duke Long spoke slowly. Zishan Makoto's vigilant expression was reflected in his cold dragon eyes. Duke Long continued. As for you, if you only have these methods, you will not be able to take my next move. Because this was created by primordial origin immortal venerable. Chapter 1375. After Duke Long said this, his aura suddenly changed. He had just repelled Zishan Makoto, and also caused Ing Wuxie's lead soul into dream to fail. His aura was shocking. He was like a giant dragon that was charging into the sky. But now his aura was starting to fall bit by bit. It was not appropriate to say that it was falling. Instead, it was tamping down and condensing. His majestic aura was becoming more and more condensed. After a few breaths of time, Duke Long's aura was completely restrained. His entire being was like a bottomless abyss, mysterious and unfathomable. Zishan Makoto was on high alert. In his senses, Duke Long in this state was far more dangerous than Duke Long with his earth-shattering aura. Roar! Duke Long opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar. Next, his entire body vanished on the spot. Oh no! Zishan Makoto's heart sank. Duke Long was using the same trick. He had once used this method to move towards Zishan Makoto, and use Chaotic Dragon Fist to suppress Zishan Makoto. If it were an ordinary Gu Immortal, even if they saw through Duke Long's plan, they might not be able to react in time. But Zishan Makoto was different. He cultivated Wisdom Path and could think very quickly. Almost at the same time as Duke Long roared, Zishan Makoto had already finished thinking and made a response. In the previous fight, Zishan Makoto had seen through the profundity of Duke Long's teleportation. He used the same trick now and purified the surrounding dragon roar. Sure enough, at the next moment, Duke Long's teleportation ended, and he reappeared in front of Zishan Makoto. But this time, he did not succeed in getting close. He was still several hundred steps away from Zishan Makoto. But for Duke Long, this distance was enough. Human Chi return. He shouted and waved at Zishan Makoto. His gesture of welcoming was ordinary and unremarkable, as if a friend was casually greeting him. However, Zishan Makoto was hit hard in an instant. A large amount of human energy gushed out from his body and rushed uncontrollably towards Duke Long. In the blink of an eye, it entered Duke Long's palm and quickly disappeared. With such a huge loss of popularity, Zishan Makoto's eye sockets immediately sunk. His face suddenly became incomparably pale, and his originally bright purple hair became dull and dull. A feeling of weakness from the bottom of his heart filled Zishan Makoto's entire body. In the depth of Zishan Makoto's eyes, a light of fear flashed. When he heard Duke Long's shout, he immediately thought of a famous Chi Path killer move. Triple Chi Reversion. This killer move was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. It had two well-known characteristics. The first was that it was very hard to practice. This killer move was extremely complex. The Gu worms were huge in scale, and there were so many steps to activate them that even Wisdom Path Gu Immortals would feel dizzy. The second characteristic was that there was a huge risk. Because the killer move itself was very complex, If the Gu Immortal made a slight mistake when activating it, it would result in failure and backlash, harming the user. If the killer move was activated successfully and could not hit the enemy, this killer move would return and harm the user. Triple Chi Reversion's destructive power was extremely terrifying. This had to be explained from Immortal Ascension. When mortals ascended to Immortal, they focused on the three Chi: Heaven Chi, Earth Chi, and Human Chi. The Gu Master continued to cultivate from rank 1 to rank 5, accumulating Human Chi in the process. When they ascended to Immortal, the Gu Master would absorb Heaven and Earth Chi, fusing the three Chi into one. The Gu Master would adjust it meticulously before using their vital Gu to detonate and create an immortal aperture. The more Human Chi the Gu Master had, the more Heaven and Earth Chi they could fuse. The immortal aperture that they created would be of a higher grade. Normally speaking, having one of the 10 extreme physiques meant having dense Human Chi, far surpassing mortals, or the Gu Master's own accumulation. No matter what path it was, as long as they had Grandmaster attainment level, they would have dense Human Chi. After forming an immortal aperture, be it cultivating or managing the immortal aperture, the Gu Immortal would need to balance the three Chi: Heaven Chi, Earth Chi, Human Chi. None of them could be lacking, or the balance would be lost. For example, after Feng Yuan obtained a secluded domain of Heaven and Earth like Reverse Flow River, the sovereign immortal aperture's Heaven and Earth Chi was greatly depleted. He had to place his immortal aperture to absorb Heaven and Earth Chi from the outside world, to replenish the deficiency and maintain the balance of the three Chi. Regarding the three Chi, no matter which Gu Immortal, even venerables, could not be careless. The 5 regions in the world had slight differences in Heaven and Earth Chi. Gu Immortals who were not born and raised here would often cause damage to their immortal aperture if they absorbed the Heaven and Earth Chi of other regions. Even though they could replenish it temporarily, it could only be used in emergencies. Once it was used many times, it would not work. Gu Immortals who died in other regions could also form blessed lands. For example, in the Battle of Luopa Valley, many Central Continent Gu Immortals died in battle. Their immortal apertures formed blessed lands in northern plains. But because they absorbed the Heaven and Earth Chi of other regions, the blessed land's foundation and resources would be greatly damaged. After saying so much, he wanted to say, Heaven, Earth, and Human Chi were very important to the immortal aperture and the Gu Immortal. Any slight difference would cause severe damage to the immortal aperture. And this immortal killer move, Triple Chi Retraction, was created to target this point. It directly attacked the immortal aperture's foundation. It was a combination of consecutive moves and variant moves. Thus, the Gu Immortal who used this killer move needed to have very high technique. Triple Chi Retraction had 3 styles. First style, Human Chi Retraction. After the target is hit, their Human Chi would be greatly affected. Their foundation would be greatly reduced. Of course, if there was no Human Chi like Desolate Beasts, this move would have no effect. Second style, Earth Chi Retraction. If they were hit, the Earth Chi in the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture would be extracted crazily. The Earth Chi would be severely damaged, the balance of the three Chi would be completely lost, and the immortal aperture would be in grave danger. Third style, Heaven Chi Retraction. This was extracting Heaven Chi. After being hit by 3 moves, the immortal aperture would collapse instantly. Zishan Makoto retreated rapidly. Chapter 1376. Zishan Makoto lost his immortal aperture. He also lost his cultivation foundation. Without an immortal aperture to manage, his future was bleak. Ignoring the future, just the present, his immortal aperture left his body, and he lost a huge amount of Dao marks. Even though he stored most of his Gu worms and immortal essence in his body, without the amplification of Dao marks, his battle strength fell to rock bottom. But there was no other way. Once Heaven Chi was extracted, Zishan Makoto's immortal aperture would collapse and form winds of assimilation. It would be even more dangerous, he might even lose his life. Triple Chi retraction was simply too powerful. It directly attacked a Gu Immortal's foundation. Even the great Zishan Makoto was forced to give up his immortal aperture. It was like a martial arts expert who cultivated iron sand palm cutting off his own arms. Feng Yuan was watching the battle. He was also shocked at this scene. Since ancient times, there were only 10 people who managed to become venerable ones. When it came to the 10 existences, anything could become extraordinary. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerables' formless hands were like this. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables' reincarnation battlefield was like this. And Primordial Origin Immortal Venerables' Triple Chi retraction was also like this. What do I do? Feng Yuan thought about how to change the situation. He could not think of anything. The only thing he could do was rejoice. Rejoice that not long ago, Zishan Makoto had given him all the heavenly crystals. While controlling the Super Gu formation to resist Fairy Myrtle's corrosion, Feng Yuan also started to mature the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. He had a lot of heavenly crystals this time, far more than the Heavenly Crystal Eagle nest. Thus, even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle grew to immemorial level, it would not starve to death like last time. As expected of Duke Long, Zishan Makoto praised Duke Long in admiration. Duke Long was simply too strong. He had quasi-rank 9 strength. He could directly crush ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals. Only a peak rank 8 like Zishan Makoto, one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main split souls, who had cultivated for 100,000 years and had such accumulations, had the qualifications to fight him. But after dozens of rounds, when Duke Long's probing ended and he realized that Zishan Makoto did not have any methods to counter him, he immediately used his Chi Path trump card. Triple Chi retraction was very powerful, but once such a powerful killer move was countered, the Gu Immortal who used it would be in a terrible state. It was like lifting a rock and smashing it on his own head. Thus, any Gu Immortal would be wary of this killer move. Just like how Feng Yuan would rather mature the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle than risk using the countercurrent protection seal. This battle can be considered as me bullying the strong. For a person like you, if you weren't a person who gave out random orders, perhaps we could still have a pleasant conversation. In this vast world, there are simply too few people who can catch my eye. However, I believe that in the near future, the entire world will become colorful and exciting. And I will be the person who will start this grand era. Duke Long sighed as he chased after Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto fought and retreated. He was at a complete disadvantage. He was hit by the first 2 styles of Triple Chi retraction. His strength fell greatly. He was not Duke Long's match to begin with. Now he was even worse off. Duke Long's attacks were relentless. He was almost above Zishan Makoto in all aspects. Zishan Makoto could only hold on bitterly. He had no choice but to stop activating the killer move to refine the pure dream reality seeker physique body. Ing Wuxia was still trapped in the dream realm. The other Gu Immortals could only watch without being able to help. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. His mood was very heavy. He quickly looked around the battlefield. Duke Long had a huge advantage. Zishan Makoto could no longer be counted on. Right now, he could only attack his weakness to alleviate the situation. However, Duke Long had already expected this when he mobilized his troops. The battle strength that he split out were all tough to deal with. Not mentioning Duke Long himself, Fairy Myrtle had Star Constellation chessboard. Heaven Overseeing Tower was also a solid block. Zui Hui's attacks could only damage its edges. No matter how many Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortals there were, they could not interfere in a battle of this level. Oh no, this is not good. Once Zishan Makoto loses, the situation will tilt towards Celestial Court. By then there is little hope of me retreating. Should I retreat now? Let's take a gamble. Let's see if Celestial Court has already thought of a way to deal with Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Feng Yuan could not help but hesitate. This was a difficult decision. But right at this time, the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long changed again. One of the doors to a blessed land suddenly opened, and an enormous army of soul beasts charged out from within. Zishan Makoto relied on these soul beasts to block Duke Long's attacks. He quickly retreated towards the blessed land. This is Shadow Sect's blessed land. Feng Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he saw this, emitting a piercing light. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect's blessed land was moved here by Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect's blessed land contained the door of life and death. Spectral Soul charged out from it, and resisted the heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations. He unleashed his might and slaughtered celestial quartz goo immortals. He destroyed Heaven Overseeing Tower, and refined sovereign immortal fetus goo. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect's efforts failed. The fruits of their labor were seized by Feng Yuan. Dream realms spread everywhere. Shadow Sect's blessed land had to close its entrance and guard it tightly. Zishan Makoto led Shadow Sect to attack this place. He spent most of his time activating killer moves to condense dream realms and refine pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. He worked hard silently, unknowingly. He had already connected to the blessed land. The dream realms here were all gone. Thus, Shadow Sect's blessed land could open its entrance again. There were countless soul beasts hidden in the door of life and death. Zishan Makoto mobilized them to attack Duke Long. These soul beasts were of a shocking scale. Desolate beasts were everywhere. There was no lack of ancient desolate beasts. Even the aura of immemorial soul beasts could be vaguely seen. The soul beast army disregarded the sacrifices. They launched a suicidal attack on Duke Long. Zishan Makoto used the soul beast army's cover to pass through the immortal aperture's entrance, retreating into Shadow Sect's blessed land. The appearance of the soul beast army did not turn the situation around, but it gave Zishan Makoto a chance to catch his breath. Feng Yuan, quickly release your upper extreme heavenly eagle. What are you waiting for if not now? At the same time, Zishan Makoto continued to communicate with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan sneered. This was already Zishan Makoto's 50th time urging. Ever since he was struck by the Chi Path killer move, he had been urging Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan did not listen. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was his final trump card. Even if he could not control it, it was good to release it to create chaos. How could he release it just like Zishan Makoto wanted? Charge in, this blessed land is the Shadow Sect's headquarters. Feng Yuan thought to himself he wanted Duke Long to charge in and fight to the death with Shadow Sect. He also wanted the Shadow Sect's blessed land to be filled with traps that could cause huge trouble for Duke Long. But Duke Long did not chase after them, he stopped in his tracks. Feng Yuan was disappointed. Zishan Makoto was even more flustered. Duke Long's lips curled up for the first time. He showed a smile of understanding. He suddenly turned around and charged towards a certain direction at lightning speed. You are finally willing to come out? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He shouted and attacked. Chi currents shot out and turned into a giant claw that grabbed at a certain part of the Soul Beast army. I am discovered. Zishan Makoto felt like he had fallen into an ice cave at this moment. From the Soul Beast army, a human-shaped soul suddenly appeared. He attacked Duke Long without dodging. Boom. Even the powerful Duke Long was sent flying. But that human-shaped soul remained unmoved. Ha ha. Duke Long coughed out blood but laughed loudly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. You are truly extremely weak. Damn it. Zishan Makoto quickly rushed out to reinforce him. Panic appeared on his face for the first time. Feng Yuan finally understood everything. He came to a realization. The Shadow Sect is truly sinister. Zishan Makoto refined a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. It seems like he wants Spectral Soul's main body to escape, but this is just a pretense. His true intention is to release the Soul Beast army for Spectral Soul to devour to strengthen himself. Spectral Soul had a supreme method to devour souls. Only then could he recover his strength. He might even be able to help Zishan Makoto kill Duke Long. But all of this was predicted by Duke Long. Duke Long used this chance when Spectral Soul's main body was extremely weak to attack. Zishan Makoto had no choice but to reinforce him. Too late. Duke Long laughed as he waved his hand. Dragon claw marks tore through space, forcing Zishan Makoto to retreat. Duke Long attacked Spectral Soul's main body again. Chi currents surged like dragons and dragons, coiling around Spectral Soul's main body. Spectral Soul's main body was extremely strong. He could be considered a quasi-ranked 9 immemorial soul beast. He could even use goo worms and the immortal essence he left behind in his life. But after the Battle of Etion Mountain, Spectral Soul only had a trace of his remnant soul left. Even this remnant soul was constantly being worn down by the dream realms. The human-shaped soul roared again and again, resisting Duke Long's methods forcefully. Duke Long's dragon eyes shined with intense battle intent. You still want to resist me? Oh spectral soul, if you were a rank 9 when you were alive, I would definitely retreat. I would escape as far as I could. But now, you only have this remnant soul left. Your goo worms and immortal essence are not with you. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I will tell you the truth, this time. I am here to capture you alive. I will imprison you in the celestial court. I will let the world know of the authority and supreme glory of my celestial court. The human-shaped soul was still struggling as Zishan Makoto attacked Duke Long like a madman. Duke Long easily defended against the latter's attacks as he looked at the human-shaped soul, with a burning gaze. He said proudly, still struggling pointlessly? Back then, even Red Lotus Demon Venerable was stopped by me. Now surrender yourself. As he said that, Spectral Soul's main body could not resist Duke Long's methods. He was trapped in a cage made of countless chi currents. Run? Where do you think you can run to? Duke Long stood in the sky. His dragon eyes looked at Zishan Makoto's figure with a cold expression. The immortal aperture entrance of the Shadow Sect Blessed Land closed. The Soul Beast army did not charge out. They stayed back to defend. Duke Long smiled proudly. He turned around and looked at the Super Goo formation. Seeing that Fairy Myrtle was progressing well, he aimed at the location of the Shadow Sect Blessed Land and activated an immortal killer move, Dragon Gate. This Dragon Gate had a grand appearance. There were 2 huge red pillars on both sides. There was a huge dragon coiling around each pillar. The dragon claws were locked onto the pillars. It was firm like a mountain. There were shining dragon scales. The dragon body was strong. The dragon body coiled around the pillars, all the way to the top of the pillars. Then the upper bodies of the 2 dragons faced each other. Their eyes looked at each other. Their mouths opened. There was a dragon pearl in the middle. It was like a small sun. It was dazzling. It formed the scene of 2 dragons playing with a pearl. The dragon gate opened. The interior of the Shadow Sect Blessed Land was revealed. This immortal killer move, Dragon Gate, could actually forcefully open the Blessed Land. Duke Long laughed loudly. He stepped in. The Dragon Gate closed and vanished. The intense battle and slaughter in the Blessed Land could not be heard. The entire battlefield suddenly fell into an eerie silence. But it was obvious that after Duke Long entered the Shadow Sect Blessed Land, it would not be peaceful. So many soul beasts would charge at him without fear of death. What do we do? The southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals looked at each other. Suddenly, they found that they had no opponents left. Zishan Makoto and Duke Long were trapped in the Shadow Sect Blessed Land. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Ing Wuxia, and the rest were all reality seeker physique bodies. They hid in dream realms. The only ones moving in the battlefield were soul beasts. Many soul beasts rampaged in the battlefield. A portion of them were trapped in dream realms, unable to extricate themselves. They were soon eliminated by the dream realms. Most soul beasts saw the danger of the dream realms. Because of their survival instincts, they started to scatter. Soul beasts hunted all life forms with souls. And through devouring them, they could strengthen themselves. The southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals soon became the targets of these soul beasts, even though they did not want to attack. Wui Hai, quickly send us into the Gu formation. The southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals requested. They had no intention of leaving. Because right now, the Shadow Sect was defeated. The Celestial Court had a high chance of winning. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court had not shown any killing intent towards Southern Border's Righteous Path. Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals subconsciously thought that the Celestial Court was on their side. After all, they were both Righteous Path. Duke Long grabbed the air again. Zishan Makoto felt intense pain in his chest. With a series of cracking sounds, most of his bones were crushed by Duke Long. Zishan Makoto endured the pain. Even though he could not move, he still used goo worms to dodge. Duke Long's expression was still cold. Do you know why you lost? He fixed his gaze on Zishan Makoto like a cat toying with a mouse. Zishan Makoto coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Duke Long in the sky. I'd like to hear the details. Duke Long sneered. He suddenly vanished on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared in front of Zishan Makoto. A fierce punch. Zishan Makoto's abdomen was hit by the punch. The incomparable fist force immediately blasted a huge hole in his abdomen. Zishan Makoto was sent flying like a cannonball. He was sent crashing into the ground by the fist force, sinking into a pit. You want to assimilate with Providence. In fact, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already done this countless years ago. She is the creator of Wisdom Path. How can you show off in front of her? You spent the latter half of your life doing one thing, that was to fight for pawns with Providence. Unfortunately, when you assimilated with Providence, you also became a pawn of Providence. Duke Long said this as he slowly descended. Zishan Makoto gritted his teeth. He exerted all his strength and flew out of the pit. He flew back for some distance, landing on the ground and coughing out blood again. His abdomen was only connected by the skin on both sides, but it was no longer bleeding. He had used his method to stop it. Zishan Makoto's expression was extremely pale. His body was on the verge of collapse. His vision was dark. He was only relying on his willpower to keep himself from fainting on the spot. Duke Long slowly landed on the ground. He did not chase. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at Zishan Makoto. Boom! A dazzling beam of light shot out. Zishan Makoto's body was emitting faint purple light, but under Duke Long's unstoppable attacks he was sent flying and landed on the ground, forming a pool of blood around him. As for the second reason, you should have already guessed it. That's right. This dream realm has already been corroded by Providence. The longer the dream realm manifests, the deeper Providence's corrosion will be. This time, my celestial court was fortunate enough to receive guidance from the will of the stars. We have already understood Spectral Soul's condition and location. Oh, there is also that Feng Yuan. How ironic. If he was hiding somewhere else, we might not have been able to find him. Unfortunately, he chose to explore the dream realm. His soul entered the dream and was directly exposed to Providence. He tried to defy heaven's will. He deserves to die. He will definitely die today. Duke Long walked over with large strides. Perhaps this was the reason why there was still a smile on his lips before he died. It was 100,000 years of vicissitudes in the human world, half awake and half insane. Chapter 1381. Zishan Makoto no longer had any signs of life. He had turned into a corpse. What a clean death. Duke Long snorted coldly. His cold dragon eyes observed Zishan Makoto from inside out. Zishan Makoto had many immortal goo, but he secretly sent away most of them. The remaining goo worms also self-destructed after he died. Not just that, his soul was also dissipating. Duke Long wanted to stop it, but he could not do so. What made Duke Long even more surprised was that Zishan Makoto's immortal body still had many Dao marks left. But at this moment, these Dao marks were dissipating. He really did not leave any resources for the celestial court. Duke Long let go. The worthless Zishan Makoto's corpse fell to the ground. Soul beasts roared. A large group surrounded Duke Long again. But because of Duke Long's ferocious display earlier, none of these soul beasts dared to attack him. Compared to the numerous soul beasts, Duke Long's body was tiny, but he was strolling leisurely with a relaxed expression. As expected of the door of life and death, the number of soul beasts hidden inside is like a mountain or a sea. After killing one batch, another batch will appear. There is no end to them, they are endless. Duke Long let out a slight sigh. The door of life and death was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It had existed since the creation of heaven and earth. Think about it, since ancient times, when countless living beings died, most of their souls would return to this place. Only after Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate, would his soul be left behind in the outside world. Thus, in the depths of the door of life and death, only Spectral Soul knew how many souls and soul beasts were hidden. Duke Long did not care about these soul beasts. Even immemorial soul beasts were only a small problem to Duke Long, unless they were legendary immemorial desolate beasts like Zui Hui or Mao Li Qiu. He would treat them with respect. Spectral Soul has been captured. His greatest clone is also dead. It's time to go out and clean up the entire battlefield. Duke Long had the immortal killer move Dragon Gate. He could freely enter Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens. Even if the Shadow Sect's Blessed Land was closed, it would not be able to trap him. But just as he was about to move, the entire Blessed Land suddenly shook. Cracks began to spread from the verdant sky, as if a mirror had shattered. Duke Long frowned slightly. Is the entire Shadow Sect's Blessed Land going to self-destruct? It's really the style of a demon. As such, Duke Long had no choice but to dispel his previous thoughts. He needed to bring out the gate of life and death before the Blessed Land was destroyed. If the Blessed Land was allowed to be destroyed, the winds of assimilation would blow, and the safety of this rather important mystic realm of heaven and earth would be in danger. Roar! Roar! The Soul Beast army roared, and their voices were tinged with panic. This entire world was about to be destroyed, and these soul beasts all felt that a great calamity was about to befall them. More and more soul beasts started to appear amidst the chaos. Duke Long went against the flow and slaughtered a group of soul beasts, before standing in front of the gate of life and death. At the same time, outside the Shadow Sect Blessed Land, we can't hold on anymore. Several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies came out of the dream realms one after another. Their 10 extreme physiques were not complete, they still had flaws. Even though they had dream path Dao marks, they could not stay in the dream realms for an unlimited amount of time. When the time was up, they had to come out. But just as the southern border righteous path Gu immortals wanted to chase them, the Super Gu formation activated and transported all of these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies inside. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were created by Zishan Makoto, by expending his own soul from the cocoon of light. In terms of status, they were still split souls of the Shadow Sect, the clones of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in the world. But their battle strength could not be counted on. Zishan Makoto had only given them some mortal goo. As for their thoughts and foundation, they were completely different from Zishan Makoto. They were like completely new individuals. We greet the new leader of the Shadow Sect. After seeing Feng Yuan, they immediately paid their respects. Before Zishan Makoto died, he had arranged everything. He Lulan by Ningbing, Ingwu Xie, Fairy Miao Yin, and Black Tigress also came out of the immortal apertures of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Facing Feng Yuan, these people's expressions were quite interesting. I am Miao Yin, great Lord Sect leader. Fairy Miao Yin was the first to speak. She was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border like Qiao Si Lu. Her voice was extremely soft, her eyes were alluring, her clothes were pink, her figure was alluring, her eyes were more sunken than normal people, her nose bridge was high, her eyes were mesmerizing. Lord Sect leader. Black Tigress also said. Her expression was stiff, because not long ago, she had attacked Feng Yuan, attempting to take Feng Yuan's life. She did not expect the changes in fate to be so miraculous. In just a short while, Feng Yuan had become her leader. He Lulan gritted her teeth, sighing deeply. He Lulan greets Lord Sect leader. She had cooperated with Feng Yuan before. They had also been enemies. She had even been saved by Feng Yuan. She had even made use of her period, blazing heaven demoness, to cheat Feng Yuan. But later, during the Battle of Etian Mountain, due to a strange combination of factors, she had to join the Shadow Sect, setting up an extremely harsh alliance agreement. Precisely because of this, when Feng Yuan became the new leader of the Shadow Sect, he could decide whether He Lulan's life or death. He Lulan had to lower her head. To think that there would be a day when I would cooperate with you. Bai Ningbing, however, was unique. She crossed her arms, her dragon eyes shining with cold light as she stared at Feng Yuan, speaking with a sigh. Speaking of which, her relationship with Fang Yuan had deepened. Ever since Qingmao Mountain, they had traveled together. Until now, both sides had their own fortuitous encounters. They had met again, and now, they were even working together again. It was truly fate's joke. As for Ying Wuxie, he was still in the dream realm. Fang Yuan looked at these Gu immortals. Towards these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Fang Yuan only glanced at them. These Gu immortals had a limited lifespan. Once the time was up, they would self-destruct. The higher their cultivation level, the shorter the time limit. Thus, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were cannon fodder. Among the true members of the Shadow Sect, there were only these 5 that Fang Yuan valued. Ying Wuxie, He Lulan by Ningbing, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady Black Tigress. There was also Sixth Hair, a spy planted in Langya Blessed Land by the Shadow Sect. He could barely be considered the 6th member. Among these 6, He Lulan was the most trustworthy one for Fang Yuan, because she could not betray him. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady Black Tigress became members of the Shadow Sect because of Zishan Makoto's true inheritance. Fang Yuan inherited Zishan Makoto's will. He had a high degree of control over these two. Ying Wuxie and Sixth Hair were split souls of the Shadow Sect. Since Fang Yuan became the leader of the Shadow Sect, even they had to admit this. But as for Fang Yuan's future orders, whether they would obey or actively carry them out, it would depend on Fang Yuan's methods. Among them, Bai Ningbing was the most difficult Gu immortal to control. She had made an agreement with the Shadow Sect. Both sides were equal. When Zishan Makoto was alive, Bai Ningbing did not even bother speaking to him, not to mention Fang Yuan, who had just become the leader of the Shadow Sect. At this moment, all sorts of thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Next he said, "Hey Lulan, take over my control of the Super Gu formation. I want to save Ying Wuxie." He had been controlling the Super Gu formation to resist Fairy Myrtle's corrosion. He could not divert his attention to use more complex killer moves. The reason why he chose He Lulan was because she was the most trustworthy among the 5 of them. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan successfully saved Ying Wuxie, freeing him from the dream realm. However, even though Ying Wuxie woke up, he was not in a good state. His eyes were lifeless. He had no fighting spirit or fighting spirit. He was lying on the ground, as if his spine had been pulled out. He had been thoroughly dealt a heavy blow. Spectral Soul's main body was captured. Zishan Makoto died. All of Ying Wuxie's hopes were destroyed. He felt that there was no path ahead. He was in complete darkness. There was no light at all. Ever since he was born, the only thing that had motivated him and pushed him forward was the goal of saving his main body. But now, this goal was completely destroyed. Ying Wuxie lost all of his fighting spirit. Even though he is a split soul of Spectral Soul, he is still too young. Without Zishan Makoto's experiences, how long has it been since the Battle of Itian Mountain? Fang Yuan understood. He urged, "Where are the inheritances that Zishan Makoto sent into your immortal aperture? Hand them over." Even though Ying Wuxie was dejected, he still acknowledged Fang Yuan's identity. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance. A lump of purple wool flew out. The wool contained a large amount of rank 8 immortal essence, as well as a group of immortal Gu, floating in the air. Zishan Makoto? Fang Yuan took a step back, showing a vigilant expression. Even though Zishan Makoto only had a will left, he still had immortal essence and Gu worms. He was still a threat. The purple wool condensed into Zishan Makoto's appearance. He did not harm Fang Yuan. He followed the agreement and handed all of his immortal essence and Gu worms to Fang Yuan. Moreover, he handed them over in person. Fang Yuan successfully refined the immortal Gu. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Before this, even though he could communicate with Zishan Makoto directly, that was all. He could not let Zishan Makoto directly send the inheritances into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Zishan Makoto sent these inheritances to Ying Wuxie before Fang Yuan took them out. Of course, even though Zishan Makoto did not ask anything of Fang Yuan could sense his intention. Zishan Makoto wanted Fang Yuan to save these people. Of course, if Fang Yuan did not save them, there would be no harm. To think that my gains this time are so much greater than I expected. After obtaining these inheritances, Feng Yuan sighed deeply. In his original plan, his goal was to exterminate the Shadow Sect and eliminate the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect. If he was lucky and performed exceptionally well, he might be able to capture the remnant soul of Spectral Soul's main body. Of course, Feng Yuan did not have much hope for this. Shadow Sect's foundation was incomparably deep, and Zishan Makoto was a first-generation split soul. There was definitely more than one method to enslave the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. But what Zishan Makoto could take out now was only 180 slaves. Speaking of which, he was actually quite lucky. Although Zishan Makoto had many immortal goo, he had set up the Purple Blood River formation some time ago, and had spread the true inheritance many times in the last 100,000 years. It was already not easy for him to gather a set of goo worms and achieve the effect of enslaving the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This immortal killer move is called 180 slaves, using one's own name to command. It seems this is the trump card of 180 slaves. It is the proudest method. This killer move is not difficult, and I even have immortal goo. Mortal goo are common things. I only need to buy them in jewel yellow skies. It seems that Shadow Sect has already modified 180 slaves. But what I lack now are eagle-type desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. Feng Yuan's thoughts moved as the upper extreme heavenly eagle continued to mature, expending a large amount of heavenly crystals. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, started to purchase eagle-type desolate beasts or ancient eagle beasts in jewel yellow skies. The sale of live desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts had a large scale in jewel yellow skies. However, it was rare to find an eagle among all of them. Time was pressing. Feng Yuan had no other choice. He hesitated for a moment before making his decision. He announced in jewel yellow skies, purchasing eagle-type desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts at a favorable price. Using immortal goo to pay is not a problem. At once, this caused a commotion. Using immortal goo to purchase desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts? Immortal goo were unique. They were extremely hard to refine, while desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts were easier to raise. This was clearly a loss. But Feng Yuan could not care so much. Soon, it attracted the attention of many goo immortals. I have the mixed heavenly eagle, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. How much are you selling your immortal goo for? A goo immortal asked. The mixed heavenly eagle was not an ordinary eagle. It had the head of an eagle and the body of a human. It had a pair of arms, 5 fingers like a human, sharp nails, eagle feet and eagle wings. It liked to use a long bone club as a rod in battle. Even though this mixed heavenly eagle has a strange shape, it is indeed an eagle. I can use it. Feng Yuan thought of this and immediately asked, how many do you have? 33 desolate beast mixed heavenly eagles, 7 ancient mixed heavenly eagles. That goo immortal reported. Feng Yuan nodded without hesitation. I'll buy it. I have a rank 6 immortal goo here. Only rank 6 immortal goo? I have 7 ancient desolate beasts. More and more southern border goo immortals gathered here. It was a huge group that was rarely seen in 100 years. Wu Yong, Qi Chuyu, and the rest looked at this battlefield with ashen expressions. They had suffered huge losses this time. This was also why Spectral Soul's main body would not place its remnant soul in these pure dream reality seeker bodies. What was worth mentioning was that even though Ing Wuxia used the cocoon of light to obtain a rank 7 pure dream reality seeker body, he was an exception. Because he was the original pure dream reality seeker body in his early years, the flaw of the defective products did not affect him. His soul could still leave the pure dream reality seeker body freely. Thus, even though there were many of these pure dream reality seeker immortals, there was no value in nurturing them. Feng Yuan had originally planned to research and learn more about Shadow Sect's dream path attainment, but now that he had obtained Zishan Makoto's inheritance, it was recorded clearly, it saved him a lot of time and effort. The remaining 5 Gu immortals were the true helpers Feng Yuan could borrow. Currently, the strongest one is undoubtedly by Ning Bing, who inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance, but she is only my ally. Fairy Miao Yin cultivates Miao Yin's true inheritance. She has rank 7 cultivation level. She is one of the 3 great fairies of Southern Border. Her battle strength is very stable. Black Tigress. Feng Yuan had just thought of this when Black Tigress suddenly emitted a large amount of black fog from her body. The fog was immediately blown away by the strong wind that came from the front. After the black fog dissipated, a young girl with white skin and large eyes appeared. She had an innocent expression. Clearly, Lady White Rabbit had returned. Lord Wuihai, how should I address you? Lady White Rabbit looked at Feng Yuan in a submissive manner. He Lulan by Ning Bing, and the rest looked at her in surprise. After recovering, Lady White Rabbit's cultivation level fell from rank 7 to rank 6. This situation was truly hard to understand. But Feng Yuan had inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance. He understood this Black Tigress' true inheritance very well. Gu immortals who cultivated this true inheritance would accumulate strength during normal times and unleash their battle strength during battle, reaching an extraordinary level. But there was a side effect. They would have a dual nature. One side would be dark and sinister, while the other side would be pure and innocent. Gu immortals usually had a pure and innocent side. They were weak. Once their lives were in danger, or their emotions fluctuated intensely, they would use their dark and sinister side to deal with it. This side of the nature had strong battle strength, but of course, it would last for a much shorter time than the other side. 2 sides of the nature shared their senses and memories, but they often had different thoughts. But this was not a problem for Feng Yuan, because Lady White Rabbit admired Wu Yihai, while Lady Black Tigress was recruited by Zishan Makoto, and was a member of Shadow Sect. Regardless of which side they were loyal to Feng Yuan. Don't be afraid. I have my own difficulties, that is why I hid my true identity from you. You can call me Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled warmly at Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit still could not accept it. She gave a soft "oh," showing a timid expression. Feng Yuan sighed internally. Even though Black Tigress has first-rate rank 7 battle strength, it is not stable. That leaves He Lulan and Ing Wuxia. He Lulan might be the most loyal, but she only has rank 6 cultivation level. She has the great strength true martial physique, but cultivates fire path. She wasted her talent and is obsessed with taking revenge for her mother. Using the profundity of Blazing Heaven true inheritance, her battle strength can barely reach first-rate rank 7, but she is indeed the weakest. As for Ing Wuxia, Feng Yuan looked at Ing Wuxia, who was paralyzed on the eagle's back, staring blankly at the sky. Most importantly, they had lost a lot of face. They had already informed the other Righteous Path Gu immortals of Southern Border. When they arrived, how would E-Clan's Gu immortals have the face to face them? The Cape Pavilion was silent. After a while, the leader of E-Clan's Gu immortals spoke. Everyone hurry up and repair Bay Pavilion. Even though we were trapped in the giant dream realm, we did not lose any immortal Gu. We brought a large number of spare mortal Gu. We will give you a few minutes to repair Bay Pavilion. The enemy is strong. They can actually control the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to such an extent. They are also extremely cruel. They did not even frown when killing their own people. Such a nature. They are simply too cruel. They are worse than pigs and dogs. We fought with all our strength, but we could not block the dream realm. We wanted to fight to the death and fight to the death with these demons. But in consideration of the big picture, we had no choice but to retreat. It was to hand the information of this battle to the other Righteous Path Gu immortals. E-Clan's leader spoke frankly. The surrounding Gu immortals nodded. The truth was the truth. They could not be changed. But when he said that, it gave off a completely different feeling. After E-Clan's leader unified his words, he contacted Wu Yong and the other southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals, informing them of the situation. What, they were actually repelled? Didn't they have Bay Pavilion Immortal Gu House? They lost them. Look at what the E-Clan is saying. Their skin is really thick. But they still brought information. For example, this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. Once Ancient Sword Dragon transformation was mentioned, the southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals in the Dream Realm battlefield looked at each other. They could not help but think of one person at the same time. Lu Guan Yi is also a demonic Path Gu immortal. He also cultivates Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. Do you think he is the Gu immortal of Shadow Sect? Not necessarily. Ancient Sword Dragon transformation is only an immortal killer move. Moreover, during the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guanyi is clearly not on the same side as Shadow Sect. They are enemies. Lu Guanyi is a Northern Plains Gu immortal, but that person has Southern Border aura. But this is not certain. If the other party is a member of Shadow Sect, it is not strange for him to have methods to conceal his aura. For example, Wu Clan, didn't they have an immortal killer move that could change the factions of the 5 regions Gu immortals? Someone looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong had a solemn expression. Regardless of whether that person is Lu Guanyi or not, I need to find my brother Wu Yihai's whereabouts. Who will join me to chase after Shadow Sect? He spoke loudly, his voice resounding. Lord Wu Yong has a benevolent heart. He cares about his family. It is truly touching. We are willing to go. We are willing to show our might to Lord Wu Yong. The other southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals responded. Wu Yong's performance in the Purple Blood River formation was quickly spread to the rest of southern border's Gu immortal world, through Tai Mian Shen. There was no doubt about this speed. Any Gu immortal would become the center of attention no matter where they went after cultivating to rank 8. Because their every action, even if it was unintentional, would have a deep and lasting impact on their surroundings. Wu Yong was the leader of Wu Clan. Now that he exposed his 4th immortal Gu house, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, southern borders Gu immortals realized how powerful Wu Yong was. Adding on the fact that the Wu family had the reputation of being number 1 in the righteous path, Wu Yong's question immediately received widespread acknowledgement and response. These people are still crafty. They want to hide behind me and order my Wu clan around. Wu Yong snickered internally. Wu Yong was a person who sought practical benefits, but unfortunately, he had no choice but to do so now. He had to put up a good front. His younger brother was missing. As the elder brother, he had to act like he was trying to save him. Especially now, Fong Yuan's Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu in Wu Clan's ancestral hall were not broken. Moreover, as the leader of the righteous path, he had to take charge of the situation. Otherwise, if he did not stand up for Southern Border's righteous path, his and Wu Clan's prestige would fall greatly. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Fong Yuan was extremely evil. He borrowed 6 immortal Gu from Wu Clan before leaving. A total of 6 immortal Gu. And there was even 100,000 immortal Yuan stone. Among these immortal Gu, there was Bloodline Immortal Gu, which was personally approved by Wu Yong and sent from Wu Clan's treasury to support Fong Yuan. Even that 100,000 immortal Yuan stone was suggested by Wu Yong himself. He lent it to Fong Yuan. Now that Wu Yihai was missing, the biggest responsibility fell on Wu Yong. If Wu Yong did not pursue, not only would he not be able to explain to the southern border righteous path Gu immortals, he would also not be able to explain to Wu Clan. Immediately, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building led the southern border experts and chased after the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, flying into the sky. Although E-Clan was defeated by Fong Yuan and lost the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Wu Yihai had other clues. He immediately transmitted to Wu Clan. Supreme Elder Wu Fa, go borrow the corresponding immortal goo from the treasury, and set up a divination phase goo formation. Take out Wu Yihai's life tablet goo and soul lantern goo, place them in the goo formation, and deduce my brother's location. Wu Fa was Wu Yong's trusted aide. He immediately received the order and hurriedly went to do it. Wu Yong collected battlefield information. According to Central Continent's Celestial Court's performance, they did not attack the southern border goo immortals. They only plundered the battlefield and took away the immortal goo of the southern border forces. Southern border's righteous path would definitely settle this score with Central Continent. But currently Wu Yong's priority was to save Wu Yihai. Central Continent's Celestial Court had great strength. It would be very difficult to take back the immortal goo from them. On the contrary, Shadow Sect's remnant forces were not strong. Since Wu Yihai's life tablet did not shatter, he might really have been captured by them. Of course, Shadow Sect has information path methods that can shatter my life tablet goo and soul lantern goo to create the illusion of my death. Naturally, they can also kill Wu Yihai and keep the life tablet goo and soul lantern goo. Their goal is to lure us to chase them. This thought flashed in Wu Yong's mind. He had considered it thoroughly. Chapter 1389. Even though Shadow Sect was completely crippled, Spectral Soul was captured, and only Ying Wuxie and Sixth Hair were left in his split soul. It still left behind a lot of resources. Web, immortal goo and immortal materials were only a small portion. The key were immortal goo recipes, immortal killer moves, immortal goo houses, and others. A vast number of immortal goo recipes, countless immortal killer moves, and even the construction plans of immortal goo houses numbered up to 12. Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Manor, Golden Altar, Regret Pool, Sacred Feather City. There were also all sorts of clues to true inheritances. For example, by Xiang's true inheritance, even the higher secret of the 5 Xiangs, Paradise Earth's true inheritance in the Azure Sea Blue Whale, clues to Red Lotus true inheritance, clues to Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Of course, these true inheritances were hard to obtain. Otherwise, Shadow Sect would have obtained them long ago and used them to increase their foundation to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. In fact, even without these clues, just Spectral Soul's true inheritance alone was a huge fortune. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul path methods back then caused the 5 regions to turn dark. His soul-devouring method could absorb the experiences and memories of his prey. His split soul method could create generations of Shadow Sect members. His soul transference method could create traitors like Sixth Hair. He could even plant people in the Celestial Court. And his soul cultivation method, the final form, Feng Yuan remembered it clearly. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, he was able to resist the tribulation with his own body. Right now there were 2 important things in front of Feng Yuan. First was information path. He needed to get rid of the investigative killer move on him, as well as all sorts of alliance agreements to regain his freedom. Second was wisdom goo. Feng Yuan had already grasped the method to undo the soul path Dao marks on the strength path immortal zombie body. By then he would be able to obtain wisdom goo's recognition again. He would be able to obtain the light of wisdom's assistance. Bai Ningbing continued. I have already obtained yin-yang rotation goo, but I need to refine it into an immortal goo before I can reverse the body of a female. But refinement path is deep and profound. Yin-yang rotation goo is not my vital goo. I have no confidence. Feng Yuan nodded. I know. Borrowing the Shadow Sect's strength to help you refine goo. This was the agreement you made with the Shadow Sect. If I become the leader of the Shadow Sect, I can also acknowledge the previous agreement. Because for a long time to come, we'll be borrowing each other's strength, won't we? I'm relieved that you have this awareness. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan indifferently, then turned around and left in satisfaction. Speaking of which, the members of the Shadow Sect had more yin than yang. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Lady White Rabbit, and Fairy Miao Yin were all female immortals. Only Ying Wuxie and Fang Yuan were males. After a round of private conversations, Fang Yuan, the new leader of the Shadow Sect, was finally acknowledged. As for Ying Wuxie, he was still in an extremely dispirited state. No matter what Fang Yuan said, he turned a deaf ear to it. This caused Fang Yuan's killing intent to surge. He wanted to end Ying Wuxie's life and take away the immortal goo. To grasp the amazing method lead soul into dream. But Fang Yuan thought about it. This matter was not urgent. Not to mention the killer move lead soul into dream. He had already grasped all of its contents. He only lacked the goo worms. This move was very taxing on the goo immortal's mind. Its structure was complex. It was hard to learn and practice. And it was even harder to take care of other aspects. A moment later, although Fang Yuan once again tasted the bitter fruit of failure, his progress was much greater than before. Very good. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. For the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel to be activated, the four sides had to be united and move in unison. After the initial torment and hard work, they finally found the feeling. But right at this time, the formation emitted a loud noise. Oh no! Our location is exposed. There are several immortal goo houses above Earth Trench. A pure dream reality seeker physique body in charge of controlling the goo formation reported. At once, the female immortals' gazes gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was the leader of Shadow Sect. They were waiting for Fang Yuan's decision. They are quite fast, but it is fine. Fang Yuan smiled. This is within my expectations. Just follow the plan I've arranged. Yes. The pure dream reality seeker physique body left. Let's continue. Fang Yuan said to the girls. The immortal goo house has already sealed plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Time is limited, we need to hurry. Inside clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Wu Yong looked down at plunder Shadow Earth Trench through the window. After observing for a while, his eyes shined with brilliance. This super goo formation is quite profound. The person who said it used the natural Dao marks in Earth Trench, and only used a large number of mortal goo to create an immortal goo formation. There are also shadow monsters. Amazing, such a large scale. They are all gathered together by this super goo formation. Qiao Zhikai stood beside Wu Yong and exclaimed. At this time, Qi Chuyu's voice came from Qi Clan's immortal goo house. He was excited. Good formation, why don't I deduce the weakness of this formation? We can use that to break it. No need. Wu Yong lightly rejected. We need to end this demonic extermination quickly. What can a mere goo formation do? Even if there are many more shadow monsters, they cannot block the might of our immortal goo houses. Saying so, Wu Yong paused for a moment before saying, Everyone attack together with me. The moment he said so, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building charged forward bravely, bringing along fierce winds as it charged down. Along the way, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was unstoppable. The shadow monsters suffered heavy casualties. It was a scene of panic. Southern Borders goo immortals watched the battle with shocked expressions. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's power far surpassed their expectations. This is Wu Clan's might. Many goo immortals sighed inwardly, as if they could see the scene of Wu Duxiu slaughtering everyone. Wu Yong had Wu Clan's bloodline after all. His valiant nature was already deeply ingrained in his blood and bones. At once, Southern Borders' righteous path goo immortals felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. Kill. Charge together. Kill all these demonic path scoundrels. Several immortal goo houses charged forward like ferocious tigers with unstoppable might. Compared to the layers of shadow monsters, They were actually as weak as a flock of sheep. Battle cries had already entered Fang Yuan's ears. They were getting louder and louder. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was slightly strange. He Lulan glanced at Fang Yuan, but saw that Fang Yuan did not move. Bai Ningbing still had a cold expression. The super Gu formation could not block the fierce attacks of several immortal Gu houses. It soon collapsed. The highest cultivation level of the shadow monsters was only rank 7. They were already fleeing in all directions. Just as Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals were about to charge forward and attack, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies stood up. Bam bam bam. A series of self-detonations instantly formed a dream realm. Chapter 1391. In the Battle of the Dream Realm, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss, but Southern Border's Righteous Path also suffered heavy losses. The Super Gu formation that they set up required contributions of Immortal Gu, and a vast number of Mortal Gu. After investing so much, the gains were minimal, and in the exploration of the Dream Realm, they suffered a direct hit, losing several Gu immortals. The true beneficiary, besides Fang Yuan, who had become the new leader of Shadow Sect, was Celestial Court. Celestial Court not only captured Spectral Soul's main body, they even took away the remaining second and first layer of the Super Gu formation before leaving. Among the Immortal Gu here, besides Fang Yuan's Dark Limit Immortal Gu, the other Gu worms belonged to Southern Border's Righteous Path. Toward such actions, Southern Border's Righteous Path was furious. They wanted to seek an explanation from Central Continent's Celestial Court. After all, everyone was from the Righteous Path. Celestial Court's actions were too unfair. When chasing after Fang Yuan and the rest, Wu Yong began to look for Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Even though Southern Border and Central Continent were two different regions, super forces often had business dealings with each other. This bit of credit belonged to Jewel Yellow Skies. Precisely because of Jewel Yellow Skies, transactions between Gu immortals became much easier and more frequent. The constant flow of goods also meant frequent exchanges. Thus, Wu Yong had a way to find the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were a little uncertain. However, if he did not question Celestial Court, just by pestering the 10 great ancient sects, Southern Border's Righteous Path would not be able to solve this problem. Fairy Myrtle. At this moment, Wu Yong held an information path Mortal Gu as he muttered. He did not expect that the Celestial Court's Gu immortal would take the initiative to find him. Moreover, this unknown wisdom path Gu immortal of Celestial Court used a mere information path Mortal Gu to force Wu Yong into a difficult situation. This information path Mortal Gu's content was related to Fang Yuan and the rest. The Celestial Court had information on Ning Wuxie, Zishan Makoto by Ningbing, and Fang Yuan, including the fact that they had the ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. And what shocked Wu Yong the most was that the real Wu Yihai had died long ago. And the Wu Yihai that had infiltrated Wu Clan was the otherworldly demon, Fang Yuan. There's actually such a thing. Fang Yuan is Wu Yihai, and Wu Yihai is Fang Yuan? Wu Yong had wanted to save his younger brother, but in the end, he found out that his younger brother was already dead, and it was his enemy who had been playing the role of his younger brother. Wu Yong was first shocked by this news. After all, this was out of his expectations. Next, Wu Yong felt anger. Anger towards Fang Yuan. This damned murderer, the true culprit who killed Wu Yihai, was actually so daring. After committing the murder, not only did he not escape, he even joined Wu Clan of his own accord. This was a blatant disregard for the entire Wu family, including Wu Yong himself. And most importantly, Fang Yuan actually did this. This was a humiliation, a humiliation. Not only did Fang Yuan look down on the huge Wu Clan, he even ran to Wu Clan and slapped them several times. What kind of force was Wu Clan? The publicly recognized number one force of Southern Border's Righteous Path. Who was Wu Yong? Wu Yong was the number one person in Wu Clan, first Supreme Elder, rank 8 cultivation level. He had an Immortal Gu house and several rank 8 Immortal Gu. He was an expert of the present age. Fang Yuan's actions were simply toying with Wu Clan and Wu Yong. However, other than anger towards Fang Yuan, Wu Yong was also furious towards Celestial Court. Someone else added, Lord Wu Yihai has 6 immortal gu that Wu clan lent him. We cannot let anything happen to him. Wu Yong heard this and the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. Among these 6 immortal gu, there were the immortal gu that he had personally approved to lend to Fang Yuan from the treasury. There was also the 100,000 immortal yuan stone, which Wu Yong had offered to lend to Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, Wu Yong wanted to slap himself. At the same time, he hated Fang Yuan even more. It was this guy. He was too good at acting. Before being exposed, he did not forget to make a huge profit. He was truly sinister, too crafty. Chapter 1392. Wu Yong also considered the authenticity of the Celestial Court's information. However, Fairy Myrtle provided a lot of evidence, and even though Fang Yuan had changed his appearance and left the battlefield on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, many southern border Gu immortals had seen it. Wu Yihai's disappearance was too sudden and strange. If Wu Yihai was Fang Yuan, then everything could be explained. Send Wu Yihai's life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu to me through jewel yellow skies. Other than that, there are also some immortal Gu Wu Fa. Go to the treasury and take them out for me. Wu Yong stood by the window, looking at the layers of dream realms as he secretly gave his orders. At the same time, he said to Qi Chuyu, Qi clan's first supreme elder, please set up a formation to surround this place and prevent the other party from using space path methods to escape. Oh, the other party has such a method? Qi Chuyu was surprised before nodding. I can set up such a Gu formation to interfere with space path, but I do not have enough immortal Gu on me. No worries. Wu Yong smiled. At this time and place, with all of our southern border righteous path friends here, are we afraid of not having enough immortal Gu? No righteous path Gu immortal refuted Wu Yong's words. They all followed Qi Chuyu's request to see what immortal Gu each clan had that could be used to set up a Gu formation. If they did not have any, they could use jewel yellow skies to transport them, even though they were expensive. But ever since Fang Yuan started this, southern borders Gu immortals started to imitate him. The matter of Wu clan sending Gu worms to Wu Yong was soon discovered by Fang Yuan and the rest. After all, jewel yellow skies was very open. Any immortal Gu transaction would cause a huge commotion. Almost all of these immortal Gu are from Wu clan's treasury. It seems they are transported through jewel yellow skies. And my life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu. Humph. Fang Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling. Unfortunately, even though he knew this, he couldn't stop it. Trading with jewel yellow skies was very safe. Fang Yuan had once relied on this advantage, but now it was his enemy's turn to take advantage of it. Soon, Fang Yuan's information path Mortal Gu received Wu Yong's message again. Wu Yihai, maybe I should call you Fang Yuan. We can talk and make a deal. I will use your immortal Gu to buy your life. What do you think? Fang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. It seems that this secret has been revealed by the Celestial Court. Those Gu worms were probably sent to Wu Yong. You want to buy my life? It seems like he has some sort of method. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stopped cooperating with the other Gu immortals. You guys continue practicing. I need to deal with a small problem. Saying this, he immediately moved to the side and activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Inside Wu Yong's immortal aperture, Gu worms flew out like layers of clouds, almost covering the sky. This is the signature killer move of Southern Border's former super clan, Wu Clan. It had once brought terror and darkness to Southern Border's Gu immortal world. My Wu Clan obtained it but kept it a secret because we were afraid of being ostracized by other clans. Now Fang Yuan have a taste of it. Wu Yong's eyes shined with a cold light. The immortal killer move was activated successfully, but because of his method his aura was concealed. Even Xiao Zikai, who was standing beside Wu Yong, could not sense it. At the next moment, Wu Yong's expression changed. His body shook as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Lord Wu Yong, what's wrong? Xiao Zhikai was shocked. He quickly ran over to support Wu Yong. How could this be? Thankfully, I only wanted to give a warning and probe. I did not use my full power. Wu Yong was filled with shock. The killer move was clearly targeted at Feng Yuan, but he actually became the target. Going to Western Desert alone? It is a pity to abandon them like this. And if I don't get rid of the investigative method on me, my whereabouts will always be controlled by others. Langya sect. Clang clang clang, bam bam bam. At once, Feng Jioge was actually fighting Wu Yong. They were fighting brilliantly and did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Feng Yuan was almost dumbfounded. The main reason was that Feng Jioge's Dao marks did not lose to the rank 8 Gu immortal Wu Yong. How did he cultivate to this level? This greatly defied the common sense of the Gu immortal world. After all, the biggest difference between rank 8 and rank 7 Gu immortals was the amount of Dao marks they had. An earthly calamity could give the Gu immortal 250 Dao marks on average. A heavenly tribulation would give the Gu immortal 750 Dao marks. A grand tribulation would give 7,250 Dao marks. A myriad tribulation would give 86,750 Dao marks. The difference in Dao marks between rank 7 and rank 8 Gu immortals was usually extremely huge. The difference between rank 9 Gu immortals and rank 8 Gu immortals was like heaven and earth. This was one of the main reasons why rank 9 Gu immortals were invincible in the world, while most rank 8 Gu immortals could suppress rank 7 Gu immortals. The higher the Gu immortals' cultivation, the explosive and unimaginable increase in Dao marks would be. Although everyone knew the reason, it was simply too difficult to start from this aspect. Rank 8 Gu immortals themselves meant that the quantity and quality of their tribulations were higher than rank 7 Gu immortals. It was almost impossible to have the Dao mark foundation of a rank 8 Gu immortal at rank 7. If not for this, The Gu Immortal world would have seen countless examples of rank 7 Gu Immortals fighting rank 8 Gu Immortals. But Feng Jioge managed to do it. If he had a sudden burst of Dao marks, it would be easier to accept. But if he could accumulate so many Dao marks from the start, that would be too terrifying. Feng Yuan observed the battle as he evaluated in his mind. Wu Yong saw that Feng Jioge could fight him to a draw, but he did not get angry. His expression became even calmer. Good. As expected of Feng Jioge. Then, how about you take this move of mine? Saying so, Wu Yong pointed with his finger. His fingertip was aimed at Feng Jioge from afar. Ding dong. A crisp sound echoed. A dark jade worm shot out of his fingertip. The little worm's speed was extremely fast, flying straight towards Feng Jioge. While flying, it expanded rapidly 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, it turned into a vicious wind dragon that was 220 feet long. It bared its fangs and claws. It had a ferocious aura that wanted to devour Feng Jioge. It was Wu Yong's signature immortal killer move, Finger Wind Dragon. Feng Jioge's pupils shrunk as he saw this. His body shot out like lightning, retreating rapidly. Finger Wind Dragon's power was immense. Feng Jioge could not face it head-on. He could only choose to retreat and pull some distance, using guerrilla tactics. There was no helping it. Because Wu Yong's Finger Wind Dragon killer move used a rank 8 Immortal Gu as the core. Feng Jioge's Dao mark accumulation was about the same as Wu Yong's. The difference was very small. But he did not have a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Right now, when Wu Yong used the rank 8 killer move Finger Wind Dragon, it was extremely powerful. Feng Jioge could not use those rank 7 Immortal Gu as the core to resist it. Or rather, he could only use quantity to exchange for quality. That was exactly what Feng Jioge was planning. He retreated while punching and slapping, using rank 7 killer moves again and again, stacking them on top of each other to weaken the Finger Wind Dragon, until it was exhausted. Chapter 1399. Genius 1 second. Remember love go away? Speaking of the net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The moment reverse flow protection seal was used, it immediately showed a miraculous effect. The Finger Wind Dragon attacked Wu Yong. Wu Yong gave a shout. His whole body erupted with a powerful aura. The immortal killer move that he had been preparing for a long time was finally unleashed. Yin Wind Ghost Scythe Claw. He stretched out his right hand, his fingers forming a claw as he grabbed at the Finger Wind Dragon. Almost instantly, a huge ghostly claw appeared on the Finger Wind Dragon's body. It appeared so suddenly, without any warning at all. The ghostly claw was completely made of Yin Wind. It was huge. Grabbing the Finger Wind Dragon was like grabbing an earthworm. The ghostly claw was black like a demon. The claws were long and extremely sharp. They were like 5 scythes. Right now, the claw had the fierceness of cutting gods and slaughtering immortals. The Finger Wind Dragon held in pain, struggling and roaring under the ghostly scythe claw. After a few breaths of time, it completely collapsed, turning into lumps of wind and dissipating. This scene made Feng Jioge's expression turn grim. The Finger Wind Dragon was no doubt a rank 8 killer move, but Wu Yong's Yin Wind Ghost Scythe Claw was much more powerful. If this claw had landed on Feng Jioge, the consequences would have been unthinkable. If not for Feng Yuan's timely intervention, Feng Jioge would still be chased by the Finger Wind Dragon, and facing the attack of the Yin Wind Ghost Scythe Claw, he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Wu Yong's expression was also unsightly. His Yin Wind Ghost Scythe Claw had been prepared for a long time to deal with Feng Jioge and defeat him. But after Feng Yuan interfered, he had no choice but to deal with the Finger Wind Dragon, wasting this great killer move. In fact, the Yin Wind Ghost Scythe Claw did not only have its current power, it had other transformations. It was called Yin Wind Rope. It could capture Gu Immortals. After all, Feng Jioge was on the Middle Continent side. Wu Yong had spent a huge amount of energy and immortal essence to brew the sinister Wind Ghost Scythe Claw just to capture Feng Jioge alive. Once he achieved his goal, he would benefit greatly. First of all, a person like Feng Jioge had been captured by Wu Yong. That would greatly increase his own prestige. At the same time, it would have a huge impact on Southern Border's righteous path. Secondly, they didn't kill Feng Jioge but captured him alive, so that Zhongzhou State and the Celestial Court wouldn't fall out with each other. Love Gobe Small say Netko finally, after capturing Feng Jioge, Wu Yong would be able to make use of him. Not only would he be able to obtain benefits from him, he could even threaten Spirit Affinity House and the Celestial Court. If they could make the Celestial Court compromise and hand over those formation-setting immortal goo that had been stolen from Southern Border's righteous path, even if it was only a small portion, Wu Yong's reputation in the whole of Southern Border's goo immortal world would definitely rise to an unprecedented level. It could even directly stabilize Wu Clan's position as the #1 righteous path clan in Southern Border's goo immortal world. But now, because of Feng Yuan's interference, Wu Yong's plan failed. These two guys. If I use an ordinary rank 7 killer move, Feng Jioge can completely resist it and even counterattack. If I use a rank 8 killer move, although I can avoid Feng Jioge and suppress him, against Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal, once it backfires, I will be the one to suffer. Wu Yong's eyelids trembled slightly as he looked ahead. Troublesome. He clearly felt that it was somewhat troublesome. Facing Feng Yuan alone, Wu Yong could treat him like a sandbag and have the initiative. While thinking, Wu Yong sneered. Central Continent people, you came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you. Not only did you snatch many immortal goo from my Southern Border righteous path, you are also protecting a demon. Wu Yong was not afraid. He had an immortal goo house to protect him, and other Southern Border righteous path goo immortals were rushing over to reinforce him. But who could have expected these two Central Continent goo immortals to come prepared? One of them said, even though we belong to different regions, we are all righteous path people. We naturally have to work together. Earlier, we took away the immortal goo because we were afraid these goo worms would be damaged by the demon. We have already prepared these immortal goo. We can return them to their original owners now. Oh, Wu Yong was surprised. The other person continued. As for protecting the demon, we have an explanation for that. Feng Jioge, are you willing to accept Celestial Court's orders and pursue Feng Yuan for the rest of your life? Not returning him until you take his life? Feng Jioge was silent for a while before speaking. This special immemorial desolate beast was very similar to Eastern Sea's Sun Moon Kuan Peng. Many goo immortals compared the two. Sun Moon Kuan Peng was an immemorial desolate beast that lived in Eastern Sea. Under the sunlight, the Sun Moon Kuan Peng would turn into a giant peng bird and soar in the sky. When moonlight shone on the sea, the Sun Moon Kuan Peng would turn into a giant kuan fish, devouring the sea like a whale. It had a grand aura. After the Earth Chi Bat camel died, its Dao marks spread out and engraved themselves in this desert, forming Translocation Desert. In the desert, large amounts of Earth Chi moved. These Earth Chi were like bubbles in the sea, creating underground caves. Demonic Mosquito was currently in an underground cave. There was no air here. Mortals would die if they entered. They would not suffocate to death. they would be infected by the earth chi and turn into rocks. As a goo immortal, demonic mosquito was unmoved. In fact, he could take all of this earth chi. It was a cultivation resource after all. But now, in order to track Three Feather Boy, he was afraid of alerting the enemy by taking the earth chi, so he let it go. His nose twitched as he smelled Three Feather Boy's aura. He continued to move forward. Along the way, he passed through many underground caves. These caves varied in size. The small ones were like houses, the big ones were like palaces. Finally, he arrived at a special underground cave. The aura here is so dense. Three Feather Boy should be nearby. Demonic Mosquito tried to open his eyes. At the next moment, his face was filled with shock. Amazing, this underground cave is so huge. It is like a mortal city. The earth chi here is so dense that it formed an earth chi sandstorm? Demonic Mosquito soon discovered that at the center of this underground cave, there was a dark sandstorm. It was emitting dense immortal material aura. This sandstorm is made from earth chi. It is a rank 7 immortal material. It is very valuable. Demonic Mosquito was happy and worried. He was happy that he encountered such a huge immortal material. As a lone cultivator of Western Desert, this was a huge profit. He was worried that the earth chi that formed the sandstorm was very restless and had great power. It was not easy to take it. Wait. Three Feather Boy's aura is here. This proves that he has been here before. Why didn't he collect such a large piece of earth chi essence? Demonic Mosquito's pupils suddenly shrunk. He thought of something amiss. At this moment, a boy's voice came from behind him. Demonic Mosquito, you finally came. Hee hee, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Quickly go and test the formation for me. Oh no. Demonic Mosquito heard this and his body shook. He wanted to dodge. But it was too late. A feather made of blue light slowly attached itself to his body. Demonic Mosquito could not help himself. He was dragged into the sandstorm by this blue feather. Soon, Demonic Mosquito's miserable cries could be heard from the sandstorm. Three Feather Boy showed his true form. He had a rosy face. He was very cute. He looked at the sandstorm and laughed loudly. Very soon, Demonic Mosquito's screams came to an abrupt end. A puff of blood suddenly soaked the sandstorm, but it was immediately swallowed back by the swirling sandstorm. Three Feather Boy's laughter stopped. He had a serious expression. So powerful. He breathed in sharply. As expected of the defensive formation of Western Desert Zombie Alliance, Demonic Mosquito is an expert among rank 6s, but he could not even last for a short period of time. Who is it? Three Feather Boy suddenly turned around, staring ahead with a fixed gaze. Suddenly, a figure broke through the void and entered. Bitter. It is a rank 7 goo immortal. Three Feather Boy sensed the incoming aura and complained internally. Fong Yuan was different. He was the leader of Shadow Sect. It was easy for him to find this place and enter Corpse City. However, meeting Fairy Chui Bo here is likely part of Providence's plan. I have just entered Western Desert and have to fight against a rank 8 great expert. By Ningbing me. And the rest have all had investigative killer moves planted on us. I need to take these inheritances and move them away. Fong Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance. He waved his hand and sent the entire Corpse City into his immortal aperture. Corpse City did not have any immortal goo, but the defensive goo formation had immortal goo as the core. His cultivation had advanced bravely, and when facing the myriad tribulation, he delayed it for a long time. When he could not delay it any longer, he underwent the tribulation. Even though he passed the myriad tribulation, thousand transformations ancestors' foundation did not increase at all. His Tao marks were even weaker than before. I was wrong. 1,000 years ago, I relied on this reckless savage true inheritance. I thought I would be invincible. Earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations. I charged through them and advanced bravely. But the myriad tribulation is a completely different concept. I underestimated the power of the myriad tribulation. Over these years, I have unknowingly become arrogant. This heavy injury was a blessing and a curse. Thousand transformations ancestor was able to cultivate to rank 8. He naturally had his outstanding points. He pondered over this painful experience and reflected deeply on himself. The dust that rose up was like the water vapor of the waterfall. The entire sand whirlpool covered an area of over 100 square kilometers. It was a grand sight. Feng Jioge quickly looked around. He did not find Feng Yuan and the rest. His gaze landed on the center of the sand whirlpool. There was a pitch-black, bottomless hole there. After inspecting it, Feng Jioge did not hesitate. He got up and flew into the hole. The walls of the cave were made up of spiraling sand. Feng Jioge flew all the way down. The entrance of the sand whirlpool was very wide for a single person like Feng Jioge. Entering deep into the sand hole, Feng Jioge soon found himself in deep darkness. Feng Jioge could not see, but it did not matter. He had many investigative methods. They were quite exquisite. This bit of darkness could not stump him. There is time path aura here. Feng Jioge's heart jumped. He knew he had come to the right place. There might be a tributary of the river of time here. Feng Yuan had to follow the tributary of the river of time to enter the river of time and find Red Lotus true inheritance.